the batsman. Here he is against, well, Naseem, around about 90 miles an hour and on target.
Bess dips at the knees. Naseem runs in, bowls to him on the off stump, and he plays that carefully into the offside. Nice defensive stroke, no run. Still some humour in the England camp, but if you saw on the screen there, a deadpan James Anderson. The other camera pans in to the dressing room to see who's next and what's going on. Deadpan James Anderson. Sitting alongside him was a photograph of Danny Rubin, who is our media liaison fellow, with a helmet on, as if he's the next batsman in. Anderson absolutely deadpan. 160 for 6. Naseem runs in, bowls a bouncer, and doesn't get up very high actually. Bess played it comfortably enough. Naseem likes a glare, and Bess actually gives him a nice little smile back. 160 for 6. Trailing by 166. Woakes 16. Bess yet to score. There's Archer, Anderson, and Broad to come.
Yes, you can't guarantee too many from them. I mean, Stuart Broad, of course, actually played brilliantly in the last Test match, didn't he, for his 60?
Broad might play a few more shots against the spinner, which of course will be turning it in the right direction
you mustn't
for him.
Cast your own sort of... I know you relate to Broad now as a batsman in a way you probably didn't about 5 or 10 years ago. You know how they might think. Now then, Fee. He's not over-attacking against Woakes. He's just got the slip. He wants to keep the pressure on in terms of run scoring at Azhar. In fact, he might be bringing in a close fielder now, but they're going to fetch their helmet.
Andy.
Switch myself on. I've been looking at Jos Buttler's recent form with the bat since the Old Trafford Test against Australia last year. He's had 19 innings. He's reached 20 13 times out of those 19, but only 2 half-centuries out of those, so he's had a lot of starts without being able to go on.
38 today. Yasir moves in, bowls to Woakes, who leans forward, rolls away down to a straight mid-on. So we've got him there, straight mid-on. There's a man out at deepish mid-wicket, almost all the way to the boundary, but not quite. And then another in a similar position at deep backward square leg. The sun's out again. A ring of 4 on the offside and a slip. That's a quicker one and shorter. And hit out to Shadab, who's fielding at point. But still hasn't bowled yet. And he's the one apparently with all the variations. According to Azhar anyways, he bowls a lot. Flippers and wrong ends. Yasir for now though moves in bowls, and that's nicely played by Woakes again. On the front foot, pushing the ball back to the bowler. There's the cacophony. It's all like being in a souk. We're selling all the spices you walk through that part of the world. Trying to get your attention to sell spices. There's the next one outside the off stump, spinning away.
I like it when you can hear the fielders sort of calling Naseem Lily Shah.
There's humour in there.
Yeah.
I think I've been spice shopping with you in a souk. Yasir bowling, Woakes forward, plays to the right hand. I think it was one of those awful shopping excursions when you're frantically looking for a Christmas present.
Yeah, I know. Yes, I think we have.
We've done that a lot of times.
There have not been many triumphs.
My word, you're taking some garbage back.
Well, you wouldn't be alone in thinking that.
In goes Yasir bowls. Pushed back to him by Woakes. And it's the end of the over. 160 for 6. I remember this shaking my head in some surprise. You handed the repees over. Oh no, because you were desperate. We're flying home that night. It's the last afternoon. It's Christmas Eve or whatever it is.
I know, it's disaster. Nearly always disaster.
You've had one or two interesting ones.
Still, maybe again soon, but although not for a while. We're not going to. No, obviously not going to India before Christmas for the one day, as we've learnt that today.
Yeah.
And who knows where that Test series that is still scheduled for the new year will take place. We don't know yet, do we?
No, we don't. Or indeed, if they will go to Sri Lanka in January. Naseem's going to bowl. Bess is on strike. He's not yet off the mark. And there's 3 slips in a gully waiting there optimistically as Naseem rushes in and bowls full and clipped away into the onside. Nicely played by Bess. They'll steal a single there to Shaheen. So, Victor, it's a quick word to you, doing a quick change here because Dan's coming in.
Bess is away. Not overawed. I mean, he's grown a lot as a cricketer very quickly. He's been tossed into the Test arena at a young age, partly because of how well he's done down at Taunton, but also there's a certain paucity of options, and he's seized his chance. And whatever else you say about him, he is up for it with bat or ball in the field.
Naseem Shah into Chris Woakes, right arm over, defended full ball on the stumps up to mid-off, and there's no run. Pakistan have made the breakthrough after lunch. I was just wolfing down very quickly a bit of fish pie, and so I've relied on Andy Zoltzman's description of the wicket. Ball went straight on through a button pad.
Yes, I mean, he bowled a big leg break, the ball, harmless leg break. First ball to Buttler, which had spun from just outside off stump way to the offside.
Naseem in again. And Woakes drives inside half of the bat back to the bowler, and there's no run.
And this one, it surprised Buttler, it surprised us that it got through the gate. He was just defending it. It wasn't the Google, it didn't actually deviate from off to leg. But it was either a sort of top spinner or a non-spinning leg spinner that just kept going. So it was, Andy, as ever, I'm sure he's got a way of recording this, he was out to a straight ball, but it was made less straight by its predecessor.
Well, Andy's been furiously hard at work on other metrics, which we'll come to shortly. Naseem Shah is in, and Woakes defends again from the crease, just getting in behind it a little bit better than he did before lunch. There was a period when he first came in, unsurprisingly, he was clocked on the head really badly. I mean, not so bad that he was concussed, evidently, because he was tested, but it would have shaken him up a bit. And after that, you did tend to see more of his stumps than you might otherwise do. Well, since lunch, from what I've seen, and he's just getting into line a little bit more and growing into his innings. He's been in very poor form with the bat. England needing to find some form now. 2 slips and a gully, 3 in the ring on the offside. Naseem Shah's in and drives again, slightly loosely, again off the inside half of the bat up to mid-on. There's no run. There's also a deep forward square leg and a long leg.
What's interesting is that he got hit on the head, bang, and it flew to mid-wicket, which always looks bad. Now, sometimes I think if England are in the field, that's enough, and they will suddenly completely change the field. Forward short leg, 6 men on the leg side, no one in the slip corner. But Naseem and the Pakistan team, they haven't changed the field. Naseem essentially has kept bowling full. I quite like this because the short ball, when it comes, will still be a surprise delivery.
Here he is, Naseem. It's full again on the pad. Well, it's a middle stump really, and pushed up to mid-on. A good tidy over. 1 run from it off the first ball. Bess got that 1, and he's on 1. Woakes 16, 161 for 6, England. Well, absolutely, it's that, isn't it? England sort of sometimes telegraph their short ball ploy. We haven't seen many short balls from Pakistan.
Well, certainly not, and certainly not from Naseem Shah, who's probably got the most lethal of the short balls. I mean, Mohammad Abbas is not going to bowl, isn't he? Shaheen Afridi has looked most dangerous when he's just got the ball to swing a little bit. That's not so obviously with an old ball, but he did get it to move. He's not bowled many, and nor is Naseem Shah, but when he does bowl one, it has a certain potency.
Yasir Shah is in, and it's played off the back foot by Woakes into the offside. Backward point fields, there's no run. We've got a short extra cover in Babar Azam. Wide mid-off, mid-on, quite straight, mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. That point and the sweeper on the offside, as well as a slip and a forward short leg. Yasir Shah's in, outside the off stump, turning gently into the keeper's gloves. There's no run. England 165 runs behind, and objectively in all sorts of terrible trouble. Damage was done really when they 12 for 3. Yasir Shah in, defended by Bess into the onside. There's no run, but as we heard from Stan Pritchard at lunch, this is the best time to bat. And with a ball that's 57 overs old, Bess and Woakes have to believe.
Yeah,
they not.
Well, I think I heard him say 250. They'll get 250, which looked more possible at lunch than in the 10 minutes after lunch with Buttler gone.
Yes, that's very true. Yasir in, and that's popped up. It's been taken at slip and gone. Bess has got to go. That has popped on Bess, and it flew off his glove. And a really good running, diving, tumbling take by Slip. You may wonder how's that. Well, the ball was in the air for a long time. I think it flew off what's probably thumb, do you think, or handle? We'll take a look in a minute, and it went quite square. It went to a sort of almost a gully position. We see the replay. Yes, it is off the glove, off the thumb, the bottom thumb, and a good take. I mean, he'd be very disappointed not to have caught that. And well, Asad Shafiq with the catch. Yasir Shah with his second wicket since lunch, and England are rocking as Bess goes for one. They're 161 for 7.
Yeah, well, he's now taken 2 wickets without conceding a run. He conceded 41 at lunchtime. And as I say, he is a streaky bowler, and when the rhythm is with him, he is dangerous. That ball would have ballooned to gully, but he didn't have one. So first Slip had to take off. It went slowly, though. What is alarming from an English perspective, or any team that wants to score a lot of runs, is that ball, it bounced as well as it turned quickly enough to take the glove. Pitching round about, he obviously had to play it because it was on the sort of middle and leg line, and it wasn't the edge of the bat that was taken, but the glove. So Yasir Shah now, who looked, as if it might be a bit of a weak link briefly, not anymore. He's got the force with him now. He's spinning that ball. I mean, it's turning quite a long way. He is a wrist spinner. He gives it a good rip. We've seen some leg breaks, go quite a long way, but that one popped as well. There comes Archer.
Well, Archer.
I want to see Archer facing Naseem. After Archer had mentioned that, let's see if he's bowling at 90 miles an hour come the afternoon.
Yes.
Well, by my calculations, it's nearly 10 past 2. That qualifies.
Well, he's got to get to the other end first, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So there are 2 balls left in this Yasir Shah over. It'll be interesting to see the approach that England now adopt, because Woakes hasn't been in the best of form. So does Archer just bat for him? Well, he's gone back and cut this with a straight bat, really, more a back foot punch. He's got a thick edge. It's run down into the third man region, and the batsman come back for 2. Well, Shadab Khan doing the fielding, 163 for 7.
I mean, the little I've seen of Archer, I know he can bat, is that he's better off playing it as a sort of flipper, top spinner thingy that scudded through, but he got down in time.
Shadab, he tripped over his feet there, fielding that. Yasir's in. That's cut. That is authentically cut by Archer, and he's going to get a run for it. Is it not the best bit of fielding at point? Also bounced, I think, maybe it bounced, if I'm being uncharitable, off a square end or something, but anyway, he's got a single for it, and he's just had a funny 2 minutes there, Shadab Khan. He's tripped over his own feet, and he's fallen over as the ball sort of bounced into the ground at him, but Archer has picked up the run. That means that Victor gets his wish at 8 minutes past 2.
I mean, I know that it'd be very tempting if you are, who's at mid-on, is it Afridi?
Forward short legs in.
I think,
yes.
Well, he's just been having his chat, and I think the obvious conversation to have is, well, this bloke doesn't think you'll be bowling 90 mile an hour at this time of day.
Well, do you want to keep a little eye on the speed gun for me then? Let's see. Archer's marking his guard. 3 slips, a gully, backward point. Batting after lunch. Well, whether it's easier or not, it's hard to tell, because Yasir Shah's got rid of 2 England wickets. One with, from what I understand, just a curiosity, a sort of straight ball, and then that one did pop. So here comes Naseem Shah into Archer, and Archer defends very comfortably back up the wicket and says something along the lines of, well, that felt like about 83.4. I'm not sure that he did say that. It's fielded at mid-on, there's no run. 164 for 7. England really, really in trouble here. Archer 3, Woakes 16. Will they counter-attack? It's the only way Stuart Broad knows how to bat these days, so you'd imagine when he comes in, that's what they'll attempt. And his last innings, he hit 62 in double quick time. And turn the momentum of the game. England are going to need something like that from their 9, 10, 11. And also need Woakes to
keep going at the other end as Naseem Shah is in to Archer. He bowls very full. It's defended well by Archer. Back up the wicket to Naseem. Good, welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dan. Good afternoon, everyone.
It's all been happening today.
Yes, I did listen to your interview at lunch with Stan.
Yes.
So far, he's not been right, has he?
Well, he was right about the morning, but he's not been right about the afternoon.
Well, I don't think he put into the equation leg spin.
No.
Quality. I mean, he just started to get his length and his rhythm right. Yasir Shah.
Here comes Naseem Shah, the young tearaway quick bowler, in to Jofra Archer. Shorter, worked into the onside. He'll get a single as it goes to the right of mid-on. Takes Archer off strike. He's looked very comfortable. He's got right in behind those 3 balls. He moves to 4, 165 for 7. Woakes back on strike. So what is the plan here for England? Do they not really have a choice? You just have to play, or do they counter-attack?
Well, if they try and counter-attack, you'd say that's possibly the best way to get the scoreboard ticking. But if they get bowled out quickly, they also need to look at time in the game.
Where are we? We're nearly halfway through the match, but we're half an hour from halfway through. Well, in terms of time, not so much in overs. It's a long way to go indeed. Naseem Shah in to Woakes, and Woakes gets a short ball which he pulls out to deep square leg. There's a man out there, but he got it into the ground soon enough for it not to be a problem for him. Picks up 1 as the deep square leg runs to his right. There are 2 men out for the pull and hook. But Woakes moves to 17, England 166.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, you'd want a counter punch and the scoreboard to tick, but by doing so, you're going to give Pakistan a chance of getting the last 3 wickets very quickly.
Yes.
The pitch isn't doing a great deal. Yasir Shah obviously has just produced a good delivery to get rid of Bess, but other than that, he hasn't bowled great. And the ball that got Buttler out, he just missed. Went straight on, it went through bat and pad.
Yes.
You're always getting a short ball or 2 every over off him.
Well, the wickets to fall today, 2 of them have come from greater than expected bounce, haven't they? Naseem is in to Archer, and Archer, I think plays at that actually in the channel outside off stump. I was going to be charitable and say draws his bat inside the line, but he moved towards the ball and then pretended he was bringing the bat back inside the line.
Right.
Yes.
They've just put a short leg in place with a deep square leg on the boundary as well, so I think he was expecting the short ball, and he didn't have much foot movement going forward there, Jofra.
No, but he defended the first couple of balls of this over quite redoubtably.
There was no short leg. He did that. They've made a good tactical move by just putting a short leg just behind Jofra.
Here's Naseem to complete his over. And Archer gets the short ball, which he doesn't even duck really. He just slightly moves out of the way of it, goes through to the keeper. End of the over, 166 for 7. Archer 4. Woakes has 17. He had 2 of the wickets to fall today. Pope, who looked really well set despite having to battle through the first hour. He got one from Naseem that bounced more than he or anybody else would have expected, took the shoulder of the bat. And Bess was out to one that spun, gripped and bounced a bit more. Andy, sorry, you've been working on wicket keepers.
Yes, England, looking at England wicket keepers in different innings of the match. So in first innings, batting first, we've seen Johnny Bairstow scored all of his 500s as wicket keeper before having kept wicket, and Buttler's averaged 36 in the opening innings of a game, but they've struggled having kept wicket later in the match.
Yasir Shah starts a new over to Woakes, who defends to cover. Got extra cover, and there's no run.
So Bairstow's average over his career in matches he's been picked as designated wicketkeeper averages 51.8 in first innings batting first.
Yasir in again. 3 in the ring on the offside, 4 in the ring on the offside. Driven nicely and just past the outstretched hand of Babar Azam at extra cover. And they get through for a single as mid-off has to run to his left. To field, 167 for 7, Woakes to 18.
In innings 2, 3 and 4, Bairstow's averaged 29. The figures for Buttler, 36 in first innings batting first, 24 having kept wicket in innings 2, 3 and 4. And now there's often a drop-off. Matt Parr averaged 55 in the opening innings of match, 33 in the second, third and fourth innings, so he did have a number of centuries having kept wicket.
Yasir in this time to Archer, who plays and misses at a turning ball that's spun past his outside edge. Well taken by Rizwan. He's dropping nothing there. He's been excellent behind the stumps today. And that turned quite appreciably. It was taken riding the ball up around armpit height. Yasir in again, and onto the back foot goes Archer and pushes up to mid-on, no run.
Since October 2018 and England's tour of Sri Lanka, when Ben Foakes kept wicket, the number of times an England keeper has batted 80 or more balls having kept wicket in the match innings 2, 3 and 4. Foakes did it 2 times out of the 6 innings he had after keeping wicket. Ollie Pope did it in the 1 innings he had in New Zealand having kept wicket.
Yasir in. And Archer defends into the offside. A full ball picked up by Babar Azam. No, Babar Azam's come to second slip. Picked up an extra cover, there's no run.
Bairstow failed to do so in 9 attempts, and Buttler's innings today was the first time he'd done it in his 8 innings. So this is having kept wicket. So it has been a long-standing problem for England's runs and crease occupation by their keepers.
Yasir Shah in, driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over, 167 for 7, Woakes 18, Archer 4. Really, it's all part of the problem England have.
I like what he just said. I think you've brought a new terminology to the game. Crease occupation.
Yeah.
Crease occupation. Well, I like it.
He does this a lot, you know. We
Dom Sibley. We'll be able to talk about Dom Sibley. He was the best crease occupier.
Yeah, we've had the busyness index. We've got crease occupier, the CO index.
CO, I like it.
Yeah.
Well, Sibley before this game was up in sort of highest balls per dismissal of batsmen in recent years. We took a bit of a tumble after yesterday.
He may have to change his technique slightly to Mohammad Abbas in the next few weeks if he wants to be the best crease occupier.
Ben Stokes, of course, doesn't bother with occupying the crease. He bats outside it. Naseem Shah starts a new over to Woakes, who drives elegantly, but there's a mix-up here. If he hits, he's out. No, he hasn't hit. Oh, no, where's Archer? He's in the middle of the pitch. The throat comes back to the non-striker's end. That was an absolute shambles. Archer hit the ball to extra. Woakes rather hit the ball to Archer at extra cover. They both started running and then realised that this was a preposterous run. Really stopped. And Archer then found himself just a spectator, about 8 yards from the striker's end. And then ambled back. Yeah. I don't know what's happened. Well, I do know. I've just described it, but I don't know how that's happened.
Well, what made it worse for Woakes is that the drive was a nice one. He said yes, and it just must have hit something, and it kind of just bounced up to Yasir Shah, so he didn't even have to bend down. It wasn't. They're trying to take a leaf out of Shadab Khan and Shan Masood yesterday, but it was just hit too hard.
A direct hit, and I think Woakes would have been out, and as if England had enough trouble, but without conceding a run out. We're just seeing the throw. Shah says he was a fraction away from the stumps. He was pretty close. I'm going to come to an email from Simon from Derby shortly, as Naseem Shah is in to Woakes. Woakes drives into the offside square of the wicket, and as a result can easily get the run on this occasion. 168 for 7, Woakes to 19. Simon indeed from Derby says, I got into cricket at the start of the World Cup last year. One thing that I just can't understand, whenever Jos Buttler has come to the middle in a test, I've heard commentators excitedly comment on how he could take the game away from the opposition. Phrases like, an hour of Buttler could completely change this. These comments are followed inevitably by him being bowled in an often embarrassing manner for not very much. A bit harsh. Today he's done well to survive, but hardly set the world alight, and again gone for not very much. Can someone please explain to me just what the fascination is with this player? I'll come back to the end of this. Naseem Shah, wide outside the off stump, goes through low to the keeper, left alone by Archer, who just doesn't seem to be anywhere near being a good test batsman and isn't a world-class wicket keeper either. Well, I'm not having that. I would say that his batting has in the last few games certainly been quite handy, and he's been in and out of form. He's not got the worst average for if he were a number 7. It's at 32 or so. I think the more germane point might be, are there other options that England are overlooking in favour of Jos Buttler, like Bairstow and Foakes possibly?
Yeah, the more I watch Test cricket, the more I realise you need a keeper that can catch the ball. And that's very apparent.
Sorry, Naseem Shah starts a new over to Jofra Archer. Gets a thick edge. It goes through third slip. It's running down towards third man. And they're going to pick up a couple of runs. And the score will advance to 170 for 7. Archer to 6. You come back to the theory that wicket-keepers need to catch the ball, Michael, and I'm going to make way for Simon Mann.
Yes, the keeper of the modern game clearly has to contribute with the bat. It's so important. You need 20 wickets to win a test match. Chances have to be taken. Look at someone like Tim Payne for Australia. What was the average? Andy, about 28, something like that. Takes every single opportunity, or seems to. He doesn't drop too many.
Here's Naseem bowling to Archer, and Archer's forward, thick edging that along the ground, down into the gully, and there is no run. 170 for 7. Pakistan with a very firm grip on this test match. It's going to need something remarkable from England's lower order here if they're to get themselves back in the game. They're 156 runs behind on a pitch that's offered plenty of spin, and there's variation in Pakistan attack as well, which is going to clearly put pressure on England in their second innings.
Payne averages 31.6 in tests, only 750s, but quite consistently productive with useful scores.
Yes, the 31 batting at 7. I think if your keeper bats at 6, he has to average a few more than that, but I'd take an average of 30 at 7. Take every opportunity.
Archer on 6. Naseem bowls to him, and Archer just gets the bat down in time. There's an appeal for LBW. I think about a quick single as well. And neither is there, neither the LBW nor the single. And then Naseem went to the ball and picked it up just as he was realising that Archer was thinking about it. That's twice now there's been some confusion between these two bowlers. Now being asked to dig the team out of a very big hole with the bat.
That's the first ball really for a while from Naseem Shah that's kind of whipped back into Jofra Archer. He hasn't been doing a great deal. He was getting excited because he started to appeal because he thought the ball had just flicked the pad first, but it hadn't. Came off, I'd say the middle of Jofra's bat, but it was right off the face.
Something we've just seen on our screen. Chris Woakes has been having some treatment. We talked about this yesterday, didn't we, about diving on this old Trafford square and on the wicket ends. Chris Woakes diving to make his ground on that near run out in the previous overs, taken some skin off his elbow. I think he's had some, is it iodine they put on it?
Or Friars Bolson, is it?
I'm not quite sure.
Bolson, it's that orangey, browny stuff, so it's a stinger.
Yeah, it's a horrible thing. If it's ever happened to you, you'll know.
I tell you what,
skin off.
The worst place is on your hip, because you have to obviously sleep on your hip at night, and you stick to the sheets.
Seeing the run out opportunity again on our monitor. If it hit, I think he would have been out. It's 170 for 7. So Woakes is putting his gloves back on, and he's going to take strike from Yasir Shah, who's been the main man for Pakistan this afternoon. Contrast those two spells after lunch, yesterday and today. Pakistan winning them both. Here is Yasir bowling, and Woakes plays firmly back to the bowler, and there's no run. But yesterday England's spinners couldn't make any impact at all, actually rather release the pressure. Today Pakistan's spinner has bolstered the strength of their position in this game. 170 for 7. Woakes on 19, moves quietly forward.
He'll be tempted to dance down and try and hit one over Yasir Shah's head. Mid-off's just slightly deeper. He's there really halfway to the boundary, so if you get it, you'll be fine hitting it over the top.
Woakes waits. Yasir bowls to him. That's a sharply spinning leg spinner that Rizwan takes away to his right-hand side, almost on line with the return crease.
Well, he's just getting into a rhythm here, Yasir Shah. It's taken him a while. He's got 3 wickets and he hasn't bowled that well.
This afternoon, though, he's barely bowled a bad ball. Here he is. Bowls to Woakes, and Woakes is bowled. That one kept a bit low, but it went through quickly off the pitch. And Woakes was back and looking to play it into the leg side. And Yasir's got another one. 170 for 8. Woakes is out for 19. That was the one that goes straight on.
Yeah, he just went to pull it and it zipped through. It's too quick for him. Clever bowling. Mid-wicket was back on the boundary, so he was just trying to punch it into that gap. Beautiful bowling. Yeah, he's been so much better since lunch. I don't know whether he'd have had a little chat with Mushtaq Ahmed Pakistan spin bowling coach, but he's got the Jimmy Anderson end, which is a change from where he was bowling in the morning session, and he's bowled beautifully. Woakes goes for 19. He played better than we've seen him play in Test cricket for a while. 170 for 8. They trail by 156. I'm thinking Headingley last year. That's where my mind's triggered to, Simon. It's going to take some kind of effort, isn't it, to get anything out of this Test match from here with the pitch doing what we're seeing.
Yeah, the Headingley pitch wasn't doing as much, was it?
No, it quietened down. There was spin though. Nathan Lyon was spinning it, so when England set out for that chase, and I think they was probably having to chase something similar. I don't think any of us gave them any chance at all. So you never know, but this Pakistan seam attack haven't really got the rewards that they deserve. I think the seamers have been magnificent for Pakistan. And England have done well to only lose 4 wickets to them.
Yasir Shah 3 for 4 in 4 overs and 4 balls since lunch. And in his previous test at Old Trafford, in the 2 innings combined, he had 1 for 263 and 59 overs.
Well, here he comes to Gary.
Well, Stuart Broad played that remarkable innings against West Indies on this ground not so long ago. And he had licence, basically. I suppose in a sense he's got licence now to go for it. Everyone else has failed.
So much easier when your team are on top.
Well, that's right. Archer has started well at the other end. He's only faced 15 balls, but he has been a very sketchy starter in Test cricket. He shapes like a player who should get a few more runs than he does. And his first-class average when he came into Test cricket suggested that as well. He's got 6 half-centuries, but there's been very little from him in Test cricket with the bat so far. There was one innings in New Zealand when they were looking to save the game on the final day where he played very well. He batted for a while and then was caught on the deep backwards square leg boundary. Here is Yasir to bowl to Stuart Broad, and Broad is propping forward, playing it defensively back up the pitch, and almost from nowhere here, Yasir's on a fifer.
Yeah, when's the sweep coming? It's coming, isn't it? Broad out in the middle, 45 catcher, short leg, an orthodox slip, so the sweep's available. It's coming.
Generally speaking, leg spinners are less effective against left-handers.
No ball. Last minute.
So front foot or back foot? I think earlier on I thought he might have bowled a back foot no ball where your foot touches the return crease. Yasir goes in and bowls. Broad again props forward to a full delivery. Back up the offside of the pitch, and there's no run. 171 for 8. Pakistan here sensing a huge first innings lead. I know a big first innings lead on a flat pitch, but a massive lead on a pitch like this.
We might rely on the Manchester weather this week. Can sometimes get a bit cloudy here, can't it, Simon?
Occasionally.
Every now and again.
Occasionally. Yasir bowls tossed up, Broad again forward, playing it defensively into the offside. Yasir picks up, Broad playing that very cautiously. So he's survived 3 balls there. It's 171 for 8. And Yasir's taken 4 for 46 from 14 overs, but the feature of his bowling this afternoon, there have been no freebies at all. Earlier in his spell, there have been an odd bad ball that you can just release some pressure. You at least get a single or...
Well, I reckon Pakistan would have been concerned, Simon, with the way that he bowled last night and the way that he started today. I think there was... you only had to look at the field setting when Chris Woakes went out there to bat. When you think Woakes' record in Test cricket of late is poor, Yasir Shah had a deep mid-wicket, a square leg on the boundary, cover point in the boundary. There was no short leg to Chris Woakes, which gave me the indication that he's really struggling for confidence. And what he's found in the last half an hour is a different end, but he's found a little bit of consistency, and he's picked up 3 wickets because of it. Last thing England need is the leg spinner to find confidence in a series like this, because I'm sure the Aegeus bowl will be quite dry. Saw that against Ireland in the first 2 one-days in particular. Plenty of spin for Rashid.
Shaheen Afridi back into the attack from the Statham end, goes in now, bowls to Archer, who cuts that away. Very well stopped, or half stopped at backward point by Shan Masood. As Archer connected with that one, it was a nice looking shot, but he only got a single for it.
They've been very impressive, Simon, Pakistan. Everything about the way that they've operated all week. Obviously batting to start with, they've looked agile and athletic in the field. It was Aggers on day 1. We just mentioned their warm-ups and we just looked down and thought, wait a minute, they look like a team that is well prepared, this Pakistan. All right, they've not played the 3 test matches like England have done, but Looks to me like the warm-up games that they've played has been competitive. You only have to look at the players that aren't playing. They train on the pitch at night doing fielding drills and fitness. Whoa, they work them hard. I was playing a bit of table tennis out to the right. They were still going last night.
Were they?
Yeah, they were still working hard, taking high balls, doing a bit of the shuttle runs.
72 for 8. Shaheen bowling way down the leg side to Stuart Broad. Rizwan dives across to take it. I suppose the only thing you would say about that, it's not a great deal else to do, is there? I mean, it does give you a chance to concentrate on your cricket skills.
So you're doing a few laps this morning, Simon, around the ground with your big headphones on. You've got old school those headphones, aren't they?
They're like the ones I'm wearing at the moment. Well, I think
they're your kids, are they? Massive.
I discovered that actually, if you're going to run around this old Trafford ground, you've really got to have some distraction to take your mind off it, because it is a bit soulless.
Yeah, I reckon I can talk you through every single car.
Here is Shaheen Afridi, bowls to Broad, gives himself a bit of room, plays it into the onside. He sets off the single and goes back because Archer's not interested. He's leaning on his bat at the non-striker thing. There wasn't a single there. Broad wants to get off the mark.
Shake of the head there from Stuart Broad. He's not happy with Jofra. Jofra's going down for a conversation. Stuart Broad talked about the way that he's looking to bat in Test match cricket, give himself a bit of space on the leg side, open up the offside.
Yeah, Archer not interested there. He didn't. I mean, it was a tight one. Broad wanted it. Archer didn't. The problem for, I suppose, for Archers, when it's hit, when it's driven back, you instinctively go back. You might be in danger of being run out at your end. Shaheen bowls. Broad takes his off his hip down towards the fine leg boundary. And that has it been stopped in the distance? No, it's gone for 4. There's a diving attempt to stop it from Mohammad Abbas, and he couldn't get down. It was a really sort of traditional fast bowler's attempt, that, from Mohammad Abbas.
Yeah, good point, that, Simon. I did mention that Pakistan have been very agile and athletic in the field. There is one exception, and understandably, Mohammad Abbas, he's just a bowler. He just bowls brilliantly. The field every now and again. Yeah, that was an awkward dive, wasn't it?
Yeah, some would have stopped it. Mohammad Abbas didn't.
No,
so
don't mind that.
Broad is off the mark. 176 for 8. Archer 7, Broad 4. Shaheen bowls. Now bowls to Broad. Oh, Broad gets very lucky there. Thick inside edge, past his leg stump, and Mohammad Abbas is definitely not stopping that one. That was about 10 metres to his left on the fine leg boundary, but a bonus 4 for Broad. Takes him to 8 and a score to 180 for 8.
It's having one of those streaky times as a batsman, isn't he? It's a little bit going his way. By the way, out of interest, what do you listen to when you're running around? Music or podcast?
I was listening to a podcast called Revisionist History, Malcolm Gladwell.
Riveting?
Very interesting, actually, yeah. It's alternative ways of thinking.
No wonder you were going slow.
I thought I was doing all right, actually. You were just walking.
Yeah, just stroll, yeah. Just like to take in the scenery.
Shaheen bowls. Broad gives himself some room and thrashes this through the offside for 4. Out towards the wide long off boundary. That's the Broad we saw against West Indies on this ground. Playing in unorthodox fashion, moving away from the stumps, opening up the offside. Broad to 12, 3 boundaries in the over. 184 for 8. A long time ago, of course, Stuart Broad made 100 against Pakistan in a Test match.
Yeah, I mean, just a first observation to Stuart Broad, they're trying to hit the stumps, which the West Indies didn't do often enough. But also what the West Indies didn't do often enough after Stuart, I think it was Kemar Roach, he punched for 6. It was a waist-high short ball. They didn't bowl in one bouncer. Yeah. You've got to bounce Stuart Broad. 2 and have just got to keep bouncing him. Follow him if need be. Just can't make his life just comfortable. That last ball was just a length delivery. He loves it there. He can just swing through the line. Knows most of the fielders behind square. That's too easy for him.
Broad probably thinking I'd rather be batting out here than bowling.
Yeah.
Might have to bowl again.
Very soon, I would say.
A bit quicker than they would have liked. There's no doubt about that. A lot of bowling to do.
Well, with the weather, we'll get a full day in, Simon. We play till 8 minutes past 7 or something like that.
That's right.
Yeah, it's glorious. Very bright and
it's the warmest.
It's a hot day.
Yeah, the warmest we've had since we've been in Manchester, 3 weeks or so. Yasir bowls, guided away by Archer towards square cover. It's picked up by Babar Azam. And there is no run. Archer's reined himself in so far. I mean, he does like to play a few shots, but trying to give himself time here to get in. The problem is there are only 2 wickets left. Yasir to Archer, and Archer, this time he does go for it, and up and over. Extra cover. There's a man on the deep cover boundary, so it's only a single. It's a bit like a golf shot, that. You know, when you slice a golf shot?
Yeah. That's exactly what I do on the golf course. So look at the weather now. We're looking at the kind of building to our right is, what's that one called? The Red Rose Suite.
Red Rose Suite, yeah.
A couple of ladies on the balcony. They've got the legs out. They've got a bit of sun cream on. Beautiful day.
It is warm today. 185 for 8.
So there's a couple of Pakistan fans arrived at the tram station earlier. Did you see that?
I didn't. Broad goes for the sweep. There you are. You predicted it. And they go to deep backward square leg, and the throw comes in. The bails are off. There's appeal for a run out here. It was Shadab onto it quickly. Just sense that Archer may have been ambling to the striker's end.
Umpire to direct it.
I think he's okay. I think he is.
Can I see your best side on angle, please?
I'm going to check it. Let's have a look.
Okay, just roll through. Yeah, keep rolling through.
It's all right.
Okay, bat is grounded. Ready for my decision on the big screen. Decision is not out. Repeat, not out.
You're casual there, Jofra. Yeah, there's a couple of Pakistan, one with a Pakistan one-day shirt on, another chap with a drum. A bit of music.
Come to support the side from outside the ground.
Yeah.
Yasir bowls to Archer, goes up and over. Is he going to be caught? No, not quite. It was one of those tantalising ones for Babar Azam, going back from point over his head towards backward point. Shadab was running in as well. Horrible slice from Jofra.
How's that ended up there?
I don't know.
He's tried to launch it into the old pavilion. It's there to hit. Plays across it, he slices it. It's just probably 2 yards too far for Azhar Ali.
Was it Azhar or was it Babar? I think, Here is Broad playing defensively. It's Babar Azam there, number 56. We went after it. Broad plays that defensively into the onside. It's 187 for 8. There are signs here that these two are going to play a few shots. If it comes off, it will be exciting, entertaining. If though, here's Yasir bowling. Broad goes after it and hits the short leg fielder with a sweep shot. That's Abid Ali there at short leg, and he turned away from it, hit him on somewhere in the back, or on the back of the body anyway. He's limping. It might well have been on the calf muscle. Broad got a hold of that.
Yeah, if you're Jimmy Anderson, I'm sure he will have his helmet and his gloves on now. You'd probably just make your way to the edge of the stairs. The way that they're playing, I don't think it's going to be long. I guess if they can have half an hour of crashing the ball around and it gets another 30 runs, that's what they're trying to achieve. It's going to be spin from both ends. Shadab Khan, the first time we've seen him.
Yep, he's going to bowl from the Brian Statham end. It's 187 for 8, so England 139 runs behind. From memory, he did play in that Trent Bridge one-day international in the World Cup last year, which Pakistan beat England early on in the competition. A game where both sides made over 300. Buttler made 100 in that game. England just ran out the steam in the closing overs. From memory, I think he had a reasonable effect on the match. Stokes is having a look. Here is Shadab going into bowl to Archer, who blocked his first ball back up the pitch.
I think your car alarm's going off.
Well, it could be. Yeah. You said you know every car in the car park.
I know most.
Which one is our car? Because we've got a few of us a hire car. We don't know which one it is. We've forgotten which one it is. Here is Shadab bowling. Forward goes Archer.
I can see the Dayglow security. They're heading towards our cars. Oh, it's stopped now. Someone's broken in.
187 for 8. Archer against Shadab, and Archer clouts this into the offside, and it's gone to the wide long off boundary, along the ground mostly, for 4 runs. Archer to 13. 191 for 8. All right about Shadab?
Yeah, in that World Cup, brilliant World Cup match at Trafford Bridge, Pakistan made 348 for 8. Shadab a 3-ball 10 right at the end, undefeated, and then opened the bowling, dismissed Jason Roy for 8, and then took the key wicket of Joe Root, who'd scored 100 and had a partnership with Buttler.
Shadab bowls to Archer. Archer stretches forward, sets off for the shortest single I think I've ever seen attempted in Test cricket. Broad sent him back. There's a short extra recovery and he played it straight to him.
And something about tail-enders, when the top order kind of duo get together and want a quick single, it looks like it's going to work. When the tail-enders start trying to do it, it's carnage, isn't it?
Well, Broad has been run out by half the length of the pitch there. Shadab went in. Archer wasn't quite ready, so Shadab pulled out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the boundary.
And if it's up, it's off.
Shadab bowls to Archer, and it's quite full. Archer blocking it back up the offside of the pitch. And this is entertaining. But England need more than a bit of entertainment here. I mean, they need something really serious from this 9th wicket partnership if they're to get themselves back in the game. They're miles behind. Shadab bowls to Archer. It's a low full toss which is powered back now. Is this a run out at the non-striker's end?
I don't think
the ball was deflected onto the stumps. It's gone up towards long on. Broad was at the non-striker's end. They are going to check it, but it looks as if Broad hadn't advanced that far.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for a run out. Can we see if he's touched the ball first, please?
I don't think he shifts Stuart Broad. I think he just stays where he's actually it's surprising because most batsmen would have been out of their crease, but look how far back he is.
Yes, he's touched it. He has touched it. So can I see your best side on, please? Okay, foot is on the ground. Foot is on the ground. Okay, ready with my decision for the big screen. My decision is not out. Repeat, not out.
Well, it's extraordinary because Stuart Broad has not backed up at all. You say to youngsters, back up. Broad has not. He's deep in his crease, almost as if he's saying, well, there's no point trying to...
He's a smart player because obviously man-cadded of late, you just stay in your ground, don't you?
Well, it was remarkable that. He did not leave his ground at all. 192 for 8. Yasir bowls to Archer. Archer stretches forward, plays defensively into the offside towards short extra cover. Picked up by Azhar, and there's no run. How long can they continue this? Archer 14, Broad 13. 1, 2, 3, 4 men on the boundary for Archer facing Yasir Shah, who's on a fifer. Yasir bowls, floats this up. Archer allows it to come to him and then watches it very carefully spin away. And it's taken by Rizwan.
Look at the fielder on the deep point boundary. Just bring him in by 5 yards because he's going to skew one in the air again. Going to go for the big drive.
Yasir bowls to Archer. Oh, that one that fizzes through. There's an appeal for a catch behind. Belated appeal. Rizwan is saying, I think he might have nicked that, you know. And they are going to review it. There's not a great deal of conviction out there, certainly not from Yasir Shah, the bowler. Has he got his fifer here?
TV umpire to
Archer's
director.
smiling.
We have a play review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. So can we move on to front on spin vision, please?
I think Stuart Broad says you're fine, but we'll wait and see.
Okay, doesn't appear to be any bat involved, but can we confirm that with Ultra Edge, please? Just roll it through, nice and slow, flat line. Yeah, clear daylight as a ball passes the bat. Yeah, just keep rolling through. Okay, ready to go back to Richard on field. Richard, stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now.
There we go. Well, Pakistan are eating up England wickets and they're losing reviews, but it doesn't matter so much. They need 2 to go now. Well, in theory, it doesn't matter so much. Yasir bowls. Archer goes back. He comes off the pad, I think. Comes down fine. And they go through for 1. Archer wants to come back for the 2nd. I heard Stuart Broad say, no, wait there, but there was a clear 2 there. And 2 leg byes are taken. It was Asad Shafiq who sprinted back from slip to pick it up. Asad took that good catch to get rid of Bess, diving away to his right. You didn't expect him to catch it. It was a looper, really. Well, he got his feet right, and he did. Looked spectacular. There's some good photographs of it. But you expect the slip fielder to take it. Yasir bowls to Archer. Powers that back down the pitch. Not perfectly timed, but not very well fielded by Yasir away to his left. So Archer gets a single towards the long off boundary. Archer to 15. Broad is on 13 at 195 for 8. This last wicket partnership has been worth 25 so far. The field changes around for the left-handed Broad. 3 close. There was going to be 3 close catches, but they changed their minds. The leg slip is going back. Short, fine leg. 1, 2 men on the leg side boundary. Mid on and mid off are quite deep. Yasir ran the wicket, bowls to Broad. Broad dead bats it back up the pitch. There's no run. It's the end of the over. It's 195 for 8. Action-packed passage of cricket. More from, in fact, I think more from Michael Vaughan. No, it's not. It's Azam Mahmood has joined. He's got a double change here. Azam Mahmood and Isha Goa.
Extraordinary stuff from these two players. They put some 25 runs on the board. Crucial partnership here for England point of view. They want to get a total of around 230, 240. Pakistan is looking for another couple of wickets to finish things off very quickly.
First innings runs so important here at Old Trafford, especially with the 2 leg spinners in the Pakistan lineup, the second of which is operating right now from the Brian Statham end. Shadab Khan has come into the attack. Jofra Archer has 2 men back on the leg side, so deep backward square, deep mid-wicket as Khan is through. Forward in pressing and defending to the offside is Jofra Archer. He's got a deep cover, long off and long on as well, with these 2 looking to be a little bit more aggressive. Archer taps his bat down. Now high as he drives past, extra out to long off for a single, comes through casually. For the 1 as the throw comes in. Archer to 16, then 196 for 8, trailing by 130 then England. Stuart Broad asking for the guard of 2, middle and leg. And a similar sort of field for him as well, except there's no cover. So 3 back on the leg side, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, there's short fine, no cover, and long off is coming up inside the circle, so encouraging him to hit onto the offside. The leg spinner coming into him. Khan bowls wide of the offside, Broad pushes to the offside and gets his single. Whether it will be a leg by or not, we'll just see. No, it does get bat on it. Broad goes to 14, sorry. England 197 for 8, trailing by 129. Pakistan right on top here. Azhar?
Yeah, they're right on top here. This is a crucial partnership here, building up. So
there's Khan bowls to archery edges, and they are appealing. It's been given. So catches the outside of the bat as he looks to fend forwards. He will have to walk off for 16. He's not even going to consult Stuart Broad as he heads towards us now. So England now 9 wickets down, and Shadab Khan has his first in the match.
excellent stuff from Shadab Khan. Spin and a bounce. That's what he does, because he's a slightly taller bowler than Yasir Shah. He get more bounce and a spin on the ball. His alignment is pretty much straight, so that's why he taller action. That's why he get more bounce and spin on the ball.
Archer has a casual look up to the big screen as he trudges off. Bright sunshine here at Old Trafford. That's where the sun's been. See blue sky, a few clouds dotted around, and it looks glorious now here. As Stuart Broad is chatting to Zach Crawley, who's brought on a refreshment for him. Pakistan players taking drinks as well. Babar Azam down on one knee, and the batsmen just probably having a think about and preparing themselves for coming out here shortly. With 1 more wicket required, England trailing by 129 then. Kevin Welsh emails, currently sitting in the garden in Sutton, Surrey, listening to your commentary. The temperature is 35 degrees and I'm sipping a nice cold pint of beer. Don't make us jealous. What a great day to spend the afternoon. Although the cricket could be a lot better. Yes, absolutely, Kevin. From your point of view, from Azhar's point of view, he's delighted.
Yeah, I'm delighted. Now I've seen Azhar Ali signaling outside which roller he has to take, short one or big one. So let's see what the management will say.
What would you say?
I will go with the heavy roller. As
Anderson is now out in the middle, punching Stuart Broad's hand as he now leans over and gives himself a back stretch. Two members of the 500 club when it comes to bowling in Test cricket. And, well, Stuart Broad, he's going to play his shots, no doubt, but James Anderson will have to get through another 2 deliveries. So heavy roller?
Yeah, for me, it's heavy roller.
Reasons for that?
Yeah, you don't want to give anything because if you take a heavy roller, pitch is dry, so it's settled down a little bit, and it might be, the next inning if it crack a bit more open quite quickly, and which help the Pakistani 2 leg spinners.
Shadab Khan then will continue from O'Brien statement. Andy?
Well, just on the subject of there being 2 leg spinners, the first time a team has selected 2 leggies against England in England since Pakistan here in 2006 when they had Shahid Afridi and Danish Kanaria, who'd also played the Test at Lords before that. Before that instance, you have to go back to 1990 when India played Kumble on his Test debut, and Narendra Hawani also at Old Trafford, and before that you're way back to the Intikab Alam and Mushtaq Mohammed partnership, 2 all-rounders who bowled leg spin for Pakistan in the 60s and 70s.
I wonder how upset Yasir Shah will be if Shadab Khan gets his final wicket. Will he be?
No, I don't think so, because he's a team man, he's a competitor. Yasir Shah, he wants his team to do well.
Well, here comes Khan now, past the stumps, bowls to Anderson, who misses one outside the off stump. With a drive through the covers, the Burnley Lara. He's got a slip in position, leg slip, short leg. Bowled it wide of the off stump, did Shadab Khan, and it's the googly as well, first ball.
That's the wrong one.
Khan through again, and this time Anderson manages to get on top of it, and they're coming through for a single as the throw is sent in from Rizwan. Stumps are taken, and Broad there's well, I'm not sure if he's got in. They'll probably look at this, will they? Is it given not out? No, they do manage to scramble the single.
Why you want to do that? Huh? Why you want to do that on the last ball? Huh? Broad must be facing here.
That was very strange. So England 198 for 9, and Anderson has taken it upon himself to face up to Yasir Shah, who's on 4 wickets and bowling beautifully.
Maybe he's backing himself to take on Yasir Shah here. Extraordinary decision from these 2.
Well, there was a real stutter as Anderson played the ball to the offside. He looked up, hesitated. Stuart Broad would have done the same and then called him through. So, I mean, this is a situation as it stands. Anderson taking his guard, men around the bat, wide open space on the offside, backward point and a mid-off, no one else in between them, as Yasir Shah is going to operate around the wicket from the James Anderson end, bowling to Anderson, who defends and covers the ball to the leg side and going to short leg, just whip it as he comes through. Man out at deep square, short fine, who's actually probably 10 metres back from the inner circle, mid-wicket and mid-on as Shah is through. Anderson defends. I think it hits the pad as it falls to the floor.
Look at that Yasir's pace here, 49, 51, the last one. That's the pace he wants to bowl, and that's the line and length. Yeah, he got confidence, got wickets.
Comes through quickly here past the umpire. Reverse sweep from James Anderson. It beats slip, it beats short third, and Naseem Shah is chasing the ball down to the boundary, but it will be a 4 for Anderson, who goes to 5, and that's 200 up for England, 202 for 9. That's what he wanted to do all along.
Jimmy got his reverse sweep from his bag. Excellent shot. That's why he wants to take a single. Well done, Jimmy.
Brilliant. So short third has actually just moved slightly finer as Shah bowls. Anderson looks to get deep into his crease and play it leg side. Misses it. Lots of turn for Shah as it goes through to Rizwan. Down the leg side. And casually walks back to the top of his mark, tail protruding from the back of his trousers. Yasir Shah spins himself a catch, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Anderson, who defends forwards. It pops up and falls safely down the wicket. Right smile on the face of Anderson.
Good stuff from Yasir. A lot of rough to work with against left-hander.
Anderson taps his bat down, forward press, and works it in front of short leg. Good leg delivery on around middle and off. It turns into him. And that is the end of the over. He's managed to survive and pick up a 4, 202 for 9. And England to reach parity, 124 runs. Well, it's just about edging as close as they possibly can. And Shadab Khan will continue from the Brian Statham end.
Yeah, I think Azhar is speaking to him. I think he will bowl a lot more googlies in this over. He will ask Broad to hit against the spin. We can see the field here. Slip, short third man, and mid off, long on, back here.
He's going to bowl over the wicket. Shadab Khan. Broad pushes to the offside, is called to. The bowler is sprinting after it. Turn and throw. Anderson to the danger end. And it's a misfield from the captain, who's right next to the stumps. He now signals to the stumps saying that actually it was a poor throw from Shadab Khan. Well, might have been able to pick that up a bit better, actually. Oh, it was so close. In fact, it was nearly a direct hit.
So close.
Anderson diving to get in. They do manage to get the 2, so England 204 for 9, Broad to 16. And they've just sent short third out to the boundary. Slip and short leg in position, loads of space on the offside. PAK leg side field as Broad defends back down the pitch. Leg spinner. It's almost as if he was coming forward searching for the googly. Now change of angle as Shadab will come around the wicket. As Broad just remarks his guard, adjusts his gloves and sets himself up once more. Shadab bowls. Broad covers to the offside. There's a look up to say, shall we take the single? The call is no from Anderson.
Broad is backing Anderson here.
He is. He wants to see a few more reverse sweeps. Here comes Khan again. Through his action. A bit flatter edges, falls in front of slip. The call is, and the appeal is for LBW as well from Rizwan. And they're going to go for the review. It was given not out. One more left for Pakistan.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we have front on spin vision, please?
So this is just to see if there's any bat involved. That is a googly from around the wicket. In fact,
okay, nothing conclusive there. We'll have ultra edge when available, please.
Is there any edge?
Okay, thank you.
Is there any bat on it? Nothing conclusive.
Just waiting for ultra edge.
I don't think so. Clear.
Ultra edge will tell us for sure. We're just waiting, and there's a rock and roller.
Roll through, please. All the way through, past the bat. It's a flat line. Keep going through, all the way to the pad, please.
So no bat involved?
No bat involved, so ball tracking when available, please.
So now they'll determine whether this is out LBW.
Pitching in line, impact is in line. And it's umpire's call and hitting the wickets. So stay with your original decision of not out, Richard. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now.
Bail trimmer going on to hit the bails.
It was good delivery, from that angle, bowling a wrong one, and umpire call save him. Excellent stuff from Shadab Khan.
That's incredible skill, isn't it, to be able to do that around the wicket?
Yeah, that's the different angle and variety he delivered.
Broad. Forward press, back in his crease, works it to mid-wicket, no run. One more ball left then for Broad, but the way he's been going, he's happy for Anderson to face the next over. as Khan comes through, Broad on the back foot, working it to short fine. They push the single, and that is the end of the over. England's 205 for 9. The deficit 121. Broad 17. Anderson on 5. As they come together again.
Shadab only bowled 3 overs, and we saw so much, leg spin, googly, and the quicker one as well. So he will be handy in the 4th innings.
Yasir Shah will continue in search of his 17th 5-wicket haul. This is just his 40th Test match. Incredible stats.
Incredible stat, more than 200 wicket, fastest, reaching to 200 mark. He's exceptional talent, and a team man. You always see him smiling, whether fielding, bowling.
Well, he's going to come around the wicket to Broad now, who swipes across the line out to deep mid-wicket, goes over the man out there. It's Shan Masood, and Broad will pick up 6. Goes for 23, 211 for 9.
Extraordinary shot. Pick up his spot with the spin. Doesn't matter fielder is there or not. He just cleared the rope. Excellent stuff.
Hang time in the air for Shan Masood, reaching up with his left hand as Shah comes through again, and again it's high in the air, this time to deep backward square. This should be taken, and Shadab Khan has dropped it. The leg spinner has dropped the leg spinner, and hands in head for Yasir Shah. That was an opportunity for a 5-fer. It goes into the rope.
You can't do that, Shadab Khan. He's one of the best fielder in Pakistan lineup, I think. Straight in and out. Oh.
Yeah, it falls inside the rope, so it will be 4. Broad to 27 then, as he comes forwards and pushes to the offside towards cover. Comes back for 2 as Rizwan has the ball in his hand and throws it in. So Broad now to 29. England 217 for 9. There was so much pressure on that catch, Azhar.
I don't think so.
From one leg spinner to another.
No, he will take it all the time. I think he was not wearing the sunglasses. Maybe he can. I can't see the sun here, but
I know it's disappeared behind the clouds once more. As Shah comes through, and another swipe from Broad. He's through the shot. It hits him on the body and kicks it away now.
These are very important runs for England, and anything on the 4th inning, any single figure is very important on the 4th innings.
Broad defending, looking to push it to the offside, but it finds its way to mid-wicket, the inner part of the bat. No run. Reminder, you can watch all the highlights of today with our video clips on the BBC Sport website and app. And Today at the Test is on BBC 2 from 7. We're available on the iPlayer at any time. Broad back in his crease, working it to short leg. That was slightly quicker from Yasir Shah at the end of the over then. And England are 217 for 9. Anderson 5. Broad on 29. A few more words from you, Azhar, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Stuart Broad averaging 102 in last 3 Test matches. Brilliant stuff from him after drop in first Test match against West Indies. Since then, he's been bowling really well. He's taking wickets, and now when England need runs, and he is doing with the bat as well. So.
Curious bowling change this. If there's 2 bowlers, you said Stuart Broad, who would you most like to face out there? He'd come up with these 2. And the wrist spinners are spinning the ball into him. He doesn't like the fast stuff, we know that. And they bowled 1 over with a left arm quickie at him and took him off. I find it very surprising, I must say, because he's hitting with the spin. And he's got to 29 now from 25 balls. And England, still 109 behind. Let's see what happens with Shadab here. 3 men round the bat as he bowls to Anderson. It goes to the reverse sweep. Mistimes it horribly. The ball dribbles away a few yards into the offside, and nothing is done. 217 for 9. Rizwan was there very quickly to field.
Because both the spinner pick up the wickets. Yasir got 4, Shadab got 1 on his 3rd over.
Yes. Goes Shadab again, round the wicket, bowls, and there's a low full toss, which is scooped away by Anderson. A bit of a misfield there at mid-off. They might come back for the second. They do. They profit from that. And Pakistan just losing the plot of it here a little bit. A very easy catch put down in the deep. And you can hear there a bit of a rallying cry going up. Come on, boys, concentrate. Shadab again. Bowls to Anderson against the reverse sweep appeal for leg before wicket, and he's given out. And Anderson's reviewing it. It was a quicker ball, it was full. He went for the reverse sweep again.
To director, we have a play review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery, so front on spin measure, please.
So straight to the business end. See if he got anything on this. James Anderson reviewed it straight away, as if he was confident this isn't going to be given out, but we'll see.
Okay, nothing conclusive from that at the moment. Can I have Ultra Edge one available, please?
So it's hard to see from the angle we're given there if the ball's hit the bat or not.
Okay, thank you. Just waiting for Ultra Edge. Okay, roll through very slowly, please. Okay, keep rolling through. Yeah, next frame. Yeah, clear daylight. Keep going through, please.
Nothing on that.
Keep going through all the way to the pad, please. Yeah, it's pad first, so ball tracking while available, please.
Just the question now of where this landed and what it's hitting. It landed in line.
Pitching in line, impact in line. It's hitting the wickets, Richard. So stay with your decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, Richard.
So 219 all out in the 71st over with Anderson LBW to Shadab. But some useful runs added there by Stuart Broad, who's marching off, peeling off his gloves. And the scoreboard hasn't actually told me what he's got, but 29 or thereabouts.
29 off 25 balls.
It was strong and again from Shadab. Excellent stuff. Jimmy wants to play the reverse sweep, which he played over before.
He likes that shot. His sort of get out of jail shot for against the spinners. But it's tough to do against a wrist spinner. And despite that little flurry there, there's still some big smiles on the faces of Pakistan's fielders as Yasir Shah leads them off. And England have got some work to do because there are 107 runs behind. Yasir Shah finished with 4 for 66 and Shadab 2 for 13 at the end. Stuart Broad 29 not out from 25 balls, but England's 219 still gives a big advantage to Pakistan. There's plenty of spin out there, and well, there's Bess and Root in the England lineup, but that you'd think they're being outgunned by Yasir and Shadab, and that fine pace bowling too. The quick bowlers took 4 wickets between them, but they were awkward, they were quick, they were threatening, and then the spinners took the wickets. Yasir from that far end finding a lot of spin. So Buttler made 38 after Pope was the first out for 62. Woakes 19, Bess 1, Archer 16. Anderson was the last man out for 7.
Massive lead of 107 runs in first innings.
Yeah.
And looking at that, Shadab only bowled 4 overs and managed to get 2 wickets. And I think the spin twins bowled really well here. And it will be handy for Pakistan on the 4th innings.
Well, if they can get a lead, an overall lead of 250, they'll definitely, I think they'd think that's enough to win the game. Shadab 3.3 overs, 2 for 13. Yasir Shah 18 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 66. And the quick bowlers, Shaheen 1 for 51. Abbas 2 for 33 from 15 overs, 6 maidens, as metronomic as ever. And Naseem Shah, the young fast bowler, 1 for 44 from 16 overs of well, it was box office hostility really. He bowled very quickly, that beautiful action of his. So yes, but that 107 you feel is actually, I don't know, 160 in a normal situation of a test match. This pitch is doing more at this stage than you'd expect.
Yeah, massive lead, you know. looking at the pitch, looking at the bowling attack Pakistan had, it's a massive lead. But now this is a time for batsmen again to go and put some runs on the board and give bowler enough chance to get England test wicket in a fourth innings. So I can see the heavy roller here, and that's what I said before, if I was there I will take the heavy roller, because it will settle the pitch down, and later on you will see more, because sun is out, so you can see the more cracks opening on the fourth and fifth days of test match.
Yes, the rollers arrived. You can hear it trundling into view down there at the far end. They're laying out sort of black carpet for it, just to dry up the actual rollers themselves. Perhaps there's still a bit of damp out there on the outfield. They're making sure that none of that moisture is in any way remotely carried on to the pitch itself. So lots of polishing and rubbing and drying going on before the big old machine is let loose onto the pitch itself. Steve O'Shaughnessy will come out and make sure that everything is done as precisely it should be. Ground staff waiting there with the usual array of equipment, large pole, bucket of paint and that sort of thing. So all the normal stuff that happens between innings. I can see out there bowling one Dom Bess, but another I can see with his hair swept back and a heavily tattooed right arm. I see Ben Stokes loosening up, and that's an interesting development, possibly. Mark Ramprakash. I mean, it's a big lead, but I wonder if Stokes is going to have a bowl.
Well, I would say that Ben would not be too happy with his batting contribution, and as knowing him, he's such an up and at them, guy who wants to be in the game. He's probably put his hand up to help out with the workload. The seamers got through roughly around 20 overs each, and England have not batted that long for those guys to recover. So knowing Stokesy, I think he's thinking, well, he can help the team by being available to bowl. Now, of course, what England will have to weigh up is, if he does bowl, is he putting himself in jeopardy of re-injuring himself?
Yes, because that would be it for the series then, wouldn't it? If he did something now.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Dom Bess as well, warming up. He's got a big role to play at some point.
Strikes me as a sort of bowler who'll relish it, though. He's a competitive fellow, but Stokes is certainly going through his paces there. He looks to be bowling more or less as you'd expect him to from a practice strip situation. Bit of pace there, but Woakes also coming out. But this is it's obviously what England have to do. They've got to bowl Pakistan out very cheaply here.
Yeah, and if Shan Masood bats a period of time, you'd have thought that Bess would be really important to come into the attack and try and create some problems for the left-hander, as he did in the first innings. He bowled some terrific deliveries. You're right, he is a willing worker, and he's a young spinner who's going to learn so much through this experience of bowling to Babar Azam in the first innings, who played him so well. I'm sure that he would, and the England coaching staff will have reflected on what happened in that first innings, the sorts of fields that they had, and the sort of line that Dominic bowled, and they really need to be clear in how they're going to go about restricting Pakistan in this second innings, because clearly there's an emphasis on trying to control the run rate.
Yes.
And a lot will depend on Pakistan's attitude and how proactive they want to be. They may come out and say, well, actually, we're only just going to bat and pick up on what's on offer. But, I'd say for Dominic Bess, his role is I wouldn't want him bowling too far outside the off stump, because that way you can get hit both sides of the wicket. Whereas if he's on the stumps with a predominantly leg side field to the right-handers, that way he should be able to control the run rate a little easier.
How do you assess England's first innings, Marcus, from your batting coach perspective?
Well, I think there's always a balance to be had where you give credit to the opposition, and Pakistan were on the money with their new ball attack. Shaheen cleaning up Burns' first over. It's never easy, your first few balls. It was a decent delivery, but Rory has this tendency to go across the crease where his bat and his head are outside off stump, so anything that's on the stumps, he tends to come across the line. Now, normally he hits it for runs, and he actually clipped a 4 through mid-wicket, but that one he missed. And Dom Sibley, quite similar actually, in that balls on the stumps, normally they back themselves to hit, but it was a good piece of bowling by Abbas, who found some seam movement. So there were some good balls mixed in there, but as a group, clearly it's not been good enough. And I think the concern would be someone like Joe Root, who batted over 50 deliveries. I thought he was just getting himself in, and then he made a poor decision. So that was much more batsman error, in my opinion. You can be shot out, anyone can be shot out very quickly in their first few deliveries, but Joe, I think the team would have been looking for him to try and build on that solid start that he had and play a substantial innings. But the shining light was clearly Pope. Josh Buttler, I thought, fought valiantly and tried to play a genuine test match innings in difficult circumstances, and he batted the first session very, very well, played lots of good defensive shots, picked up what was on offer. But of course, as we know, it only takes one slight error in judgment. You're up against such top-class bowling, and credit to Yasir for bowling that top spinner that just broached his defences. So whether that will be enough, of course he may well still have a second innings, Josh Buttler, but whether that's enough for the England selectors to feel that he's still the man to finish the series with the gloves, well, remains to be seen.
Well, the umpires have arrived already, but the heavy roller has actually only just now completed its mission, and it's now heading off. And this is a heavy roller, plus quite a bit, because there's some quite large ballast tanks attached to the back of the roller, so there's a lot of weight going through that. But off it goes. I don't know how old that grand old lady is, but she's heading off over the boundary edgings over to our left-hand side. We parked up for a while, but the usual green and the red rollers heading off at a decent speed over there. I must say, we come past all the groundsman's machinery below us on our way to work every day. An extraordinary assortment of mechanical devices down there at his disposal that are housed underneath us. But, off goes the roller, that lovely purring sound. England take the field, and they've got to hit the ground running here. They're walking out quite slowly at the moment. Some whirling of arms going on. Pakistan's openers are walking out alongside them. So we'll have Messrs Abid Ali and Shah Masood, who of course made 156 in Pakistan's first innings. It must be an amazing feeling actually going out there to bat a second time. But you've knocked up that sort of score in the first innings. Do you walk out there just feeling as if you're carrying on, I wonder, or do you have to start again?
I suppose it depends on the character of the player, really, but it's always a little dangerous to try and think that it's just a continuation of the same innings. And the fact is, he's up against two class performers in Broad and Anderson with their new ball, so he can't expect to have things all his own way.
Yeah. They've got to bowl a bit fuller at it with this new ball than they did at the start of the first innings. A couple of things coming out. There's an ICC meeting going on at the moment. So far, what appears to be the case, as you can imagine, there's a lot of scheduling and rescheduling going on because of the current situation. So the Women's World Cup that was scheduled for New Zealand in 2021 has been postponed to 2022. And then there's a question of whether the postponed 2020 men's T20 would be postponed until next year or the following year, but it looks as if the 21 T20 World Cup will remain in India, and the postponed one from this year will be in Australia in 22. So I suspect, as all of these things, it's going to be pretty flexible and that things will change. But that's what's coming out of Dubai at the moment. And here we are, ready to go for the afternoon session of this first test match, with Pakistan leading by 107, and Anderson bowls the first ball, and Masood, as he did so often in the first innings, allows that to go by outside the off stump. So he's tall, he's left-handed. We saw a lot of him over the first couple of days, and Abid Ali made 16 in the first innings. England got 3 slips. It's that balance that Root has to now juggle, in that he obviously desperately needs wickets, but he can't also allow Pakistan to get off to any sort of a flyer here. So there's 3 men in the leg side. Anderson from the far end, moves in and bowls. Oh, plays and misses, and that's the length. That's the length they're bowling early on. A little bit fuller than we saw in the first innings, and Masood doesn't get onto that front foot early on. He does when he gets going, but there he played from the crease. Very nearly edged that through to Buttler. Very close. Nice start for Anderson. It's got a gentle breeze blowing from left to right as we look at it. So it's assisting his outswinger to the right-hander. Up he comes and bowls, and Masood's away, clipping it hard, but he's not away. He hit it straight to Pope, actually. It was at square leg, but he did middle that, absolutely. Hit it like a rifle shot to square leg.
It looked like a man who's just got 150, didn't it?
It did. You just saw the ball coming down like a football again. Beautifully timed. It was very strong off there, and off the hip as well, as we saw in his first innings. So they lead 107. Anderson over the wicket, bowls to him, and he feels for this little hit round about the off stump. A little bit short. This is where he likes it. He can play it from the crease. Sibley's the fielder at cover. Stuart Broad goes through all the loosening up motions at mid-off at the moment with his bandana on. More useful runs. Smashing the leg spinner to the leg side. He was dropped. Useful 29 runs. Broad watches as Anderson is rushing up again. Oh my word, that's very unusual. James Anderson, it wasn't called a wide, but it might have been on other days, fired that straight to first slip. Must have been trying something, and the ball has slipped out of his hand. But that would have woken Joe Root up a little bit.
He's an amazing athlete, isn't he, Jimmy Anderson? I mean, when you think he's 38 and he's just done 20 overs in the first innings, he's racing in with a new ball here. Do you have, fast bowlers union and all that, do you have a bit of sympathy for the bowlers, when they've done a lot of bowling in the first innings and then shot out quite quickly?
You might meet up after the day and say, bad luck. Anderson again bowls, that's a better length and turned into the onside by Masood. Is picked up by Pope, and that ends the first over. But we also quite enjoying their misery as well, don't you? End of the first over then. The lead is 107. More from Mark Ramprakash and then Dan Norcross.
Well, it looks as though Stuart Broad will be taking the new ball in tandem with Jimmy Anderson. So nothing untoward there, and a pretty run-of-the-mill field with two slips and this fine gully that England like to employ. Rory Burns there, he's probably about four and a half slip. I guess that's just trying to cover all bases, really. If it flies through the gap, of course, people will say, well, why haven't you got a third slip instead of this fine gully? But they're just trying to guess with the pace of the pitch roughly where they think it may go. 3 in the covers with Jofra Archer at mid-on, and it's Ollie Pope having a chat with Richard Illingworth at square leg. Just making friends with the umpire, never a bad thing to do.
Never a bad thing to do. He's got to bat again, isn't he, in the next innings? Quite handy. Broad is at the top of his mark, wearing that exotic headband. It's a white one, tied at the back. He's averaging 102 with the bat and 12 with the ball this summer. He's in. To the right-handed Abid Ali, who leaves a full ball outside off stump. Lets it go through to the keeper as they run. Quite decent stats for an all-rounder, that. Yes, Andy.
Looking at England's batsmen's starts to series in their last 11 series, and I'm including the one-off test with Ireland last year, that is the 7th time out of 11 that they've been bowled out for under 220 in their first innings of the series.
That's not a great stat from their point of view, is it?
Suboptimal, I think, is the word
yes.
These days.
And given that they had 3 test matches to warm up in, it's sort of like the 4th test match of their summer, but it's always the first of a series. Broad in, full, clipped away nicely. Brilliant diving stop by Pope, prevents the ball scurrying to the boundary. It moved a long way to his left from square leg and pounced on the ball like a cat on a mouse. And the Pakistan innings is underway. Abid Ali picks up a single for that and brings the left-handed Shan Masood on strike. I feel like we've spent most of this test match watching Shan Masood back, and he's back batting.
Well, did you notice that when the decision was given out, that he ran off at quite a pace to put his pads on. There's no hint of fatigue there, or he was right up for batting a second time, which is exactly how you want your openers to be.
Well, I guess if you hit 156 in the first innings, you might be feeling in quite decent nick. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, wide mid-off, almost extra cover, Jofra Archer there. It's a wide mid-off, really, and a wide mid-on, saving one. Jimmy Anderson, and the man just in front of square, moving, so that Don Bess, I think, moving closer to square, and a long leg. Broad into the left-handed Masood, who lets this go by outside the off-stump. There's no run, so Mark, the only way England get back into this game is a little bit like the Headingley Test last year against Australia. I don't mean that they require an extraordinary innings from Stokes. I mean, they've got to look to bowl Pakistan out as cheaply as possible. There's no suggestion here, is there, of going on the defensive early, because with a deficit of 107 already. Oh, it's a no ball. Just been informed that was a no ball from Broad. So 1 more to the total, 2 without loss outside the off stump. Dies on Buttler and then goes through his gloves and runs away down to the boundary for 4 byes. You won't be happy with that, Buttler. It did die on him, in fairness, but it was a little untidy as it went through his gloves. 4 more to the total, 6 without loss. Yeah, Mark, I'm just trying to, that the plan here has got to be attack, hasn't it, to get back in the game?
Well, it's been a fairly attritional type of surface. What I mean by that is it's not been 3 and 4 slips and a gully and short legs and stuff like that. The pitch is fairly slow. It's not the first time we haven't seen a ball carry to the wicketkeeper, so there has been some uneven bounce there, and England have got 3 in the covers to protect that offside. So it's a fairly attritional sort of difficult balance for Joe Root. You're right, you can't over-attack.
Broad in, worked into the onside. Think about a single, it's not there as Anderson moves to his left from mid-on to field. I suppose on the plus side for the captain, the England bowlers this summer have tended to target the stumps, and for that you don't then really need to worry too much about having a 3rd or 4th slip in, do you? It's not like they're sort of looking to get the Nikos ball after ball. They tend to be bringing the ball back into the batsman quite a fair bit, and with the pitch not, as you say, bouncing too much, that does bring the stumps more into play, I guess.
And they're good at that. Broad and Anderson are good at adjusting to these types of surfaces and straightening their line to bring the stumps into play.
Here is Broad round the wicket, edged, or played with an angled bat, I should say, really, by Masood into the backward point region where it is fielded by Pope, no run.
This is not the area, though, where England have to work hard. The new ball will be delivered on a good line and length pretty much most of the time. It's when the ball gets a bit older, we have to bring the spinner into the attack, and how we manage to have an in-out field for the spinner that gives control but also wicket-taking threat. That will be a key part of the game, and how the Pakistanis in turn, what is their attitude to play facing Dominic Bess? How aggressive will they be?
Broad in. Masood down the leg side, gets the edge of that, he's gone. Yes, he looked to glide that down the leg side, would you believe it? 156 in the first innings, a duck in the second, a wicket for Broad, crucial breakthrough for England. Shan Masood, it was on his sort of between knee, thigh, hip area, looked to just turn it round, and you could hear that woody sound. Sometimes in those you think that might be the thigh pad, but it just sounded like a bat. It was a long way from his body, and Buttler made no mistake, moving to his right, throws a ball up with glee into the sky, and Pakistan have lost their first wicket. They're 6 for 1.
Well, what a game this is. What a leveller. Yeah, absolutely amazing. I mean, he batted so well in the first innings, and a very average delivery from Stuart Broad, and you could hear the nick from here, couldn't you, really? It was a solid deflection, and he has to depart, so he's full of confidence, and well, that's why I take up golf, you see. If you play a bad hole, you've still got 17 left.
Andy, you're going to give me a stat on people who've got 150 and then naught.
Yes, Shan Masood is the first player to do that in England. A first innings 150 and then a second innings duck. Billy Murdoch of Australia in the first ever test in England in 1880 had a duck, then 150. Shan Masood is the 22nd player in all tests to get 150, then a duck. 12 players have a duck, then 150 plus score. Only 2 players have a 150 plus, then a duck against England, both out of this country. Clem Hill, 188 and naught at the MCG in 1898.
Remember it well.
And innings you might remember, but a Shoaib Malik, 245 and a duck. That's the highest score ever by someone who's also got a duck in a test match. That was in Abu Dhabi in October 2015.
Can I just say, sometimes you make things look effortlessly easy. That I was going to ask you, and I expected you to have to rummage around for. I did not think that you would have that to hand. How did you even know to think that might happen?
Just a hunch.
That is superb from you. I think that is my fast stat of the day. Start of a new over, Anderson in, and played a miss, maybe no. I think maybe Abid Ali just played after the ball had gone through. I don't know. I need to see it again. Bowling's coming towards us, but it was in the channel from Anderson. It's gone through to Buttler. The game's moving along at incredible pace. Stan, if you're listening, you said batting got much easier after lunch. Well, England went into lunch at 159 for 5. They've scored 60 for 5 and Pakistan are 6 for 1. So that's 66 for 6 this session. And if it gets difficult after tea, I think the game will be over by lunch tomorrow. Wow. Here comes Anderson into Abid Ali. And he clips this off his pads nicely out through square on the side, just in front of squares, being pursued by Bess, who slides, picks up, throws. Batsmen come back for 2. 8 for 1. Abid Ali to 3. Azhar Ali has joined him, and Azhar Ali is on a pair. So what are your stats going to be here? I suppose that'll be the duck and 150. You've got that one all in the bag already. If he gets 150.
Sorry, I was looking up some Stuart Broad stats. He keeps taking wickets in the first over at Old Trafford. Well,
we'll have that at the end of the over. I'm really looking forward to that one. Anderson, 2 slips and a gully into Abid Ali. And Abid plays at that definitely and misses. Just got turned around by it slightly. It wasn't a full ball. And it came through at good height through to sort of waist height. Buttler took it and it definitely moved away from the batsman off the seam, I would imagine. 8 for 1. Pakistan having lost their first innings centurion, Shan Masood, for a duck. The last ball of Broad's first over. Takes wickets a lot in his first over at Old Trafford, I think.
On a Friday.
Very much. Well, we'll check that. Anderson in, Abid Ali leaves. A wider ball outside the off-stump, which Buttler takes cleanly. It's a horrible way to get out, isn't it? He's caught about they describe it as a strangle. I've heard some of the older pros say it's really unfair that bowlers don't get the credit for that wicket, but you as a batsman, when you were out that way, on your sort of livid scale, on the Ramprakash livid scale, how livid would you be?
Pretty high. It's a poor delivery because they're not meaning to bowl anywhere near there. So
Anderson in, Abid Ali drives nicely, elegantly, but straight to mid-off.
Yeah, I think
no
when the ball is on your pads, so the batsman would feel I'm in control of that delivery. Of course, this is slightly further down the leg side, and there is a point where actually you dice with death because the deflection can only be fine. So there are times where you have to be a little bit aware of that type of dismissal. But it is a strangle. Come on, let's be honest. But bowlers take them anyway, which they come.
It's really about how far away your hands are, aren't they, from your body, and that's what suckered him in there. Anderson in, and played and missed that again, I think, by Abid Ali. And again it goes through to Buttler. Again he got turned around a touch. He survives the over. He has 3. Azhar Ali is yet to score. Pakistan 8 for 1, lead by 100. And I've got to get this in my head now because I'm going to need 116, 17, 115.
For Stuart Broad in the first over at Old Trafford. 6 innings this summer. He struck in 4 out of the 6 and in both first overs against Australia last September. So 6 Out of his last 8 innings on this ground, he's taken a wicket in the first over.
That he's bowled.
That he's bowled, yes. So generally the second over of the innings.
Send out a night watchman then, I guess.
Yeah.
Send out someone else for some rabbit.
Well, yeah, you might as well just sacrifice
As a tactic.
Naseem Shah at the top of the order for Broad's first over and cash in thereafter. Azhar Ali's going to face his first ball. He's on a pair. Broad bowls to him. Works this into the onside. Thinks about a single. He's desperate to get off strike, but Pope's quick to the ball at square leg, and there's no run.
Well, terrific delivery from Stuart Broad. That was just outside off stump, nipping back. Very similar mode of dismissal that it was with the Chris Woakes delivery in the first innings, which struck Azhar Ali around off stump on the knee roll, plumb in front, and Azhar Ali just getting an inside edge on that out to square leg. So we would think that Azhar Ali will be looking for a very quick single very soon.
Well, he certainly was there, wasn't he? And Pope was alert to that. 2 on the leg side and the ring saving one as Broad comes in to Azhar Ali, who lets this go outside the off stump. It was full again, a little wide, not too wide. He's betraying just a little bit of nerves there, Azhar Ali, and you wouldn't blame him. He's on a pair, and the fear for Pakistan is they're in such a strong position here, leading they are by 115, 9 second innings wickets in hand, but there's 21 minutes till tea. There's a new ball and just a couple of wickets here, and there'd just be a hint of a momentum shift. They've got themselves into such a strong position. It's not yet impregnable though, because Broad is in. And Azhar Ali edges just in front of Root at first slip. Oh, just died on him. He's clutching his hand. He might have got the end of the fingers. He's in a bit of pain here, but he's fortunately his hand itself is being obscured. Now we get to see it. Yeah, it's on the tip of the second or third finger of his right hand, I think. You just see a replay of that. It held up nicely. It bounced a good metre in front of him. Oh, actually, it feels like it's more on the thumb. Yeah, on the bony bit of the thumb there. Yes. Yeah, that's sore. Is he? I think he might actually want some treatment for this. I think it is sore. And he might be coming off. Yes, he's calling for Dom Sibley to come into the slips. And he's walking off. I think he's going to want some magic spray. We might not see him back till after tea, I fancy. And Dan Lawrence is going to deputise for the captain, which means Ben Stokes will be skipper on the field.
I'm pretty sure that he broke his thumb back in the West Indies in a one-day international. Still went on to get 100 though. This will be a few years ago, Joe Root. So I think it's very wise for him to pop off and just get that seen to. I broke my thumb twice, and it's very, very painful. And when you get hit by a ball on the fingers or the thumb, you get the initial pain, and then it kind of wears off. When you've hurt yourself, it doesn't. It just stays with you.
It's Crawley, I should say, not Lawrence, who's come up the field. And Broad is in, pushed into the offside, and fielded actually by Crawley there, that extra cover. And there is no run. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look in distress. He managed to smile about it a bit, but I think it's got that. You think that bit of the bone at the base of the thumb? Did it look like to you?
I mean, he's a tough fellow, Joe Root. You say he didn't look in distress, but he wasn't moving it a lot. And sometimes, when you see players play football and they go down, some are all over the place rolling around, but it's the ones who lie still you think they've done something serious. Let's hope not, for Joe's sake.
And he's off the field, he's bowling, and Stokes will be on the field skipper. It's Broad to Azhar Ali, plays across his front pad to oohs and ahs up to Archer at wide mid-on. And there's no run. There's just something about the game at the moment. There's just a little feel, isn't there?
Well, I don't think we should underestimate the fact that Masood batted virtually the whole innings at one end. It was an exceptional innings, but of course it's that left-handed angle. Now England have got rid of him. It's much easier for the bowlers to settle into a line and length against all the remaining batsmen, which tend to be right-handers. So Broad and Anderson and all the guys, Dominic Bess, they'll all be very, very happy to see the back of Masood.
Yeah, there's no left-handers till you get right down to the very bottom of this order. As Broad is in, left alone, in extravagant fashion by Azhar Ali. It's become a bit of voguish, this leave. It's the Steve Smith leave, where you almost as if you're sort of knighting someone, but quite forcefully. if you know what I mean. You wouldn't really want to be knighted that way. I suppose if you had a very perky queen, junk, but
That's in contrast.
no run, end of the over. Sorry, 8 for 1 off 4. Yeah.
That's in contrast to Abid Ali, who just struck me. He's got a little bit of the Mark Benson leave. Many years ago, left-hander, played for England, and you kept thinking, well, he's playing at that, but actually he was just playing down the off-stump line. Very annoying. Got to be called the Kent leave in the end, which...
The Kent leave?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but
I know exactly the one you mean.
Yeah, you think you're interested as a bowler. You think, well, he's playing at that, but actually Abid Ali perhaps just playing down the line of off stump. Jimmy Anderson's found a little bit of a way movement, and he thinks he's very much in the game here, Jimmy. I'm sure. And Abid Ali, well, you said about what type of attitude will Pakistan come out with, and they've still got to negotiate this new ball.
Anderson into him, short, goes up on his toes and works it to Crawley just in front of square. No, Bess. It's Bess just in front of square leg. 2 or 3 yards in front of square. There's no run. There's some oohs and ahs. England looking here for a breakthrough or two before tea. As Mark said, there'll be confidence there because having got rid of Shah and Masood, they'll feel, well, we got the rest of the Pakistan side out for 170 odd, including extras. Anderson in, it's well on-driven defensively to the right of Broad, mid-on, it was full, gave the full face of the mat, struck it crisply. There is no run. Broad with the breakthrough again. What does that make his bowling average this summer now? Because we were saying a moment ago that he averages 102 with the bat and 12 with the ball this summer. Not shabby. It's going to be even better now. Bowling average would be down to about 11, 10 and a half, something like that. Anderson in, and Ali plays inside the line of the ball, and it goes through to Buttler. It's a little shorter and a little wider. And again, he played that shot that Mark's talking about. It sort of looks like he's playing it. It's particularly difficult when you're behind him because you can't quite tell how close he ever gets to the ball.
Stuart Broad this summer with the ball in 3 tests so far. 20 wickets, average 11.5. He's technically averaging over 100, but he's only been out once. I don't like averages, but
if you can't get out, Andy, you know. Anderson in, plays at that, there's Abid Ali, and it goes through low to Buttler, who takes it. It was not far outside the off stump, and it was a tentative push. That was not a Kent leave.
It's not like he's scoring 100 every time he goes to the crease. However, his recent batting form, he's had 3 double-figure scores in a row, and 4 in a row if you discount sort of 1 not out in South Africa. And since 2015, when he had a run of 15 double-figure scores in 17 innings, since then he's only had 1 other period in which he's got 3 double-figure scores in a row. So definite resurgence in Broad's batting.
Anderson in, and Abid Ali covers up in defence, firmly pushes the ball up to mid-off where Woakes fields. He's looking deliberately compact, if you know what I mean, Abid Ali, isn't he? He's absolutely determined to get over the ball and keep hands and back close to his body. There isn't really a hint of that bat really moving away from his body at the moment, which Anderson would like to see. Just trying to guts it out until tea. It's about 13 minutes to go. There'll be 3 overs, maybe. Anderson into to complete the over. It's wide of the off stump. Doesn't tempt him. Goes through to Buttler. End of the over, the 5th of the innings. Azhar Ali is yet to score. He's on a pair. Abid Ali is on 3. Pakistan 8 for 1. They lead by 115. More thoughts. Well, it's been a gripping afternoon of play from Mark Ramprakash. And then to take you up to tea, it will be Simon Mann.
Well, it's been good from England. I think a few runs by the lower order players just to lift their spirits, and then of course the dismissal of Shah and Masood. And we can hear through the stump mic, you know, there's plenty of encouragement for the bowlers. It's really important that England sustain that. You know, this game, the Test cricket over 5 days, it really does examine your character. And as a group, they've got to stay tight. They'll be slightly fatigued from their efforts in the field in the first innings. Broad starts his run up.
Here's Broad to Azhar Ali, still on a pair, and he's looking for a single there into the offside. He was off. No from Abid Ali at the non-strikers end, and just as well. Crawley Subfielder closing in to his left in the covers. So 8 for 1, the lead 115 for Pakistan. It feels on this surface first innings lead of 100 is a massive advantage, massive. Somehow I've got to believe here and see if they can bowl Pakistan out cheaply. Back with Broad. 2 slips and a gully. Broad goes in and bowls. Oh, is he nicked? No, he hasn't. Oh, that one took off and left him. I thought I heard a noise there as the ball went past the batsman. Fine delivery from Stuart Broad. And as a surviving, not easy being out there as a batsman. It left him. It went a long way, that, didn't it?
And quickly.
Yeah.
And you look at the angle. Stuart Broad is operating from quite wide of the crease, so he's running it in an angle quite wide of the crease, so it's almost angling into the right-hander, and that one leg cut away from Azhar Ali at pace.
You really want those to take the glove if you're a bowler. Broad bowls. Oh, and it's gone through him again. Broad can barely believe it. Azhar walks off towards square leg. It's quite close to off stump as well. So England here exerting some pressure with the new ball, but they need wickets desperately. They need 2 or 3 quickly. We've got 10 minutes to go until tea. Still 47 overs left in the day's play after this one. We've played till 8 minutes past 7 tonight. Broad, this wonderful summer he's having with the ball. Well, it's wonderful summer he's having at Old Trafford. That's the only ground he's played on this summer. Goes into bowl to Azhar, who is stroking that away on the front foot, but straight to Crawley in the covers, and there's no run. So Ben Stokes suddenly gone from being slip fielder to captain, having to form the tactics out there, make the tactics route off the field. I wonder how long he'll be off for. Struck on the finger, fielding a ball that was edged to him. Stokes was actually bowling during the break between innings. England didn't want to risk him as a mainline bowler in the game. That was a suggestion that the injury is improving. Could bowl later in the match. Broad bowls outside the off stump as it leans forward and lets it go. I mean, you'd think with 4 frontline quicks already, they wouldn't necessarily need Stokes, and a spinner as well on a wearing surface. We've got 5 main bowlers, but it could well be that we see Stokes in this Pakistan second innings. You can just feel him. You can actually feel his frustration at slip. He can't get involved, especially after getting out for naught with the bat. In the 2 test matches he's played where he's just been a batsman, 20 and naught. He's not really contributed. Here's Broad going in, bowls to Azhar. Azhar lets it go. That's a good over for Stuart Broad, an excellent over. It's a wicket maiden. He wishes. It's a maiden over. It's 8 for 1. Pakistan lead by 115.
It is a very different psyche, actually, for those who are all-rounders. When you take away one of
Root's back.
their skills. Oh, well, that's happened. Well, that's good news.
Yeah.
That's good. I was worried about that because it looked a solid blow on his thumb. He's still moving quite gingerly, but I'm sure that he wouldn't be going back to field at slip if there was some real damage. So it's probably just bruising. Let's hope that is the case. But just coming back to the all-rounders, the psyche of taking away one of their skills, so all their eggs are in one basket, let's say Ben Stokes at the moment, as a batsman, it just puts much more emphasis on that particular skill and to some degree some more pressure.
Yeah. So root back at slip. Anderson goes in, bowls to Abid Ali, forces that away, down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. He was looking, I think, to play that a bit squarer, but went off the thick edge perfectly safely. It was between 3rd slip and backward point. Played it into a gap. It was in the air.
I think it would have gone to an orthodox gully, Rory Burns in the first innings was around that area, but they brought him finer. It's one of those shots that a batsman plays with a straight bat away from his body. When it comes off, it looks great, but when the ball bounces, as this new ball has, you can just get the outer half of the bat and go off into the slip corner or the gully area.
He's on to 7. It's 12 for 1. Anderson bowls to Abid Ali, an away swinger. Abid lets it go. Taken by Joss Buttler. Shan Masood out. Caught Buttler off Broad down the leg side. What a game cricket is, isn't it? I mean, it's phenomenal. Bats out of his skin for a day and a half in the first innings, and then gets caught down the leg side for naught in the second.
It's so impressive, wasn't it, his first innings, although of course he did have the rub of the green with a drop catch and a stumping.
And he was on 45 at the time, the missed stumping and the drop catch. Here is Anderson bowling, and Abid Ali up on his toes there, guiding that away on the offside to Pope at backward point. Pope picks it up, anticipating a run. They don't run. Score stays at 12 for 1. So he was on 45, he made 156. So what's that? 111 after being reprieved, and the first innings lead is 107.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Josh Buttler, the mistakes are highlighted, and with the team's fortunes, that will be much talked about as a pivotal moment in the game.
Anderson bowling from the old pavilion end here, goes in, bowls to Abid, nicks it. Oh, and Stokes goes in front of Root at first slip and drops it. That's another one that Stokes has put down. Anderson's got his back to the slip cord and he's already walking back. To me, my initial reaction there was that was Root's catch, and Stokes seemed to go across him. But it's gone down. Stokes went for it.
Well, I have to say, I thought this was coming. It was an excellent delivery from Anderson, just moving away from Abid Ali, and he didn't draw his bat away in time. Now, Stokes went very quickly, instinctively, but really, as we see on the replay, only got one hand to it. Didn't really get both hands to the ball.
Anderson bowls, and he goes past the outside edge of Abid's bat there through to Buttler. Yeah, I've had a look at it again. He went away to his left, and Root, I think, was just preparing to take it in two hands, fractionally to his right. Yeah, that was Root's catch.
Yeah, no question. Just slightly to Joe Root's right. I think what's happened is because of the nature of this pitch and the fact that it's fairly low in bounce, the slips are quite narrow, and they've looked to come up a little bit because of the lack of bounce. So Stokes possibly thought that was his catch, but on the replay he looks very close to Joe Root.
Anderson bowls to Abid, who forces that away. How often does that happen? Anderson kicks the turf, a puff of dust comes up, it's forced away for 4. Anderson he's walking to his fielding position without looking at any of his teammates.
I can assure you they won't be looking at him either. You give him a very wide berth at the moment, but rightly so. He's danders up, he's running in for his country, he's 38 years old, he's putting in a fantastic effort, and it's bitterly disappointing for a bowler when they're putting in that physical effort to see a chance like that go down. But that's why I always say any catch at slip is a good catch. It may look easy on the replays on the TV, but it goes so quickly.
Yeah, it did go quickly to Stokes. Here is Broad bowling wide of off stump, and Azhar still on naught, lets it go, but it really was Root's catch. Root just fractionally deeper, of course, he's at first slip. And he seemed to get his hands in a nice position to take it, and with Stokes diving across him and knocking it out of his grasp. Anderson, I think it's fair to say, not impressed.
Well, he's bowled beautifully in this spell. I mean, to have to come out after the first innings efforts and go again, it's a big ask, but for someone of his experience and age.
16 for 1, Broad bowls full, and Azhar drives and misses. Well, Pakistan could easily be 20 for 4 here, the way things are going.
The wicket by Stuart Broad was his 426th in matches in which he's played with Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson has 474 in those games, so 900 between them in games in which they've played together. They're second on the all-time list of wickets by pairs of bowlers in games they played together. Warne and McGrath, 101 wickets ahead. Warne had 513 at average 24 in matches he played with McGrath. McGrath 488 at 21.
Back with Broad, 16 for 1, goes in and bowls to Azhar, who's squared up by that one. Thickish outside edge, goes to backward point. He's having to work hard to get off the mark here. Pakistan's captain, that's 15 balls. He's still on a pair.
And no visiting number 3 has had a pair in England since N.S. Harford of New Zealand in 1958 at Headingley.
Well, it could happen. I think odds against really back him to get one somewhere, although Broad is really testing him around that off stump. England have got a ring field as well. Broad bowls. And he turns that into the onside, straight to forward square leg. Pope comes in to pick up, and there's no run. Of course, the other issue here is he going to do it before tea? So he could be going into tea still on a pair. We've got just over a minute. There are 2 balls left in this over. This could well be the last over before tea. It's been a struggle for Pakistan's captain, but overall he'll be delighted with the match situation. Pakistan 123 runs ahead, still with 9 wickets, and they get to bowl last on this pitch. And the spinners took 6 between them, Yasir and Shadab. Broad bowls to Azhar's back quietly in defence, playing back up the offside of the pitch, and there is no run. And the other thing in Azhar's favour as well is he's such an experienced cricketer. This is his 80th Test match, with a very good record behind him. 79th Test match, 1600s as well. So, last ball of the over, the clock ticking round towards 5-4. Broad goes in to bowl to Pakistan's captain. It's outside the off stump. He lets it go. It's through to Buttler. It's the end of the over. 16 for 1. And what are the umpires going to do here? Is there time for one more? England are hastening through to try to get one more. It's waiting for umpire Kettleborough to come in from square leg. It's taking quite a long time. If they decide there's going to be one more, touch and go. It's 15:54 on the scoreboard. Yes, we're going to get one more.
According to CricViz, that drop was Ben Stokes' 16th since the start of the New Zealand series in early 2018. That's the most of anyone in world cricket. Josh Buttler next with 14, then Joe Root, Ajinkya Rahane and Rishabh Pant on 9. So England have played more tests in that time, but still a disappointing number for Stokes.
He's caught a few, but there's some bad drops among them. Anderson bowls. That's forced away nicely by Abid Ali for 4. That's not going to improve Anderson's mood. It was a fraction short. Beautifully played, though. Really firmly by Abid, who was reprieved on what score, Andy?
7.
Score advantage to 20 for 1. He was off the ground there, playing that on the back foot.
It was a much more convincing stroke down, a little bit closer to his body, so he had more control. Beautifully timed, as you say, up on his toes.
Anderson gets the ball back and bends down at that far end and rubs the ball furiously on his trousers. Anderson, overcast conditions, moves in and bowls to Abid, who plays that firmly into the offside. Goes to Sibley, who's now fielding in the covers, and there's no run. And slipcord and Root and Stokes, and then Burns in the gully region. There's also a deep backward point now. Oh, Abid Ali. Pope has dropped back. Anderson walking very slowly back at that far end. Well, he's just about seen it. Ollie, he'll have had plenty of catches dropped off his bowling. Just so frustrating in this situation where you're striving for wickets. Goes in now and bowls. Oh, and he goes past the outside edge of the bat. He puts one hand to his head there. Well, he's seen it all before. How many times has he beaten the bat in his Test career? He's bowled more balls than anybody else, just about. The seam bowlers.
I think he'll be upset with the general situation for his team. You know, he cares so much, and he'll be desperately disappointed with the fact that there's such a deficit on the first innings and that he's had to come out and bowl so quickly.
Yes, England bowling again less than 24 hours after they were last in the field. Anderson bowls to Abid, who's in behind that, playing firmly up towards Broad at mid-on. There's no run. Bowlers like a full day off, don't they? They don't mind it. They get a full day off, that's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they're too worried about, scoring rates and all of that jazz. They want people to get out there and bat time. That's why when I was playing with Phil Tufnell and for England, he used to love the sight of Graham Gooch putting on his mum and dad's. Yes, his pads. That is Cockney rhyming slang for anyone who doesn't know.
Anderson, 2 balls left until the tea interval. Bowls to Abid, who plays that firmly back. back up the pitch. Anderson stops off his own bowling, and there's no run. Mohammad Ali's short man, he would be 5'6", something like that, 5'8".
He's not that short then, if he's 5'8".
Well, relatively.
I'm all of 5'9.5", I think.
Compact player.
Compact, yeah, that's the word.
20 for 1. Anderson turns to the far end. Last ball before tea. Pakistan 127 ahead. Sun comes out, and Anderson moves in, looking for that wicket. Bowls to Abid Ali, who's playing into the offside to cover. There's no run. It's the end of the over. Anderson threw 5 overs. No wicket for 14. 20 for 1 is the score. And Pakistan are on top here at tea on the third day.
Just quickly answer your question. In the CricViz database, which excludes 16 matches from early in his career, but that was the 3,291st time that a batsman has played and missed at a Jimmy Anderson delivery. So that covers 138 tests in their database.
Well, that's amazing. That was actually a rhetorical question. I didn't expect it to be answered. Well, there we are. You've done it 3,000 times before. Right, Mark, where's this game? Pakistan firmly in control at tea, 127 ahead, 9 wickets left.
Well, they are in control, there's no question about it, and England have got to be very, very careful here. They've got to keep their morale up, their attitude good. They've got some young guys in that group who have got to buzz around in the field and keep encouraging the bowlers. It's a big session after tea because clearly we don't want Pakistan sort of really running away with the game. They've got to somehow create pressure and hopefully rely, on some good deliveries, but also maybe 1 or 2 mistakes from Pakistan, maybe a bit of complacency. Maybe they haven't been in this situation too often before. So England have got the attack, they've got the 5 bowlers. It's going to be very important how Joe Root sets things up, which end he bowls Bess, and how he manages to try and control the run rate. If Azhar stays in and Babar Azam gets to the wicket, they're fluent stroke makers and they're capable of taking the game away from England after tea.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. More from you later. So the game moving on in that afternoon session, 6 wickets going down. England bowled out 107 runs behind, and Pakistan at tea 20 for 1 in their second innings. Shan Masood out for 0, and Azhar still on 0. Abid Ali playing well at the other end. Now, if you're looking for some more listening material, well worth checking out our series of classic View from the Boundaries interviews on BBC Sounds. Among the most memorable was with the youngest ever Nobel Prize laureate, Malala Yousafzai. The human rights activist joined us in the TMS commentary box at Edgbaston when Pakistan toured back in 2016. Malala, of course, has an amazing story. Born to a Pashtun family in Pakistan, she rose to prominence campaigning for educational rights. In 2012, she survived an assassination attempt after being shot in the head by a Pakistani Taliban gunman. She was treated in Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Birmingham and was living in the city when she joined me during the 3rd test.
First of all, thank you, Simon, and I'm really proud to be here and to see the match between Pakistan and England, and it's a very special day.
Tell us about your interest in cricket.
Well, I have been a fan of cricket for my whole life, and this is something that every Pakistani young person will be passionate about. So I was passionate about cricket right from a very early age, and I have been following it, and it's really nice to see it here as well and to see it with your own eyes. I have seen it on TV, but to see it in the field, it makes it more special.
The first time you've been to a test match live or any cricket match live?
So it's the first test match that I'm seeing live. I have seen one day, it was in Sharjah, and it was Sri Lanka versus Pakistan. Pakistan won that, so I hope they win this one as well.
But what do you think about the state of the game?
It's going well right now, and I think a few more wickets are needed, and then Pakistan will win, definitely. If not win, then I hope for a draw. But if Pakistan lose, then I wouldn't be as sad, because England is also a good team, and the country has welcomed me as like a sister, and I have always been grateful for the support that I have received and the treatment and the good education that I'm getting here. So I would still be sad, but not too much.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you watch cricket Have you watched cricket here, or did you watch cricket in Pakistan when you were growing up?
I watched cricket in Pakistan. We played cricket in the streets and with my brothers, and always like they would tell me like I'm cheating in cricket. I said no, I'm always been the best, and they don't accept it. So yes, just as a normal Pakistani girl, I have played cricket in the streets of my city, and I still love it, and I follow it, and I believe that this is a game that can bring countries together, cultures together, and different nationalities together. So we need to celebrate it and enjoy it.
What sort of cricketer are you? Batsman, bowler?
I think I'm good at everything, but my brothers think I'm good at nothing.
Well, what about your brothers? Are they any good?
They are good batting, bowling. They are very good. They consider themselves all-rounders. I don't accept that at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So do you play here? I mean, have you looked to play here?
We do try to play in our garden, and I also played at school. But unfortunately, the weather is not always nice, so don't get a chance to play. It's always raining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Well, it's fine. I forgive you for that.
What about the players? While you were growing up, well, you're still very young, but who are your sort of heroes in the Pakistan side, or perhaps other sides as well?
Well, I have loved cricket, and I love all cricket players. But in Pakistan, especially Shahid Afridi, everyone is Shahid Afridi's fan. But seeing Misbah, Yunus, like our top players, and also the bowlers like Amir, and so it's really great, like seeing Yasir playing and doing really well. But also I have loved many players like Shane Watson, Shane Warne, and in England, Cook did really well. And it's so all the players, like I love cricket and I love all cricket players, so I wouldn't be biased, but obviously Pakistani players I think are the best.
Have you met any players, any Pakistan players, or any players from any other countries?
I met Brian Lara once, and I was so excited that I have never been so excited before, like meeting presidents and prime ministers. Not that excited, but when I see a cricket player, like it's just the best moment.
Yeah. What is it Shahid Afridi has that other people don't?
I think when he hits the ball, it just feels like it's the real cricket. That's what you want to see. And he is very passionate as well, very energetic. But then when he gets out, then we all lose hope. Yeah.
So let's talk about other aspects of your life. You're living in the UK now. Are you going to stay here? This is where you're going to make your home now?
So I have been in the UK, in Birmingham, for more than 3.5 years. And this is where I got my treatment in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And I'm also getting my education right now. I finished my AS levels, and I have 1 year of A levels left. And I would be applying to university right now for next year. So I'm really excited, and I want to study here and get quality and good education. That's what I dream for, because that's what I stand up for as well, to ensure that every girl has the right to go to school. And that's what I have been campaigning for, whether it's girls in Nigeria or Pakistan or India. So that's my campaign, but I also want myself to get education as well. So I'm hoping to get quality education here.
Yeah, and then what? Once you've done your education, what after that?
Well, I'm hoping to continue the campaign, and our Malala Fund, our aim is to have advocacy and to also do work on the ground building schools. So I want to continue that work, and hopefully one day go back to Pakistan and make sure that we bring peace in the country, and we have amazing youth. I want the youth to be empowered so they can get education, but also to have good relations in terms of like with other countries, and also to spread cricket around the world, and make sure we have many more test and cricket matches within Pakistan as well. So I'm hoping for peace in Pakistan.
Yeah, because Pakistan don't play at home. That's something you'd like to see. Do you think there's a possibility of that happening? That the Pakistan will play home matches again, home international matches?
Yes, that's what my dream is, that Pakistan gets the opportunity to have home matches, and but that is possible when peace comes. And I think for that everyone has to contribute, the young generation of Pakistan, and also our leaders, they have to contribute to ensure that we stand together against terrorism, and we unite for education and for peace in the country.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to go back and live in Pakistan? Was that what you'd like to do in the future?
Yes, definitely. That's where I began my campaign. That's where I stood up for my right to go to school. So that's what I want to continue this mission, and I'm hoping that we all can change. We all can bring the change that we want to see. So for that, our contribution is needed. So I can't just wait and stand here and see my country good. I have to go there and contribute from my side. So I'm hoping to go back.
Tell us a bit more about the charity work you do. You know, the fundraising, the raising of awareness around child education, girls' education, not just in Pakistan but other countries in the world. You mentioned Nigeria,
Yes.
didn't you? And I think Syria as well is another country where
Yes.
you have a lot of interest. What are you doing? How does the campaigning work?
So actually we have three key things to do. First one is advocacy, second investment, and third amplify. So in advocacy we spread the message of 12 years of quality education for every child, which means primary and secondary. But also our goal is to make sure that the Syrian refugee children, they get education. So that's the message that I have been spreading among leaders, whether it's Barack Obama or the president of Nigeria or the president of Lebanon and Jordan, to speak out for refugee children, but also to do work on the ground, that is investment in the local projects. And we have done projects in Lebanon, such as building 2 schools in a refugee camp. We have done projects in Pakistan, in Swat Valley, which is my hometown. So that is building schools, giving scholarships. So we want to do something from our side and show the leaders that if we can build one school, like why can't you? Why are you stepping back? And then the third one is to amplify the young girls' voices. So it's not just me speaking out, but I have girls from Syria, girls from Nigeria, girls from Pakistan having a voice and speaking out for themselves, so that they do not wait for someone else to come and speak for them, that they get their own voice and have a platform to speak out.
Do you see the rest of your life as a campaigner, or do you sort of get to a stage, you think you might get to a stage, I don't know, in 10 years' time when other people take over and you, for want of a better word, live a normal life, or different life, following a profession or something like that? Or do you think you'll be a campaigner for the rest of your life?
My campaign would continue for the rest of my life, and this is my new life. I've been through that incident where I was attacked, and when I survived, it was because of the prayers of people, and it was for a purpose that I believe. So this life is for the purpose of education, to serve humanity, but I do want to get my own education, to live a bit of a normal life, to get a job, and but I am normal. I'm quite normal. Like, I have 2 younger brothers. Fighting with them is very normal, and they keep annoying me, so that keeps me normal.
Yeah. It's a remarkable life you've had. I mean, you're 19, aren't you? Is that right?
Yes, I'm 19.
And it's a remarkable life that you've had. The fact that what happened to you, the fact that you were shot, you recovered. And you mentioned there meeting presidents and prime ministers. It's opened a huge amount of doors, isn't it? I mean, it's such a bizarre thing to happen to someone.
Well, a lot happened in 19 years of my life, but to see people's support, that gives you strength each and every day. So I'm hoping that I will continue my education and mission, and that's something that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah. Sharia Khan's here as well, who's from the PCB, the head man at the PCB. You're involved in Malala coming along today.
Very much so. We are greatly honoured and privileged to have her as our chief guest for the 4th day. She's been very, very gracious to come here. And one of the thrills of my life has been that she has given me a copy of her Nobel Prize, the
diploma
document. I really cherish that, and I want to thank her for it and to say what a great pleasure it is to receive such a wonderful gift from her. She is, as you see, a wonderful person, very committed, very dedicated to education, and she continues her campaign despite the fact that she was shot in the head. She continues it. She's gone to Nigeria to rescue those poor girls that Boko Haram have had captured, kidnapped, been to Austria, been all over the world trying to help girls' education. It's a real inspiration to listen to her and to be with her, and it's a great, great honor for the team. Today, after close of play, the whole team will meet her, and I think she'll enjoy meeting them also.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that.
Yeah. Who do you want to meet in particular?
All of them, just to see them, and I am like a great fan of cricket and all the cricketers. I can't even explain.
Yeah, so you've met presidents and prime ministers, but it's the players you want to meet most, is it?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I'm very glad she said that.
In your future campaigning work, what what will make success? What's success look like?
I think education is taken for granted in many countries, like in the developed world, and it is not given enough attention. And I'm hoping that the world leaders, they give it enough attention and investment. If we are thinking of a better world and better future, and if we want any advancement and improvement in technology, but we are forgetting that the future generation, they don't go to school, and they're not getting access to the tools that they need in their future. So how can we think of any success? And that is the key thing that is forgotten. So without education, we can't improve any country. We can't achieve peace. And especially in Pakistan, in India, in Afghanistan, in those countries, education it's important, but it's necessary. It's needed.
I understand that in Pakistan, it's the second largest number of girls not in school in the world.
Yes. So like the top one is Nigeria, and then Pakistan comes. So we don't want to see that. We want to see every child in Pakistan getting education. And sometimes people ask me that why is education important? And I think it doesn't even need an explanation. If you look at the leaders and the politicians, all of them have their daughters and sons admitted. The leaders and the politicians, all of them have their daughters and sons admitted in schools. Their children go to university. They don't need any explanation of why children should go to school, because they know that for a child to have a bright future, it is important that we educate them. So why don't they think the same for the rest of the world's children?
What was it like being at school in the UK? Because I think you went to a girls' school, didn't you, in the UK? How did they interact with you? I mean, did you look at them and think you don't know how lucky you are?
In the beginning, I was a bit shy, and it was really hard for me to adjust because the culture was new and the way that you gossip was new. Everything was new to me, but I was grateful that it was quality education that I was getting. And then as time went on, I just got used to it. I made friends, and the teachers were very helpful. So I'm enjoying it, and it's good to have a new experience and learn more.
Yeah, well, you've done your GCSEs with great success, I understand.
Thank you.
That's right, though, isn't it? A's and A stars, I think.
Yes, yeah. Well, I had to work hard to prove that education is important.
Yeah, and then you're on to the next stage, and then off to university. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, and hope that I get admission in the university, and I hope that they accept me.
What was it like for the other girls being at school with you? Do you think someone who is a celebrity in their midst?
Actually, my school was really good because they kept me completely normal. So when I go to school, it just doesn't look like I'm anyone special. It just looks that I'm Malala, the student. That's it. But I do participate in school, in debates, in clubs, and I stood up for the head girl role. There was election, and I couldn't win.
You didn't win?
You didn't, and yeah, I didn't win. So it just shows how normal it is. But I did get the deputy head girl role.
Right, okay. So,
yeah.
So they had to vote for you, did they?
Yes, they had. I had to deliver a speech, and I had to write application form. I had to go through interviews. So I would have done a lot of interviews, but I couldn't really win the school elections and those things. Yeah, that's hard. Life is hard.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of the girl who won, actually. We'll have her on as our next view from the boundary.
Yeah, that's lovely. Simon with Malala, who recently graduated from Oxford University, where she completed a degree in philosophy, politics and economics, and she continues to work promoting human rights. And you can hear more from that interview and many more on our 40 from 40 series, celebrating 40 years of View from the Boundary features. So welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. We're waiting for tea to end on this third day, another fascinating day for just catching up with things. England were bowled out for 219. So that gave Pakistan a first innings lead of 107, very useful 29 not out from 25 balls from Stuart Broad. Jos Buttler made 38, Ollie Pope 62, Chris Woakes 19. It was the spinners that did the damage really. Yasir Shah took 4 for 66 in all, as Shadab Khan 2 for 13. So 219 all out, and at the tea break Pakistan are 20 for 1, and it's remarkable, isn't it, having scored 150 in the first innings, 156 to be precise. Shan Masood should nick one down the leg side off Stuart Broad and get out for a duck in the second innings, but it doesn't happen very often. But there you go, he's out. Azhar, the captain, who was on a pair, has faced 18 balls and has still not got off the mark yet. He's looked a bit twitchy. And Abid Ali was dropped by Stokes, when he was on 7, diving in front of Joe Root at slip, and there was no need to do it. I must say, we had a great view where I was sitting, and Joe Root had it. It was going straight in, waist high at first slip, and suddenly Stokes leapt across him from second, and down it went. So Abid Ali survives. He's on 15 now, and it's 20 for 1. So the lead for Pakistan is 127. There's lots of play left to come today. We can go through to 7 o'clock. There's 44 overs left, and Michael Vaughan's alongside me, enjoying an interesting day, but England up against it now.
Oh, they're up against it, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Pakistan have been outstanding in the Test match. I guess that drop catch, Ben Stokes, Abid Ali, it sums England's performance up. They've just not been good enough in all the disciplines of the game. They've had periods where they've looked pretty good, particularly with the ball in hand. With the bat, Ollie Pope was good. Josh Buttler for a time was good. Stuart Broad, but the majority of England's players this week have just not been on it for long enough periods. The discipline elements have not been strong enough. Concentration, whatever it may be. First test of a series once again. They've not been at the races. And Pakistan have been too good for them so far. But when you're only 127 behind, this session, England get 5 or 6 wickets. They could easily claw themselves back into the Test match. I mean, the impossible can happen. We saw that at Headingley last summer. You can win from these kind of positions. It's not going to be easy on a pitch like this.
That's the thing. I was going to ask you what you think realistically. What realistically?
250. Yeah, got a chance.
That would be a good effort to score 250 against that attack.
Hell of a chase. 250, 200. Of course, you've got a chance. 250. You need a Stokes-like innings. Anything beyond that, you would sense that it's going to be too much. But you just never know. I mean, cricket surprises us, doesn't it? It has done a lot with the World Cup final. Plenty of surprises on that day. The Headingley game. I think that Headingley game has almost given everyone a little bit that hope the impossible can happen. But you're just looking at, for England to suddenly turn it around, it will take a remarkable individual performance now in this session from a bowler. And when they get the chance to bat again, I'm sure tomorrow someone's going to have to play the Ben Stokes role.
Just say that they do bundle Pakistan out and it's 210 to win or something like that. I'm just looking at Pakistan's bowling attack, which we agreed is gun. It gets people out. It's an attacking attack. Just wonder, if they were to come under pressure, who would you throw the ball to try and keep an end going? Because Mohammad Abbas, I guess, but then he's a seamer. He's only got a certain amount of time in him. But the spinners are attacking spinners. They do leak runs.
You'd probably get the leg spin around the wicket into the rough to the right-handers. Yeah. That's an attack that they could go for. But you're right, the leg spinners generally like to. I thought Shadab Khan looked excellent.
Yes.
That Google's going to. I don't think it'll be the last of his wickets throughout this series. I think he might pick up a few, particularly tail enders. You can only look what's in front of you. England, they can't lose another session. They've got to win every single session in the Test match to win it from here. If they have one more bad session, Pakistan are 1-0 up in the series.
Well, I guess that session is this one coming up now. 20 for 1. Stuart Broad's hitching up his trousers and he's just twitching at the collar of his shirt. And he's going to continue this battle with Azhar Ali. So far, he's not been able to get this single to get off the mark, and it was just starting to prey on him. 18 balls he's faced so far. Broad runs in, and he bowls on off stump. He wants that single, but he's sent back. The ball runs away to backward point. And isn't it funny how batsmen are, and all about getting off the mark. And this is a man who's called 1600s. He's played 79 tests, and he's still worried about getting one in his second innings.
Yeah, it's awful when you're on a pair, particularly when you're facing someone like Stuart. But you want to be facing someone rapid, because generally you've more of a chance of a gap, or there's plenty more space. You just knock and run, but there's no space for him to get the single.
No,
it's going to take a probably quick single to cover point, or one off the hips down to fine leg.
I hope Abid's ready. In goes Broad, he's there and he bowls. It's very full. He's driven that to Anderson's right, and he's got there. And you can hear the cry from Azhar Ali as he's pushed that away past the outstretched Anderson. And that, I think, will come down all the way before it has done. Archer couldn't quite get there. So he's off. He's away. And I suppose in Broad's sort of loosening over, it was inevitable he might get a ball he'd be able to put away. Played that nicely.
Yeah, Jimmy, full stretch. At mid-off. He got a bit of a glare from Stuart.
He couldn't.
Not too sure why.
He'd have run if he'd stopped it, they'd still have got the single. Yeah, there were 2 little moments before tea. Certainly when Stokes put the catch down, he got more than a glare from Jimmy Anderson.
There's a feel of dejection about the England team, don't you feel? Almost feel like the game's done.
Stuart Broad there directing Burns, more like 4th or 5th, he said. So that's 4th or 5th slip, not gully. Azhar on strike, Broad moves in, bowls to him. He's got that away through the offside as well. Squarer this time. Sibley's after it, but the ball will beat him into that boundary edge. And consecutive boundaries, and Broad won't like that very much. 28 for 1.
Well, what England don't want is the captain of Pakistan, Azhar Ali, to find form in this innings. So even if you're up against it in terms of winning this Test match, there's little scalps you can take down to Southampton. And if the captain of Pakistan gets a couple of failures here, there are many talks in Pakistan that there's a bit of pressure on his position in the side. He's not averaged a great deal of late. So they can get him cheaply. Even if they don't go on and win the game, it can have an effect on the next Test match.
Broad again bowls, and Azhar plays from the crease defensively. Sibley's there very quickly coming in from cover. England know that very much part of the Pakistan game has been to tap and run. So that field is a very close set. 28 for 1 on a very warm late afternoon now. Late afternoon? No, it's not late afternoon yet. It's really 4:30, but it's sultry. That's probably the best word to describe it. There's some cloud around.
Well, yeah, you were on about the cloud earlier. Just accusing the Manchester weather as
I always like coming back to my roots. In goes Broad again over the wicket. Bowls on off stump, steered away down to backward point.
Well, I did enjoy, when you were talking about the weather, I had a few text messages from people around the country about the weather that they were either sitting in or driving in. There was a bit of rain around. One came from your wife, Jonathan. 31 degrees and searching for shade in the Vale.
My wife is
Mrs. Agnew. I went, hi, she went, and I've run out of rosé. So there's a proper crisis. I thought, that sounds serious. And she said, don't worry. I've got a nice local wine supplier, and I've got John's debit card.
Oh no!
So you're in for a bit of an amount on the card. And then she texts back, anyone else? Anyone else want some more?
She's feeling skittish. In goes Broad over the wicket. Bowls on off stump. And that's pushed away. Defensively again, cries of no echo around Old Trafford as Bess fields at backward point. Yes, that's dangerous. 28 for 1, 10 overs gone, the lead 135, very humid. You think the ball might swing around a bit in these conditions, but not a lot there for England's bowlers, and Jofra Archer is going to come on and bowl from the far end. It picked up a couple of wickets yesterday without ever really getting the speed up, and we're talking about Archer today, whether there's always this expectation from his teammates too. He's going to run up and bowl at 90 miles an hour every time, but he's just not that sort of bowler. When he clicks, he gets it right, and when he doesn't, he's a 82, 83 mile an hour bowler who can do things with the ball.
But I think it's important that the team realise quickly what kind of bowler he is, because selection's important. That England want this one of the four seamers to be a bit X factor, a bit different, quicker than the other three. And Jofra Archer is that bowler this week that's been picked. Someone like Mark Wood does bowl around 88 to 90 miles an hour consistently when he plays, and I'm very intrigued to see what he gets them down at in this spell.
He's bowling to Abid Ali, and the first ball's on off stump, and Abid covers up, and Broad will pick it up at mid-on. Well, we know he's got that bouncer up his sleeve, but I think it's often dangerous to label fast bowlers, or to believe that fast bowlers who just run up and just bowl fast all the time. It doesn't work like that.
There are some that do bowl that pace all the time though. You look at someone like Naseem Shah, he's going to bowl at 87 plus all the time. Mark Wood bowls quickly pretty much all the time. Brett Lee, Shai Bakhtar. Now if Jofra Archer isn't that kind of bowler, and it's kind of every now and again he clicks into the 90 mile an hour range, I think it's important that the team understand that.
Here he comes, gliding in from the far end, bowls down the leg side. Buttler sets off and catches that cleanly. And there's no run. 28 for 1. That is also not always entirely convinced by the speed gun either, the numbers that come up. They really do vary a lot. And when you're looking almost every ball as we are at what the speeds are, the big variation there, and sometimes you see the speed cut and go, really? That can't be right.
Do you ever look at the keeper, how far the keeper stood back?
Here's Archer once more. He bowls wide of the off stump, and Abid allows that to go through, showing that 83 miles an hour on the speed gun. 28 for 1. Roots back on the field. He damaged a finger. It's a bit worrying before tee, but was able to resume his position. I think he and Stokes have got to sort out where they're standing at first and second slip, because they're pretty tight. They're quite close together there. I'm sure they have another couple of feet between them. Is Archer bowling outside the off stump. It's short and cracked away off the back foot. And Abid Ali picks up another run out to the deep point fieldsman.
Yeah, it's an Australian obsession that, you know, I work with Mark Wall in the Windsors, and he's always on about slip cordons. Like, you've got to be able to spread out, and it's about the stagger. And he'd be looking at Ben Stokes and Joe Root. There's not a stagger, and they're too close.
You used to stretch your arms out, didn't you, and just touch the fingertips. Yeah, but they wouldn't be able to do that.
Probably not a bad way of doing it, actually.
That's what we used to do. I'm sure they would. They'd be too close by that particular gauge. Just outside the off stump. And, Azhar allows that to go through, raising the bat. Yeah, that's what we used to do. Just stick your hands out.
It's like the spades.
You don't see them doing it anymore.
No, it's the old school. There's some old school ways that are still the best ways. Every now and again, the old schools.
What about the old slip cradle as well?
Oh yeah, are they still going? I bet they are. I bet there's some cricket clubs around the country who've still got the cradle.
They'll be wheeling them out tomorrow.
Oh, I had loads of fun at Abid Park in Sheffield on the cradle. Not that it helped my catching, but
that was the way you did your slip catching practice. Archer bowls full of length just outside the off stump,
and you could get it, couldn't you? So you could almost you released the ball at an angle, and it kind of slid across the cradle, and then it gathered pace.
It's a great way of doing it. But the grounds, we've got two grounds people coming on actually. We've got one with a broom and a bucket, and another slightly more portly gentleman who's usually to be found on the mower, coming out with a piece of sort of horticultural equipment. I think we call it a half moon in the trade. You normally do it to trim the edges of your lawn, but he's going down here, and I think he's going to sort of chamfer, is that the right word? Chamfer off some of the foothold there from this end. Stuart Broad's asked him, and he's actually, Broad is literally overseeing this operation, so his hands on his knees, stooped over while so the porter of the two is down on his knees, but very delicate operation. This just a bit like a cheese grater. He's just grating a bit of parmesan there, and then it's being swept away, and Stuart Broad's just making sure that everything's like, no, he wants a bit more off. There's such fine dust. Oh, he's got a mallet as well. That's exciting. I'm sure what he's going to do with that. You can hear it.
Well, the bail's been taken off. What's happening there? They're just rearranging the stumps as well, which they're dealing with.
More sweeping going on, and now that'll go into the bucket. So we never did use the mallet, but just shoveling up the dust, and away we go. And Stuart Broad has got no right to complain about the footholds anymore, because that's a perfectly finely honed operation.
I'd like to know the stats on Ben Stokes' catching over the last couple of years.
I know a man who knows.
I think he's dropped a lot of chances. Taken some brilliant ones.
He's caught some good, yes. He's particularly good off the spinners.
But I reckon he's dropped as many.
29 for 2. And we've got Abid on strike on 16. And Broad, with a lovely new landing area, is on his way. The lead 136. In he goes, bowls, and with a bit of an oomph into that shot. It was just not simply a defensive shot, but he actually followed through a bit. Abid plays the stroke to mid-on, where Archer fields. Tosses the ball to Anderson, who's rubbing some sweat into it. And now the umpire's down, having a look at where Stuart Broad's following through, making sure that he's not too close to the line of the stumps.
Since the start of the 2018 English summer, Stokes has, according to CricViz data, dropped 16 out of 52 chances.
Goes Broad, bowls, and that's beautifully played. Abid Ali getting well forward. Go for a quick single. Oh, well, they actually go back again, as Archer got there very quickly, pouncing from mid-on. And a bit of an argument now between the batsmen, arm waving, a bit of gesturing going on.
So he's caught 36 out of 52, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Trouble is at slip, you've got to be so careful as what is a chance and what isn't, haven't you? What is categorised as a chance, and that's a high number of drops, you'd say, but What is a drop at slip? It's a pretty ruthless
real
business.
high quality slip fielders don't drop that many.
No.
Graham Swan didn't
They
drop
might
so
be
many.
ones that went so fast.
They still caught them.
29 for 1. Broad on his way. Bowls. This is played firmly by Abid Ali. Out to Sibley. At cover. That's a surprising height.
Yeah, it's a lot.
But then he's there a lot. And so chances go there, don't they?
But he's there because I suppose he's a very good catcher, so
Yeah.
I do think that's a lot of drop catches for a player of Ben Stokes' quality. Abid Ali looks a player that could frustrate. He's got an offsidey game. He likes playing square of the wicket on the offside, particularly off the back foot.
Broad over the wicket. Bowls. He drives a beautiful stroke. Oh, horrible misfield. That will get a glare.
Who's that?
And Stuart Broad can't quite believe that. And it's Jimmy Anderson, who's, I'm not sure he even got a hand on that. And I know they're good friends and everything else, but I don't think there'll be much of a word between them now as Broad walks back and Anderson's got to walk more or less past him. I think he might be completely ignored here. Interesting if the ball comes back via Anderson, which I think it might well do. Sibley's got it.
I reckon that's the first time in my life watching Jimmy Anderson that I could say he looked quite old. The first time I think I've ever said that about Jimmy Anderson in the field. He looked a little bit like Mohammad Abbas fielding that. Well, that's not a great compliment.
There was not any word spoken between them. He had to throw the ball back to Broad. It's a horrible piece of fielding for someone who was so good. Broad again. Bowls on middle stump. And Ali's forward, plays it back to Broad, looks a bit grumpy there, and hurls the ball back past him.
Can you ever remember looking down and seeing Jimmy Anderson thinking, ooh, that looks like an aged fielder?
Well, it happens to us all. But he was a terrific fielder, wasn't he?
He still is.
Yeah.
Until then. That's what I was surprised by. It's like his back needed a little bit of a wheel to get down. Square leg going on the boundary. I wonder if this is a bit of psychology to get into Abid Ali's mind.
He's looking very comfortable on the front foot. 31 for 1. He's on 18. Pakistan lead by 138. Broad runs in. Bowls and the opening batsman tucks that away to that gap now mid-wicket. So Archer concedes the single. He'll keep the ball because he'll continue from the far end, the Anderson end, and Jimmy wanders off looking a bit thoughtful coming down here to fine leg, walking very slowly. Yeah, a little world of his own down there. 32 for 1.
Tricky that, isn't it? Not so many with the bat, playing his favourite reverse sweep. He reviewed it straight away out of anger.
Reverse sweeping the googly, it's an interesting decision for a left-hander.
Yeah, well, I don't think he knew it was the googly. That's the first thing we should say. But he missed it and he reviewed it quickly, just out of anger. And then the drop catch has got him in a bit of a grumpy state, and he's just misfielded one.
32 for 1 then, and we've got Archer from the far end running in, bowling outside the off stump. And Abid Ali wearing number 60 allows that to go by.
That fits through nicely. That was 85 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Went through nicely.
Archer walks slowly back. There's still a lot of play left today, 40 overs after this. I'm not sure we'll get all of that in because we can go through to 7 o'clock, but not beyond that. Archer. Up he comes again, past the umpire and bowls just short of a length. He's on the back foot this time. Fielded by Sibley at cover. There is still the man out at deep point. Actually, 7:08 tonight, is it? How does he get to 7:08? Of course we lost 8 minutes of rain, didn't we? Of course we did. As the rest of the country basked in some...
Well, it was just trying to cool down Manchester. It was that hot. The northern weather looks after our own.
Thermometers exploded over in the east. In comes Archer, bowls a bouncer. And Abid Ali's underneath that. 32 in Melton Mowbray.
Yes, as your wife has let us know. She'll be on probably her third or fourth bottle by now.
She could not be. Serious trouble. 32 for 1. Ball slowly returned to Archer. Not sure there's much event. It's supposed to be an entertainment evening this evening.
Well, I heard a whisper.
Well, I worry a bit about the quality of the entertainment because I gather there might have been a resignation involved. 32 for 1. In comes Archer. Bowls, and it's played away off the back foot, square out to Pope, who's busily rushing round to his right. He will stop the second run. So 33 for 1. As I understood it, Isha was sorting out the food, and Alison was supposed to be providing the entertainment, but I think she's resigned.
Had you heard any kind of hint of the entertainment? Or
No.
There's a table tennis table, and there's a dart board.
Yes, but that's not, we've done that before.
Yeah,
it's got something different.
Yeah. The standard's been raised.
It has. The slips are quite close. Archer comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and Azhar Ali allows that to go by. Well, she certainly, I'm not sure she's resigned, but I think she's now stepped aside, saying it's not her responsibility anymore, which is more or less the same thing.
I'd say it is exactly a resignation.
So let's find out what's going on.
And the start time, is it 8 o'clock, 8:30?
I think it's flexible. Ukulele available? Ask somebody. No, it's not. So
Have you brought it?
Oh yes, we're practicing hard down there.
What are you practicing for?
Nothing really.
Right, okay.
Archer bowls outside the off stump, and through it goes to the keeper. 33 for 1. The lead 140. Happily, there's no one in the next door room to me, I don't think, this particular
Spare room, is there?
So I can twang away to my heart's content.
Well, my next door neighbour was Phil Tufton. It's now Alison. Alison's on the balcony next to me. Ian Ward from Sky to my left.
Right.
Usually have Tuffers. He's question of sporting this week.
Yeah, I'm missing Tuffers. He'll be on duty.
Yes, I think
next week, I think. Well, I've got Isha on one side, but the other one's definitely all clear, so I'm not going to annoy anybody there. It was Carlos's. You should have a plaque on the door, shouldn't
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
Carlos Brathwaite stayed here. Well, there's a change of bowling, which means that the clock is ticking round, and Simon Mann is ready to come in from behind. So yes, Don Bess coming on, Michael.
Well, this is an important spell for England. We saw the leg spinners do some damage for Pakistan. There was some nice amount of turn for the leg spinners. Generally get more purchase than an orthodox off spinner. So I wouldn't expect Dominic Bess to get the same amount of spin. It's a good chance for him to get a few wickets. Short leg a slip. Mid wicket on the boundary. There's a 45 on the 1. That's Stuart Broad for the top edge sweep. Mid wicket in tight, mid on, mid off, extra cover, backward points. This is a good field. There's no easy singles. Generally an off spinner that comes on, we've seen have cover point on the boundary, but it's in on the 1, which is good to see.
Bess's first ball of the second innings bowls to Abid, who's back into his stumps, playing to short leg, and there is no run. Well, the spinners for Pakistan today took 6 wickets. 6 of the 10 that have fallen in England's first innings, and actually most of the wickets that fell today. And struggling in this game, here is Bess bowling, driven into the offside, picked up by Sibley at extra cover, and there is no run. Well, he needs some support. Didn't get much in the first innings, mainly from Josh Buttler behind the stumps. 2 drop catches off his bowling and mis-stumping. Bess to Abid. Abid back into his stumps, playing defensively, stunning it. And Pope comes from short leg to pick up, and there is no run. England under pressure on this very warm afternoon. Bess spins himself a catch and moves in past the umpire now to bowl to Abid Ali. He's there on 20. A similar shot to the ball before.
Have you really just said that?
What's that?
You just said this very warm afternoon.
It is. Abid defending that one into the offside.
Your senses.
Well, it's just something I noted. They haven't all been warm, Michael.
They have recently, last couple of days.
Bess bowls. Oh, and that goes to short leg. Oh, just wide of short leg. And Bess, his hand on his head there. A suggestion of inside edge onto pad. Although Abid seemed to be suggesting something else. The replay will tell us. It's why it's so good to have a DRS, because I always thought these were the hardest for umpires. The bat, pad, bat.
Just flicked his glove.
Yeah.
It's sharp spin and bounce.
He went behind the wicket rather than too short leg. This time he slog sweeps high in the air. Could well be caught by Woakes. Should be caught. He's underneath it. He takes the catch. Abid Ali's gone. on the slog sweep, and Bess gets a wicket in his first over. Well judged by Woakes, coming in for the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Pakistan are 33 for 2.
I think the coaches of Pakistan and the captain will be absolutely furious with Abid Ali. There's no need. Pakistan controlling the game. There's a fielder out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he's tried to... Well, he'll say that he's tried to just sweep the ball, but it looks to me like that shot, he's trying to hit it over him. That's an horrendous shot in the situation of the game. The spinner's first over, and he's gifted him an early wicket.
Just what he wanted. And not necessarily in the way he wanted it. I mean, he'd love to, as you say, take one off the glove, go to short leg, something like that, but you take anything. And,
I'd go straight to the hotel if I was him. I don't think you want to be walking into the dressing room. That was an appalling shot. Babar Azam, can he calm the situation now? Because England have got a chance here, because you could easily, Pakistan lose 2 more, 50 for 4. You've got Rizwan at 6, Shadab Khan at 7, then you've got Yasir Shah at 8. Another 17, 160 for 4, that's the lead. They've just got to focus here. Maybe they're dragging Pakistan in with their body language, because they're not looking like they're buzzing around and they're energised and they're chirpy. Maybe they're just double bluffing a bit.
I don't have stats for body language, but looking at matches in which a team batting second has trailed by between 85 and 135, so putting England's 107 run deficit sort of in the middle of that. In matches in England, that team trailing has won 3, lost 19 and drawn 24. That's roughly in line with the global percentages. So teams in the situation England were at the end of their first innings have won about 1 in 7 that have ended in a positive result.
Here's Archer going into bowl to Pakistan's captain. He bowls him a short one, he ducks underneath it, and there's an appeal for a catch behind, possibly with up periscope. The ball flicking the bat on the way through. Didn't look to be much in that, to be honest, and umpire Kettleburg is unmoved.
I'll just click the helmet. Let's have a look. Maybe just glance the helmet, not too sure.
The bat was up, but it was a long way from the bat.
Yeah, this is when you want Jofra Archer to really start charging in, don't you?
Yeah.
If you're at mid-on, mid-off, Stuart Broad, you should be just whispering to Jofra, come on Joff, can you produce one of those spells?
Well, 2 Pakistan's best players are in now. As the captain, Archer bowls him edged. Oh, and that goes between first and second slip. Now, was that a chance, or did it drop just before Stokes and Root? It was right between them. It's gone for 4. Stokes shaking his head at first slip. It's a no ball as well, so it wouldn't have mattered.
I reckon it's catchable. It's low, and it would have been a tremendous catch, but I'm pretty sure it went in between them at catchable height. Look, the replays on the screen. It would have been an incredible chance, really. Stokes would have had to dive across and probably take it with that left hand. Yeah, he'd have to have gone really low, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Archer bowls, and Azhar's in behind that, playing defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Azhar with those 4 runs goes to 12, and Pakistan to 38 for 2 with the 5 runs, the one for the no ball and the 4 runs as well. So their lead is creeping up, 145. Those matches in England where a team has won with a deficit similar to England's, presumably obviously Headingley last year. New Zealand here in 2006, that might well have been one of them. England had a big first innings deficit in that match, and that is the highest successful run chase on this ground. England brought off in that game against New Zealand, 294 I think it was.
Rob Key got a few runs in that game.
Archer into bowl to Azhar. Azhar plays that firmly back on the front foot, picked up by Archer off his own bowling, and there is no run. How many could England realistically chase in the 4th innings of the game now? I mean, we've seen Bess turn one sharply already to Abid Ali, hit him on the glove, possibly on the chest as well. Yasir Shah and Shadab taking 6 between them.
I think anything 225 they'd fancy.
Archer rolls to Azhar, turns into the onside towards Broad, who comes in purposefully from mid-on to pick up.
I mean, realistically, anything 200 and below around that score, England would fancy it, but it'd still be difficult. Anything beyond 250, I mean, the history tells you that it's going to be very, very tough, but because of what happened at Headingley last year, I think we all think, well, it could be possible once again, which of course it could, but I think anything around 200 they'll fancy.
Well, it's 145 the lead at the moment. Archer bowls, Azhar's up on his toes, pushing that away towards mid-off, and there's no run. Email from Claudio. As I was cycling my local park in Chelmsford, I noticed a chap running in 30 plus degree heat, and to my absolute amazement I realised it was Sir Alistair Cook, sweating heavily. Poor chap. Are you sure it was him?
No, it can't be him.
It can't be him. It shows what an amazing professional sportsman he is to be exerting himself in such hot weather. Very impressive. Also worth saying, the Bob Willis Trophy resumes tomorrow. Every ball of every game available on the BBC Sport website and app. Archer bowls, very full outside the off stump. Dug out by Azhar, looking for a single. It's not there.
I think Claudio might have got the wrong night.
Right done.
The night we know does not sweat. No. You were sweating this morning, Simon.
Would he have been in Chelmsford?
Yeah, he'd have been. I think are they playing at home tomorrow at Essex? I haven't checked on the schedule of the Bob Willis Trophy.
It's the 3 games where a team with a similar deficit to England have overturned that deficit to win a test in England. Or did the Headingley test of last year, and they were 112 behind, off being bowled out for 67. Lord's test against West Indies, another curious game. England 133 behind, and then skittled the West Indies for, I think, 51 was it? Michael, you were playing in that game, weren't you? And then chased
around that 57 maybe.
Chased down to win, and then against New Zealand the previous year they were 100 behind on the first innings in Edgbaston. I think it was the out game.
Oh, right, Alex Tudor's game. So what was the deficit in the New Zealand Test match here then? When England won by 6 wickets, chasing 290. Best bowls. Forward goes Babar. His first ball of the second innings. Played beautifully in the first innings.
Simon, Essex are at home tomorrow, so Claudio could have been.
Could be.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he would have been right. I don't think he'd have made that up.
It's the sweating, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a little bit of the problem area.
Best bowls. Forward goes Babar, pushing the ball back down the pitch. Bat and pad close together. 38 for 2. Shah and Masood out for 0. Abid Ali for 20.
I think get Babar Azam out here inside his first 10 runs. I'm going to have got a little sniff.
Bess. Slip and a short leg bowls to Babar. Babar back into his stumps, playing up the onside of the pitch. And there is no run. Babar Azam's record in England international matches has been good. 50 in the first innings, 50 in the Lord's Test match. The last tour, retired hurt. Good in the last summer in white ball cricket. Babar is forward there. Thick outside edge along the ground, rolls out towards backward point. And there is no run. The other issue here, of course, is if Bess could get Babar, what a lift to his confidence that would be, getting rid of one of the best players in the world. Root turning to Bess quite early. Forward goes Babar there and playing it back down the pitch. And there's no run. This is the 16th over, so he got a wicket in his 14th over. He's attacking his 14th.
So far, Babar Azam's getting a great lesson. I mean, he's making batting look so simple because he picks length so quickly, and then he smothers the full ball, and when it's been short, he's gone right back.
Best bowls, a shortish delivery, and Babar clips it away for his first run towards Woakes along the ground, deep mid-wicket. Woakes, who might have been surprised as anyone to have that catch coming his way in the last Bess over. Okay, over bowled. Best 2 overs, 1 for 1, 39 for 2. The lead is 146 for Pakistan. Azhar has 12 and Babar Azam has 1. Danny Payne says, my brothers and I, Stuart and Calvin, were supposed to be treating our dad Malcolm to a day at the test today for his 70th birthday present. Instead, Stuart's still in Brighton, Calvin's in Sheffield, I'm in Montreal, and Dad is listening in Yorkshire. Can you please wish him a very happy birthday from all of us? We'll have to make it up at Old Trafford against India in 2021. Well, let's hope so, and a very happy birthday as well. Yeah, it's frustrating. I think of some of the cricket we've had in this match already, and it's deserved a big crowd. I think Shah Masood's 100, Babar's batting in the first innings. Pope's batting yesterday. Pakistan's bowling. A thrilling final session yesterday. Pakistan's steaming in. Here's Archer going in to bowl to Babar Azam, very full, dug out by Babar towards cover. Sibley comes in, there's no run.
Just again, I'm just looking at England's tactics here to Babar Azam. It's just so orthodox. We saw him have a couple of problems with the short stuff into the armpit. Twice in the first innings, Jofra looked like it got him. Just wonder whether it's worse than being really aggressive to someone like Babar Azam straight away. Short legging, square leg on the boundary.
Archer to Bob outside the off stump, no stroke. And it's through to Buttler. I can see the fourth umpire poised with a box of balls down the boundary edge. Whether they think the ball's gone out of shape, I thought actually if it had, they would have asked for the fourth umpire to come on straight away.
That test you're asking about against New Zealand here in 2008, New Zealand 381 all out with 154 by Ross Taylor. England bowled out for 202. Then Monty Panesar took 6 for 37. New Zealand bowled out for 114.
Archer bowls, Babar drives, goes to mid-off and there's no run. Oh right, so that didn't get into your little spread there. It was too big, that deficit.
Yes. And then England 294 for 4, century by Strauss.
I remember that game as a captain. I remember the pitch started to spin hugely for Monty Panesar. And Peter Marin was the groundsman, and I went to see him on one of the evenings. I said, what are we doing with the rollers? And he said, just put heavy roller after heavy. I said, won't that break it? We said, no, it'll flatten it out. And it flattened it out, and we chased it down comfortably.
Archer in, and he squares Babar Azam up there. He sets off for a single, Babar, and he's sent back by his captain just as well. Burns was closing in from the gully region to his right.
So Monty Panesar 6 for 37 in New Zealand's second innings, but then Daniel Vettori 1 for 111, another left arm spinner from 35 overs as England won comfortably in the end.
It was the great wind match, that one. Wind roaring down from one end of the ground to the other, up and down the pitch. The pitch was positioned differently in those days. Archer in, and that's beautifully fielded by Burns in the gully, diving away to his left. Babar Azam playing away from his body, trying to guide it down towards the third man boundary before, and it would have been, but for that excellent piece of fielding from Burns. Hit very firmly with an open face by Babar Azam. And quickly as well. Burns actually wringing his left hand. 39 for 2. Archer is not tried out the middle of the pitch against Babar Azam yet. Into him now, and Babar forces that away off the back foot. There's a man at deep backward point. He's running round. Ollie Pope stoops down, picks up, sends in the return to Buttler, and Babar is back for 2. He goes to 3 at the end of Archer's over. He's got 4 overs for 9, and Pakistan are 41 for 2. Their lead is 148 after England were bowled out today for 219. Michael Vaughan has gone. Azhar Mahmood is here.
Yeah, it was just a right shot from Abid Ali. Normally he's very good player against spin bowling, but I think it's rush of the blood to make him play this shot.
Well, it was the ball early in the over that really turned and bounced, just made him think about trying to get after Bess. But I don't know, it's a strange one really. It looked such a tame dismissal.
Yeah, it's a strange dismissal. Normally, he dominates spin, but not on the first over. He just hasn't seen the bounce and the pace on this pitch, and it was rash shot.
This is Azhar on strike to dominate Bess. Moves in now and bowls, and Azhar hits that firmly, slightly uppishly into the onside, towards straight mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Burns. Azhar batting on 12. He's got a slip and a short leg. Bess is still that man out. Chris Woakes in front of the Red Rose suite away to our right on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Bess goes in again now to bowl to Azhar outside the off stump. Azhar leans forward, guides into the offside. That was Shadab. They've been running through for a single there.
Yeah, Azhar is not the quickest around, so maybe Babar and Shadab was there, so they will take the single. Or Shan, there's the fittest guy in Pakistan.
Yeah. Scott. There probably wasn't a single there. It was the right call, but they still would have pinched it in the first innings the way they were playing. A bit short from Bess, turned away by Azhar into the onside, wide of Burns at mid-wicket, and Woakes rushes in this time and prevents a second run. Azhar goes to 13, and Pakistan to 42 for 2. Situation in the game where Pakistan can close England out here with a decent partnership. 2 more wickets, and England will feel they bit of a chance, but the lead is it's nearly 150. Bess to Babar, who's forward, full face of the bat, back down the pitch, picked up by Bess, and there is no run. That was 58 miles an hour from Dominic Bess. Talking earlier, Azhar, about Yasir Shah bowling at about 51, 52. Some perches on this pitch, and that one turns from Bess, fired through outside the off stump, and it turns. Babar let it go. It's close to off stump, taken by Buttler. Definite spin there for Bess.
Yeah, because a lot of rough there to work with. Now you can bowl a bit quicker, so that's fine. I was talking about in the first inning when there's no footholds there, and now there's a lot of footholds.
Bess bowls a full toss, and it's sliced away by Babar Azam. Missed out there completely. Sliced away to backward point where it was stopped by diving Anderson.
See, when Yasir got the wickets and he was bowling on 51 and 49, that's sort of pace he was bowling at. So that's where in the first inning. Now a lot of footholds we can see on outside, and finger spinner is different to the leg spinner. So you want to get more purchase, more revs on the ball to get spin and bounce.
So best bowling at 58 is fine for this pitch now.
I would like him to bowl at 54, 55, but occasionally
just a bit slower.
Yeah.
It's going to be Archer to continue from the far end. And it's Azhar Ali who's on strike. We did see Archer discomfort Babar Azam in the first innings, but so far we've seen none of that. It's Azhar Ali who's on strike. This conventional field that England are adopting for their right arm pace bowlers. 2 slips in the gully. First ball is pushed away by Azhar towards mid-off, and it's stopped by Chris Woakes, who's doing some loosening up exercises, so it might not be long before we see him. Which end, I wonder if we're going to see Woakes at Archer's end, or whether he's going to take Bess off.
Big responsibility on captain's shoulder, because when he's playing well, he can give confidence to the whole team.
Azhar waits, bat raised, Archer goes in, bowls to him, forward goes Azhar, and he pushes that back past the stumps at the non-striker's end. Broad has to chase it back towards the straight long on boundary, and they trot through for a couple of runs. Well, these are Pakistan's 2 best players, aren't they now, Azhar and Babar Azam?
Yeah, Azhar, especially when he's playing well, he's hitting the ball, this last delivery towards long on mid-wicket area. That's where his balance is right. If you see the first inning, his head was over off stumps, then that's where he missed a lot of balls. If he's hitting that area, I'm very confident his balance is good, his head position is fine. Where's the ball coming from?
Where are his weaknesses?
We saw a couple of, next top of off stump on the fourth to fifth stump.
Archer bowls to Azhar. That's on middle leg, turned away comfortably by Azhar Ali. He's back for 2. Bess is after it, and that's all they get.
So that's a great example. When he's hitting through mid wicket and mid on area, that means his balance is absolutely perfect.
Azhar goes to 17. And Pakistan to 46 for 2. The lead over 150 now. 153. Is there a problem with the ball? Well, England think so. They chucked it to the umpire, and I think he's put it through his metal hoop and said, there you go, get on with it.
That's typical bowlers thing, when nothing happening, we always chuck the ball to the umpire. So have a look, it's out of shape and it's not doing all sort of things.
Yeah, I'm going to get that ball changed if you can. Here is Archer rushing into bowl to Azhar. Azhar clips that away off his hip, but straight to Bess at forward square leg that time. And there is no run. Still bags of cricket left in this day's play for Pakistan to build that lead, or England to force their way back in. Over 2 hours left.
Plenty of time left in this test match.
And there's going to be a result, isn't there, one way or the other, unless something remarkable happens. I can't see what that remarkable thing would be, to be honest. It's going to be Pakistan or England, and the way it looks at the moment, most likely Pakistan. Archer. It was a short ball, and Azhar Ali tumbles over there. Wasn't that far away from rolling onto his stumps.
Oh, yeah. That was nasty delivery by Archer.
It was one of those low bounces, or skiddy bounces, and he had to get really low and tumbled back.
He was very lucky not to touch the stumps with his foot.
He lost balance and fell backwards, and I think he was conscious of the fact that he could roll back onto the stumps. He put his hand down just to almost push himself away. The last ball of Archer's over. What does he come up with this time? Full or short? It's full outside the off stump. Azhar leans forward and lets it go through to Buttler. So end of the over, 46 for 2. Pakistan's lead is 153. Azhar 17, Babar 3. More from Azam Mahmood, and then Dan Norcross is going to pick up the commentary.
What I pick here from Azhar Ali, his balance is absolutely on spot on, hitting the ball through mid-on area, and against spinner, he's playing the ball really late, let the ball come to him, and then point through mid-wicket area, playing with the spin. We're going to see Chris Woakes here, first time in this second innings.
Short spell from Bess, wasn't it? 3 overs, 1 for 2. Andy, I believe you're sitting on some Azhar Ali recent form stats.
Well, yes, he's had a bit of a rocky patch recently. He scored 100 against Sri Lanka in December, but prior to that he'd been out 9 times in 13 innings in single figures. In all, in the last 3 years he's averaged 28, whereas in the previous 3 years and 25 tests he'd averaged 58. So he has had a bit of a lean patch for a while, but looking good so far today.
It's a bit curious what's going on out there, I think. I thought when Chris Woakes took the catch to dismiss Abid Ali off on Bess's bowling, England had, they're behind in the game, but it was 33 for 2 then, and England would have thought they've got out the opener and got 150 odd. They brought Babar to the crease, and that would be an opportunity, perhaps a little window, a door is ajar, but there's a real lack of sort of intensity out there at the moment, and maybe it's suffused intensity, I'm not sure. Woakes is running away from us. That was the first ball of his spell to Babar Azam, that's pushed into the offside. There's no run.
I think England are looking to take a wicket, but I think in Pakistan point of view, this partnership is very crucial because, as you know, yes, Shadab got runs, but under pressure is Mohammad Rizwan is there. He's not played enough test match cricket and inexperienced there, and then you go to tail. So these two are very important for Pakistan to get to a good, decent total for 4th innings.
Which is sort of why I would expect there to be more, sort of more chatter, more noise out there, more intensity. As Woakes is in, and Babar just defends. Glorious here, push defensive drive that Broad chases after. His sun hat flies off. And it goes through sort of wide mid-off for extra cover region. They come back for 2, 48 for 2. I just thought it was noticeable when Woakes took the catch that it wasn't, thrown up in the air or anything of that sort. He just rolled it back, and I don't know. Maybe they're focused, concentrating, but
maybe intensity is missing there. But his last shot, is just a pure timing. He just a defensive push, went for 2 runs. Excellent timing.
Everything was right about it, wasn't it? There was no risk at all. Played it very contained fashion, but he still got 2 for it. Great placement. Now Woakes isn't happy with the ball. They're determined to get this ball changed. I remember, I think it was at Edgbaston last year, Australia were really struggling with England's batting. They just couldn't take a wicket, and Pattinson got the ball changed around about the 55th, 60th over or so, and the replacement much, and that's what England may be hoping for here, but the umpire's having none of it. He's tossed the ball back to Woakes.
Sometimes happens, some balls swung more than the other, and this ball is doing nothing for them, and they want to change this ball.
And it's not happening. They're not getting any joy on that front. Woakes is in, and Babar lets that go. That's really close to off stump, and it would have hit it. It wasn't left on length, that was left on line, and it was mighty close to off stump. See that again, and it's cut back as well.
Very close,
low
very
to
close.
Buttler.
Look at the seams there. He was looking to this ball to go away from him, but the natural variation hit the seam and nip back.
Yeah, that was a perilous leave, but a good one in the end. Woakes in. And Babar defends, jumping slightly, and then they think of a run, and as you could probably hear on the microphone, he was sent back with some force and energy. It's picked up in the covers, there's no run. 48 for 2, Babar Azam has 5.
You always hear Babar, even when the crowd is there, there's no crowd here, but you always hear Babar when he say yes or no.
Yeah, it was very noticeable, that one. It's particularly more noticeable, I suppose, because we do have this empty cabin here. As Woakes runs in, hair flapping, right arm over the wicket. So Barbo edges and is taken. Stokes takes the catch at second slip. England have got their third wicket. Babar Azam, the big one, has gone for 5. Pakistan are 48 for 3, and England really are nearly back in this. Another couple of wickets and they really would be back in this. And I just wonder if we're going to see an upping of intensity now. He just prodded at that. It was a ball, beautifully delivered ball just in the channel outside off stump, and Babar went for it quite firmly, got a good thick edge, and where Stokes had dropped one already in this innings, he moved across to his left and took it comfortably with both hands. And Babar Azam was more than a little annoyed with himself. Pakistan 48 for 3, Azhar.
Yeah, big wicket for Chris Woakes and England. It was excellent delivery, right on the channel, and Chris Woakes was spot on with his line and length and getting wicket on his first over.
He's really come good in this last few test matches, especially here at Manchester. He seems to enjoy bowling here, or he has done this summer. I'm really looking forward to seeing a replay of that, because he bowled almost the perfect, the best ball in the first innings, I thought. It just wonderfully sort of, it angles into the batsman and then it holds up. His seam position has been terrific. And that is a massive wicket for England, potentially.
He's been a terrific bowler for England. You know, I rate him so highly because of his wrist position. Every time he bowls, wrist behind the ball and the flick of the wrist, which he always does something with the ball. You know, any condition he plays, yes, people are talking about, you know, he's more successful with the Duke ball in England condition. I think if you have that ability, like look at the Mohammad Abbas, he's successful all over the world. If he gets something like that and doing these sort of things, look at the seam position. And it was a great catch by Ben Stokes. He's dropped early one, but this one he grabs it, and very important catch.
It was quite low, that one, and that was definitely his catch. Where before he'd sort of gone across, the one he dropped, he went across Joe Root. Root might have been able to get to that, but that was definitely second slip's catch, and Stokes has pounced it. New batsman in, Asad Shafiq, and Woakes has got a new batsman to bowl at. Here he comes, right arm over, into Shafiq. Shafiq is defending slightly awkwardly off the inside half of the bat to mid-wicket. It's picked up by Ollie Pope. That is the end of another successful over for Chris Woakes. His first in this innings, 1 for 2, his first over. England bowlers getting wickets in their first over. Broad, of course, getting Shan Masood out for a duck. Bess, which over did Bess get his wicket in?
First over.
Yep, first over. So all 3 wickets have come when there's been a bowling change. That's either inspiration from Joe Root or he needs to change the bowling every over.
Chris Woakes at Old Trafford now has 22 wickets, average 18.9. Difficult game against India in 2014, 1 for 80, but since then 7 for 108. Match figures against Pakistan here 4 years ago, and he had a superb series, 5 for 76 and 6 for 107 in the 2 matches against West Indies, and now 3 for 45 in this one so far.
Can you tell me how many matches he played outside England?
Bess has come back into the attack. He's replacing Archer from the Anderson end. So there's I imagine Woakes was on to have a proper spell, but the effect of that has been that they can also switch ends for Bess. And he's got Azhar to bowl out with a forward short leg and a slip, backward point extra mid-off, a deepish mid-on, mid-wicket, a backward square leg, Jofra Archer and a deep square leg. Bess comes in. And Azhar returns this ball off his hip to Jofra Archer. Just wait to see the signal. It was a leg by. It came off his pad and rolled down to Archer in this backward square leg position. Get a run, 49 for 3.
Don't Bess change his end? Maybe because Shaheen Shah was bowling from this end, and got more rough there, or maybe Woakes want to bowl from this end.
Of course, because the left armour had been bowling from our end, the Statham end, so a little bit of rough maybe outside the right-handers off stump as Bess Comes into the new batsman, Asad Shafiq, who pushes at this ball and it goes past his outside edge into the gloves of Buttler. And there's a bit of a smile teasing across Ben Stokes' face now. There's just a little bit more energy and belief. My word, that was close to the off stump. It just went straight on. It didn't turn as much as perhaps Shafiq was expecting it to. Neatly taken by Buttler. Here is Bess of just 3 or 4 paces. Shafiq just bounces. He just has to play it into the ground to backward short leg where Pope picks up. No run.
That's a very tricky time, you know. The first one went straighter on and this one spun a bit. So if he hits the rough area, we'll spin a bit more.
Played it really well. They got right on top of it. No chance for Pope at forward short leg. Bess in again, driven without real timing. Out to the covers. It's fielded by Dom Sibley.
Asad needs to be careful of this against off spinner with the patch hitting against the spin.
That could be the issue. He wants to keep bat and pad nice and tightly close together because there's enough turn here. If Shafiq is a little bit loose, could turn one back between the inside edge onto the stumps. There is Bess bowls, and that's played awkwardly into the offside of the front foot by Asad Shafiq. There's no run as Buttler tidies up.
That's the straighter one, I think.
There's a little bit of glove on that as well. There's bounce occurring now. That's got the handle of the bat. And here comes Bess to complete his over. And Shafiq just tickles this round the corner. He's going to get at least one as Archer pursues this. He will come back for a second. And with that, get off the mark. And the Pakistan 50 comes up there. 51 for 3. The lead 158. Azhar Ali has 17. Asad Shafiq has 2. You can watch the wickets and all today's other action on the BBC Sport website and the app, of course. Go to the text commentary being done currently by Amy Lofthouse, and you can see video clips embedded. And today at the test, of course, BBC 2, 7 p.m, or on the iPlayer with Azam Mahmood and Mark Rabrakash, Alison Mitchell, Michael Vaughan, Simon Mann is on. Always a delight. Always dresses up well for the occasion, I find, Simon. Woakes at the top of his mark, 2 slips in a gully. The point field is quite deep, so now he's being asked to come in, which I think is probably the right move. An extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Woakes, who's just taken that wicket, potentially crucial wicket of Babar Azam in the previous over. He runs in to Azhar Ali, who defends into the offside, wants a single and is sent back instantly. It's just a back of a length ball, played well, safely, but there's stuff happening again. It's that time of day. So England were batting at this time yesterday, and they lost those 3 quick wickets. They were 12 for 3. Azhar's on his feet. There's a genuine sense of tension in the box. I can feel it, Azhar.
Yeah, it is. And
you're pacing if that's possible.
I've been sitting around in the bathroom, so I'm gonna stand up.
I like it. Woakes in. And Azhar Ali clips this off his pads. It's straight ball, and he clips it down to long leg for a single. There are more oohs and ahs now. There's just a feeling, a sense that the game has built up to take is afoot.
I'm lucky I'm not in the dressing room, Pakistan dressing room. My hands are sweaty. It's just like, I've seen these things happen before. When we were good, we were really good. When we bad, we bad. So I don't want to see that again anymore. Please, guys.
Well, I'm afraid it isn't up to me, Azhar. I'll do my best for you then. Woakes in. It's clipped away again. Nicely, beautifully. Square of the wicket by Asad Shafiq. He should get 4 for it. A great diving attempt out there on the boundary by Dom Bess is in vain. It was really well timed. He hit it completely square, dead square, pretty much straight at the umpire.
Easy picking for Asad Shafiq. It was just leg stump delivery. He's a very strong player on the onside.
Turned the wrists on it beautifully, timed it fantastically. Bess made a valiant attempt, but now there's a change in the field. What have we got going on out here? We've got a deep square leg. Is that deep square leg really for that ball? Because you don't sort of imagine Chris Woakes necessarily trying to bounce somebody out on this surface. No. That's not really his game. So
I understand what they're trying to do. They put the square leg back to save the boundary, got a mid-wicket there, so they're going to bowl stump to stump here.
Yep, it's going to go straight. It's going to aim at those stumps. And it's got Broad's now gone a bit wider at mid-off as a result. Woakes is in. That's again on the pads, but easily tucked away down to deep backward square. Throw comes in. One more to the total, 57 for 3, Pakistan.
It might be tailing a little bit. If you see the shiny side, he was putting the shiny side inside. Maybe hint of a reverse swing here.
Looking at Chris Woakes' records home and away as a requested at home 84 wickets, average 22, away 25 at 51. Signs of improvement last winter though, 4 wickets in the second test New Zealand and 3 in South Africa.
Here he runs away from us again. Balls, and that's beaten the bat. There's a huge appeal. I didn't hear anything. They like it to the slips, but I didn't hear anything. I think that went straight through. Are they thinking about? No, they're not going to review. It was a beautiful ball to Azhar. It was right there in the channel, forced him to play, and he poked at it. He didn't really get that close to it. That's wonderful. That has gone like a leg break on pitching, miles away from the bat. So I don't know what they heard. Absolutely miles away from the bat. I think it's a good sign though for England, because it's an enthusiastic, if ludicrous appeal. Woakes in, that comes back in, and again there's an appeal, this time for LBW, but the ball's too high. It thuds into the knee roll or just above Azhar. End of the over. A good probing last couple of balls, and as Mahmood was saying, clearly the line of attack to Azhar is dead straight. 57 for 3, 22 overs have been bowled. Welcome back, Rick Marks. That's delightful to see you.
Well, game's getting interesting.
Getting up again. I was talking to Andy off air just before I came on, and we were a little bit bemused by how the game had felt like it had gone a bit quiet. And even when Bess took that wicket, which seemed like an important wicket of Abid out the deep mid-wicket boundary, there was no great celebration. And I think when Babar was out, a bit more, and a bit more of a huddle, and they got together, but it just got a little flat, strangely. And now with Pakistan 57 for 3,
yeah, well, maybe they're just being clinically, coldly, patiently, like assassins.
Yeah.
But Woakes, some serious deliveries there, but he immediately passed the outside edge. He said, no, that's not out, when they were getting excited behind the stumps.
It was a glorious ball, but it had done very, very well to get an edge on it, because it absolutely fizzed away from the bat. Dominic Bess starts a new over from the Anderson end. And he's in. Shafiq works this up to mid-on. He wants a single. He does it brilliantly, actually. It was a tip and run. It was completely...
and
they're going to get an over throw. As a throw comes in from Root, I think it was. And they weren't backing. It wasn't a great throw. Buttler couldn't take it. Stokes couldn't stop it as he moved from his position at first slip, and Archer had to tidy up. Well, this has been a feature of Pakistan's cricket. When they've been in a little bit of trouble like they were yesterday, they sort of went into tip and run mode, and
worked quite well, didn't it?
Yeah, Root's quite deep at mid-on. Shafiq's still on strike as he comes forward in defence to the next ball from Bess, just plops it down in front of him, and Pope picks up at short leg. 59 for 3. Asad Shafiq has 9, Azhar 18. These two will have played so much cricket together. They'll know each other's games. And we could be in for a bit of entertainment here as Bess trots in, bowls, snaps, turns slightly back into Shafiq. He works it to mid-wicket where Rory Burns does the fielding. Bess rubs some sweat from his forehead onto the ball and shines the ball. A ball that we're very suspicious of a moment ago. I'm not sure they'd be quite as suspicious of it now. Here is Bess. Shafiq works this to mid-wicket, but Burns is very alert and moves to his left of field, so prevents that single that they got in the first ball over. It's a very telegraphed single, really. He just came at the ball and pushed and rammed this occasion. Burns is there, eagle-eyed. Extra cover and mid-wicket could be crucial at this moment. Bess in. Shafiq gets one that bounces on him. Takes one hand off the bat and goes down in front of him to sort of where a silly point might be, and Buttler fields. Look at this again. That has bounced, and it's got his gloves. He played it really well.
Off the glove, yeah. Took his glove off the bat quickly. It went down. Forward short leg on the leg side.
He's had to do that a bit off Bess, hasn't he? There's been a few balls that have bounced.
There's pitches. dusting up a bit.
Bess in, sweep. 4 ball, 4 runs. It was just too far down the leg side. And Shafiq latched onto it and just helped it on its way, really, down to the boundary. 63 for 3 at the end of the over, the 23rd of Pakistan's innings. Azhar Ali has 18. Asad Shafiq, 13 off 14 balls. He's only just arrived there. And he's looked busy as drinks come on to the field.
Well, I think Pakistani batsmen, by and large, like to be busy against the spinners. Traditionally, they've played a lot against spin, and they like to impose themselves on them. Not necessarily with big hits, but getting off strike. We saw Shafiq there come down the pitch, pop it to mid-on. He was halfway down the pitch anyway, so he was always going to get in. And they want, in this situation, where the pitch is helping, the ball is gripping, they almost want to make the bowlers try stuff. When the pitch is helping you, as a finger spinner or any spinner, you don't want to try and be too clever and bowl too many variations, because the pitch is your ally. So the big thing is to just get it down on that length, in the knowledge that one might pop, like we saw one pop and hit his glove. So you just want to be ruthlessly on that spot. On a flat pitch, that's the time when one might marvel at various spinners changing the flight, bowling quicker, bowling slower, bowling wider, doing all sorts. But on a pitch where there is assistance, the best spinners really are just relentlessly on target, giving you no peace, no easy runs, trapping the batsman, then something is going to happen. So I just wondering a bit about that last delivery from Bess. I think he was trying something slightly different, a bit low arm again, a bit wider of the crease, but it was just outside leg stump with pace on it, and Shafiq just helped it along very fine and got an easy 4 runs.
There's plenty of bounce out there for him. If you're just joining us, let you know what's happened today. England were bowled out. They hung on manfully for the first hour and a quarter, and it was really, really difficult batting conditions. And as the conditions eased slightly, they then lost their first wicket of Ollie Pope. There was a terrific ball from Naseem Shah that spat on him, and he got the shoulder of the bat was caught at gully. It was a crucial moment, as it was when Jos Buttler was out shortly after lunch to a ball that just went straight on and bowled him. There's a bit of flurry at the end from Stuart Broad, took England up to 219 all out and gave Pakistan a lead of 107. Shan Masood departed the second over of the innings, 156 in the first innings, a duck in the second, the first man to have such a distinction in this country against England.
For any team.
For any team.
Yes,
any
150
team.
Then a duck. We have had a duck, then 150. That's back in 1880.
Which is marvellous.
Is that before cricket info then?
Cricket info has that. They just don't have the ball by balls.
Thank you.
Ball tracking stats and things. That was Billy Murdoch, an old teammate of yours.
I'll make a note.
Pakistan then went on relatively serenely until the first over of Don Bess, when Abid suddenly decided that he was going to impose himself on the spinner, played a massive slog sweep, hit it way out to deep mid wicket, where Chris Woakes took a very comfortable catch, and then the wicket that England will want every time they play Pakistan, I think for many years to come actually. Babar Azam was caught at slip in Chris Woakes' first over by Ben Stokes, who dropped one earlier, and moving across to his left, pouched it two-handed. At that point, Pakistan were 48 for 3. They're now 63 for 3. And Azhar Ali and Asad Shafiq are together. Andy Zaltzman has...
I mentioned Chris Woakes' excellent record against Pakistan and tests in this country, and it's particularly so against these two batsmen.
Woakes is in, and gets one to swing towards the off stump, but it's played well by Azhar Ali as he pushes it into the onside. He's picked up at mid-wicket, there's no run.
He's dismissed both of them 4 times. Azhar Ali scored 69 runs against him for 4 dismissals, and Shafiq 66 for 4. So Woakes has been very good against 2 high-class players.
Woakes, top of his mark. Nisha's arrived. Woakes is in. And this is left alone outside the off stump by Azhar Ali. Goes through to the keeper. There's no run. Do you do the switcheroo now, or do you want to do it at the end of the over? I'll tell you what. I'll do it after this ball.
because then it'll be the optimum time. You just and I think Andy's got an emergency stat ready as Isha twirls her microphone cable. It's all happening in here. This is the entertainment we're going to get later on, isn't it? Tonight on Guhar night.
He's just opened his emergency stat booklet.
Here is Woakes into Azhar Ali. That's all defended but awkwardly by Azhar. Again, he's getting good away shape as Chris Woakes. I'm going to get out of the way. Either we've got an Andy Zoltzman emergency stat or we've got Vic Marks. But either way, next it'll be Isha Guhar.
We'll go for the ES.
We're talking about Ben Stokes has dropped catches. He's now 37 caught, 16 dropped since the start of the 2018 summer in terms of catch percentage of fielders who've had at least 10 chances. He's 38th out of 48.
As Woakes bowls to Azhar Ali, struck on the pad. Falls on the leg side. Half appeal from England in the slip cordon. He might have got some butt on it, actually.
He's causing some problems. There's been a lot of oohing and ahhing out there. And he's opened him up, hasn't he?
Yeah. I was interested to see how much movement he would get. He came on in the 20th over after the spinner. And you're right, he has got significant movement here, Woakes, as he circles at the top of his mark. Running away from us here on an angle. To the Pakistan captain. Struck on the pad. That is out. That is plumb. Full and on the stumps, looking to work it through mid-wicket, Azhar Ali. And I mean, he's going to confer with his partner, but
he's got to go. Unless he's hit that, he's got to go. I think he'd be wasting a review. And indeed, he has seen sense. After he got hit on the pad and given out, he thwacked his own leg with his bat in sort of self-disgust. Had a quick chat with his partner, who confirmed, I'm pretty sure, very correctly, that there is simply no point in reviewing that. It's hit him about 4 inches up the pad. And it's going to hit, I'm sure, I'll tell you very shortly, probably middle and leg. There you go.
Yep, you are absolutely right.
Well, keep him on.
We'll track it, I know. Absolutely. Chris Woakes, outstanding again. Azhar Ali goes for 18, 63 for 4 Pakistan then.
63 for 4, it's intriguing. What is peculiar to this match, in a way, is that both sides have got the sort of lower middle order that could disappear in about quarter of an hour. Shadab, Rizwan is next, isn't he? Then we get down to Shadab, who batted really well in the first innings, but quite frenetically. And after that, anything could happen. And it's a bit like that with the England team.
Asad Shafiq, though, is a fairly solid sort of cricketer. Got 7 in the first innings and will be wanting to prove himself in this one, even though he has done well against England in the past. Just want to hold things together a little bit. Rizwan, like I say, he's a busy sort of cricketer. Woakes is going to stick with 2 slips and a gully.
He was almost falling over there, Azam. I mean, that ball, its virtue was its straightness. It was actually half volley length, but he'd fallen over and he was trying to clip it on the leg side, and he missed it. And he's been in some very bad positions prior to that against Woakes, who seems, as Andy pointed out, who's got the evil eye on Azhar. But it's not huge movement he's getting, but he's causing problems, Woakes, more than any of them. He's got 2 for 8.
And his average here now, Andy, is...
It's better than it was.
It's good.
It's good, isn't it?
It was 18.9. So
I mean, that is incredible, isn't it? As
18.3 now.
Just shifts mid-wicket. Tom Sibley running into the slip cordon. Nice warm breeze coming through here in the commentary box. There's Woakes, stands at the top of his mark. So 3 slips in position then, a gully point, extra cover, no one at mid-off, wideish mid-on, deep square and fine leg on the boundary as Woakes is bowling to Rizwan, who pushes to the offside, looks to set off for a single, is sent back by his partner, no run at the end of the over then. 63 for 4 Pakistan. And
you're right, it is the end of the over, but no one's moving. they're taking their time.
Yeah.
There's a choice to be made for Joe Root here. Excuse me.
I let you,
Woakes. No,
I'll let you grab some water, Vic.
Woakes, you keep going with Woakes as long as you possibly can.
It was interesting, wasn't
You
it? That
could go Seamer at the other end just for a minute.
there was all this talk yesterday as to whether England should have bowled Jofra a little bit sooner. So Joe goes to Jofra first change and the spinner, leaving Woakes a little bit more time.
Well, going to the spinner early worked, of course.
Yeah, as Bess continues from the James Anderson end, bowls to Shafiq, who's forward pressing and defending to the offside. But actually, when you look at it, I mean, Jofra was bowling top of off stump. He bowled that one short ball. He was reaching, 88 miles an hour? It might have actually been the better option to bowl Woakes at that stage. As Bess bowls short, Shafiq pulls out to deep square. James Anderson out there on the boundary, about 20 metres off the rope. Long barrier, throw in as they come through for one. Shafiq to 14, 65 for four.
I actually saw Ben Stokes doing a lot of bowling at lunchtime in the middle. He'd probably like to get in the game.
He's got options. Standing at first slip. Stokes as Bess is through his action. On the back foot is Rizwan, punching to mid-wicket, no run. There's Bess. There's a ball back in his hands. Top of his mark. Comes in past the umpire. Rizwan looks to defend the ball. Hits the ground and Buttler collects it. Your thoughts on the way Bess is bowled? I'm sure you've just done this with Dan, but the line and the speed as Bess comes in now to Rizwan, who drives to mid-off, no run.
Well, they're both fine. He's brought the big man, the backward point in to save the single. I like that. He doesn't want to bowl too slowly. He just wants to bowl relentlessly.
He has been bowling quite quick, 56 miles an hour as he's back in his crease, Rizwan, and defending back to the bowler. As that is the end of the over. Pakistan 64 for 4. In lead of 171. Rizwan yet to get off the mark, and Azhar Shafiq on 14.
I'm not one of those old spinners who say, for goodness sake, bowl more slowly. Especially when it's doing a bit. If you can still get that little bit of dip at the end of the flight path, the quicker the better, if the ball is starting to misbehave a bit. I remember going when we won in India in 2012 and listening to Dhoni, and he just talked about Panesar, and he said it was just the fact that Panesar was bowling at nearly 60 miles an hour, but getting it to dip just till he misjudged the length. And so he was making it misbehave more quickly than our spinners, he said. It was a lovely interview where, after the series had finished, he was being just perfectly objective. And he said, look, Panesar was, almost the difference between the two sides. So if you can, when it's helpful, you want to bowl quite quickly.
As Woakes is in now to Shafiq, dropped at point. He looks to carve it away to the offside. And it spills out of the hands of Point. And
Jimmy
Rory
Anderson
Burns
there.
has to go and collect it from Gully. It is James Anderson.
It goes quickly. It would have been a brilliant catch, to be fair to him, but it was a catch. 2 or 3 inches off the ground to his left. Got his hands to it. It would have been a brilliant catch, but it went down. Would have been a real bonus, that, actually, wouldn't it? What a great ball. Woakes has bowled.
Shafiq on 16. Score 66 for 4. The lead of 173 is Woakes pushes away, running away from us, bowls down the leg side. This time Shafiq doesn't get anything on it as it goes through to Buttler. Yeah, pretty much just hits the bottom part of his arm as he's now just giving it a bit of a shake, James Anderson at point. Lobbed to Woakes from Stuart Broad, the ball, as he has a quick look at it, gives it a quick shine, and here he comes again. into his stride. Woakes bust stumps and Shafiq solidly defends back to Stuart border, extra cover. Good news, Vic.
What's up?
I don't think my finger's broken.
Wow.
In fact, it's recovered quite well after it was struck at 190 yards on the flash by a golfer off the tee.
Yeah, well, I'm relieved because it did look good for a little while.
All the bruising's gone down. I have to thank Ella Donaldson as Woakes is in now to Shafiq, who's defending back down the pitch. Ella Donaldson, who played for England, of course, and went on to become a hand specialist. Hadn't seen her in years. Caught up with her the night before. She's with the ECB medical staff.
Well, who better to sort you out? You had a really
I went to her straight away.
Very, very posh splint you had. It looked like, you know, you went right. It was the Harley Street of splints, wasn't it?
It really was. But it helped as Woakes bowls to Shafiq, who's guiding that to Gully. It's the outer part of the bat as he comes forward to push it.
Such a pity because you were playing so well.
What, after those 3 shanks into the water?
Well, after those, yeah.
Oh, thanks, Vic.
Well, I didn't mention it. It's the way you kept asking for more balls that kept disappearing into that lake that upset me a bit. Fortunately, I had some old ones to hand. I examined them very carefully before I gave them to you.
Shafiq pushing to the offside again off the front foot, this time in front of point. And no run is taken at the end of the over. So Pakistan remain on 66 for 4. Maiden bowled by Chris Woakes, 2 for 10 from his 4 overs. He's bowled brilliantly once again here.
Well, he's looked terrific. He's got, in fact, he bowled a bad ball there that nearly got a wicket. With that square cut uppish, flew to Anderson, who nearly brought off a terrific catch. It won't improve Anderson's mood. He was very grumpy when he had a catch dropped by Stokes, actually.
Yeah, before the break.
He kicked the turf in a manner that was Angus Fraser-like. He used to give it a great big wallop when something had gone wrong. And I'm wondering whether Anderson might be worth just giving him a little spell now. He usually bowls quite well when he's very, very grumpy. You could try him for a few overs instead of Bess. Let's see what happens with Bess there.
Rizwan on the back foot, punching to cover as he comes through for his first run. Tom Sibley running to his left to collect the ball, and the score moves to 67 for 4, lead of 174.
Not that you need any tips, but the golf is on 5 Live tonight.
Shafiq flipping to mid-wicket, no run off the front foot.
5 Live Sports Extra from 9 o'clock. Will we be finished by 9?
I think so. The way it's been going with the bad light is Bess bowls to Shafiq, who pushes 2 points, and Jofra Arch was slipped as he's come in from point to take the ball, and
he's in agony.
Oh no, he's okay.
Is he?
He's smiling.
Oh,
he's
right.
laughing. I think as he gets up on one leg and then the other.
I thought he was in trouble for a minute.
Yeah, it was side of the foot. Yeah.
He completely slid in a little damp patch.
I think it's just his pride. As Bess continues, bowls. Rizwan smothers the ball to the offside. And Ben Stokes is having a little chuckle at Jofra now. Positioned at slip. Stokes, he crouches down as Bess is through his action, and Rizwan comes forward to defend. Half an appeal because it was nearly pad first.
It's another one that didn't necessarily turn that much, but it did turn a bit and it bounced as well. So you're in the game at short leg. Ollie Pope will be there. He's caught some good catches there in his time now.
That's why I ask about the line, because Bess is through once more outside the off stump, and Rizwan pushes to the offside. This time Jofra Archer is in swiftly, swoops, picks it up cleanly with his right hand, but they've already come through as Rizwan goes to 269 for 4.
Well, I'd say the line
It's been okay. The line for any bowler, I reckon, is that you want that ball to be hitting more or less the top of off or middle and off. So if you're an off spinner and the ball is turning, then you obviously want to get a bit wider. If it's not turning, pitch a bit straighter. And that more or less applies to most types of bowling as well. I remember when I, many years ago, played for WA. And they would analyse, but actually all they ever said was bowl dry, hit the top of our stump. And if you do that day in, day out in the red ball game, you won't go that far wrong. Is that right, Angus?
Well, it sounds like it makes sense to me. Anyway, here's Woakes with 3 slips in the gully, and he's bowling to Rizwan, who has 2, and he turns into the leg side, thinks about a single, but he's sent back. And it's 69 for 4, so Pakistan lead by 176. Again, it's been a really interesting day's cricket. We're just tuning our way for the first time. Pakistan bowling England out for 219. Pope finished with 62, Buttler 38, Woakes 19. Very useful, 29 from 25 balls from Broad at the end.
He played the seamers so well that they had to put 2 leg spinners on against him. It was very cunning. He will love to develop a reputation of being a little bit weak against wrist spin.
They bowled one over a pace at him and took him off. That's extraordinary. Anyway, in goes Woakes over the wicket. There, and he bowls, and it comes cutting back, and he plays off the back foot. So it's fielded at point. A very difficult chance there to Anderson's left. We were talking earlier on about the Stokes drops, and how do you classify a chance?
Well, I don't know how you can classify it in terms of how many times out of 10 you might catch that.
Yeah.
And I would have thought with the Anderson one, 3. The Stokes one, 8.
That he dropped this afternoon, yes. Yeah. Well, yes, I mean...
something like that, isn't it?
But Root would have caught it, wouldn't he? That's the point, I think.
Yeah, well, they were too close, weren't they?
Yeah. 69 for 4. Woakes on his way again. Bowls full, clipped away into the leg side. Nice shot that, testing Archer. Down he goes. That's his little head over heels there as he lands.
I imagine Andy's got a system of classifying catch difficulty.
I do not, but thank you for planting the seed. I don't know if the various cricket data companies do that. There are various new metrics being used to sort of gauge fielding.
It'd be really useful. I mean, only sort of since the end of the war or something. If you could go through those.
Which war?
Second.
Peloponnesian.
No, here's Woakes. Bowling comes cutting back. So they appeal behind the stumps at nothing from Woakes. And that's tickled Asad up a little bit. He's on his hands and he's on his knees, anyway, crouching at the moment. Usually a bad sign. And his partner's coming down, so cheer him up a little bit. The ball's doing plenty out there for
nipped back a long way, didn't it?
Spinners and seamers alike, and the bounce is variable. It's the bounce that the spinner really is enjoying.
Yeah,
not often you see that. It's only the 3rd day of a test match in England. Off goes Woakes, bowls, and let's hit on the pad now. Woakes appeals this time, but
they were more interested in that one.
Ilias already shaking his head, and Root's coming up for a conversation. Looked leg side-ish to me, if I'm absolutely honest with you, but they're desperate for a wicket.
Have they got all their reviews?
I can't see on that. Yes, they have got 3. Yeah,
they're not going to do it though.
No, it looked leg side-ish to me, I must say.
Yeah, the ball did not move so much off the pitch, so there was greater possibilities there. Back it comes.
Just cut back.
It's a little bit high. I mean, it might have got an umpire's call. We'll let you know if we get the replay. In fact, we're going to get it now. No, it's missing leg. Yeah,
width and height. 70 for 4. Pakistan lead by 177. Woakes on his way. Bowls full on the leg stumps. Turns mid-wicket.
He's got a field that encourages him to bowl straight, hasn't he?
Yes.
You know, sometimes you don't actually quite bowl straight. You're bowling for the outside edge. You're bowling 2 or 3 inches outside the off stump, and your main mode of dismissal, you can correct me if I'm wrong because this is your neck of the woods really, is from an outside edge caught in the slip cordon, but he's got the insurance of a square leg on the boundary, a mid-wicket and a mid-on, as well as a long leg.
and that allows him to feel confident about bowling straight. Occasionally he might get clipped, but it's not bouncing that much, and there's every chance. It's an LBWE sort of wicket, and well, he got Azhar absolutely plugged.
He did.
It was a full ball. He should have hit it really, but he was overbalancing. And he's after those stumps. He's after the LBW.
Talking about the James Anderson chance, were you surprised that he's actually fielding there? We've got,
well, of course,
Bess,
he used to be.
Bess at fine leg.
Yeah, well, that's true. Bess might have caught that. Bess is a terrific catcher. I suppose he's bowling, but. And Jimmy, of course, used to be one of the absolute outstanding fielders. He's now at sort of square mid-wicket on the boundary.
He's earned senior statesman territory status. Here's Bess over the wicket. There's a sweep, and he's hit that pretty hard too. Hard enough for 4 anyway. It was in the air, so it suggests perhaps slightly the top part of the bat was involved, but really went through with the shot. And that went skimming past Pope, who's got his arms folded at the moment.
He got it on the full
toss.
Yeah.
So hence hit in the air. 74 for 4.
I'm worried that Bess is sort of going searching, rather than being relentless. There's enough help out there that you don't really need to experiment too much.
It's Bess. Tussly haired, comes in, bowls short again. It stands up and hit hard into the offside this time. It's collegiate cover. Sibley's got a smile on his face, but I think that stung him a bit. Bess again, over the wicket, moves in, bowls, and that's defended this time by Rizwan. There's still Shadab to come, who, as we know from the first innings, is more than useful. But Pakistan do have a pretty long tail. They lead by 181. Bess walks in, turns his arm over, it's short again, catch it, they shout. Oh, it's gone straight through Stuart Broad now. Horrible length for him to try and stop, mind you. Do you go for the catch or not was the question there, and they'll come back for 3 as Broad's throw comes winging its way into Buttler. But it was a short ball, and he didn't really get hold of it properly at all. It flew off a thick edge in the air. It was one of those ones for Broad. The ball
get
spinning. It was a horrible one to try and stop as well.
It was a poor ball, but it just turned a bit, and he didn't hit it very well. It's an interesting dilemma for Root. I mean, I'm tempted by the prospect of putting Van Anderson back on at Bess's end for an over or 2.
Bess again, bowls, and that's turned into leg side. I think Joe might bring myself on for over or 2 first.
I wouldn't. No. Well, the ball is doing a bit for Woakes. The quicker it does something, the better, I'm thinking. But we'll see.
77 for 4. Bess bowls. He's down the pitch. There's a horrible heave. Real slog there from Shafiq. It's fielded by a Root at mid-on, but Bess has got his hands on his hips. Anderson is loosening up, I think.
Mind you, how many Woakes has bowled? Well, Woakes has bowled 5 overs. Terrific 5 overs. I'd be tempted to keep him going there. He's looked dangerous. All the while, is he going to have one more or not?
Well, Anderson's walking in purposefully. He's not walking to cover.
Yeah, so maybe Anderson's going to come and bowl this out. I'd be tempted to have given. Well, I don't know how Woakes likes to operate, really, whether 5 overs is enough, but he's looked dangerous throughout, and he's looked the most dangerous bowler of the lot, so I'd be tempted to have given him a couple more, but Anderson's going to come and have a go.
What it's worth, WinViz has Pakistan at 69% to win the game at the moment. It seems
England at 29.
Yes, it's a lot of runs already. 184.
Yeah, but it can change quickly because of the nature of the tails of this side. You could knock them over quite quickly. And also, if you've got hope, you've got the opportunity to bat with hope and the knowledge. I know it's doing a bit, but once it gets if it's under 250, you think, hang on a minute, it's just 2 players who've got to play significant innings. So they don't have to get hundreds, but you just need 2 of the players to come off, and you can get close. And then once you start to get close, anything can happen.
Woakes a spell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 11.
Long conversation between all 4 bowlers there: Broad, Archer, Anderson, and Woakes. All in a little group having a conversation about something. Now, is it about the ball? Are they going to try and get some reverse swing going here? They're thinking about what they might do. It's only 29 overs old.
Well, I suppose that could be it. In that the pitch is very dry. I suppose it could be. Which way are we going to shine this thing?
Yeah, I think that's probably what it is. We'll see more from Anderson, who's starting off now at 77 for 4. And he's running in and bowling full on the leg stump. It's clipped away out for a single to deep square leg. 78 for 4, the lead 185. Well, usually when Anderson is trying reverse swing, he hides the ball in his right hand with his left. So he ran in normally there. Now he's scratching around at those footholds. Root is polishing the ball hard on his shirt sleeve on the shiny side. 78 for 4. Anderson mops his brow again, applies that moisture to the ball. I think he's still trying to bowl orthodox swing at the moment. It's not really doing very much. In he goes once again, and he bowls short of a length. They won't swing from there, and that's turned away out towards square leg. And Anderson bowled that in a peculiar way, in that he immediately, once he let the ball go, stopped and turned round. There's no follow through at all. And he's walking back to his mark again now. Hasn't looked happy all day, really. Did you see that one? He stopped and turned around, so there was no follow through or anything.
It's very difficult to read Jimmy Anderson. You're never quite sure, but I think you're right. There's something that's not been quite right today.
79 for 4. Pakistan lead by 186. Anderson strides out again, in he goes and bowls on off stump. And it's clipped out to backward point, and he seemed fine that time. He followed through.
Put me right. Did Pakistan drop any chances? Just trying to kind of look at the fielding aspect of this week, and it's
they dropped Broad on 23,
so one catch. England's fielding this week
a hosting solution that is powerful yet easy to manage. Let's look at how business hosting.
A few fumbles.
Shadows lengthening, the sun's out.
Thank you guys so much for helping me get
Early
to this.
evening now as Anderson bowls very full. It's turned
Learn a bit more about me
to
and
Woakes at mid-wicket.
Myself and my brother and my
79
brother-in-law
for 4.
getting
Anderson quite hasn't found a spot in his over yet.
Deep in concentration, isn't he?
He is.
Anderson, it's usually it looks so natural to him. It's almost as if he's suddenly having to really think. That catch at backward point, that fumble at mid-off. Just hasn't moved like Jimmy's moves, does he?
No. On his way again now. He bowls on off stump. That's better. That's the Anderson line at length. And completely defeated Rizwan. Offered a tentative bat towards the ball, but again, totally expressionless. Anderson didn't even have a chunter at the batsman, which he usually does. Walking back.
That zip off the surface. That's what you want to see. Rizwan looks like a character, doesn't he? He's cheeky.
Yes.
Quite noisy behind the stump.
Very noisy.
Quite noisy when he bats.
He's a good keeper, though. Anderson runs in, bowls full, slightly crookedly, plays that towards mid-on. Just across the line, 79 for 4, so the lead's 186. And commentary continues digitally everywhere, but Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. Off they go. Let's see if they miss a wicket or not. Bess has taken his cap off. Coming up, talking to Root. This field changes over quite slowly. No, England have not been at their best in this game.
It's not going to get any easier, as we've seen. I mean, I guess the debate for Joe Root is does he carry on with Don Bess, or does he go back to the seamers? The seamers are looking harder to hit. The scoreboard's not moving. Don Bess is spinning it square though when he gets it right. But every now and again he's bowling a really bad ball that's been hit.
Bess again bowls, and there's a short one that has been hit off the back foot. Sibley's chasing after this towards the deep point boundary. He will prevent the 4, but they'll come back for 3. Bess again dropping short. The Victor poo-pooed it, but if I think if I were a route up, before I went back to the seams, I'd just give myself a couple of overs. Just have a look from that far end.
Put yourself on a skipper, are you?
Yeah. Just have a look. Why not? Had you been captain, Michael, I might have urged you to have done the same.
I certainly wouldn't have been bothered in this situation.
Have a quick look. You never know, the ball is turning. Bess again, bowls. That's this defended. Often, a part-time bowler certainly can produce a good ball and takes the batsman by surprise.
Yeah, I just think with four seamers, the fact that the seamers are going getting hit for anything.
Yeah. Bess bowls flat and short, and that's beaten cover as well. Poor old Sibley is chasing after this again, this time only for 2 though. He's firing it in, and
I think he's trying to bowl too quickly.
Yeah.
If someone's told him you've got to fizz it in, I just think his best pace is around 53 miles an hour. 52 sometimes, just a little bit of flight, dip.
Of course, what Bess is experiencing here is the pressure of a spinner. With the ball turning, here is bowling again. It's too short. That's been sliced this time past slip. Broad's after it down to third man. Should just get there if he slides, which he does do, and then scoops the ball back for Stokes. And they go rushing back for 3. Very good running. But the pressure on one man, on one spinner, when you can see the ball spitting and bouncing and turning, it's an awkward one. It's very difficult.
It's a costly spell. I mean, the partnership now, Andy, what is it?
Partnership is now 24 and 6.5 overs.
It's coming quickly, and the seamers from the other end are just not going anywhere near the kind of rate of knots of Dominic Bess. It just looks like he's just trying to fizz it in too quickly, and he's kind of getting it stuck in the hand, and it's being dragged down. Credit to Pakistan, they're using the feet nicely and kind of getting leg side of the ball and punching it on the offside.
Welcome back to our long wave listeners. 87 for 4 is the score now. So runs being added in this over. Bowled by Dom Bess, who's coming from the far end with wailing sirens behind him. And this time it's a better length. And Asad Shafiq plays it back to him. So it's 87 for 4. So Pakistan lead by 194. Still an hour of play left tonight. And the sky is pretty clear over to the west, so we should get that in. Bess walks up again, bowls. It's a slower one. It's turned into the leg side. It's the end of the over, and I think Joe Root's got a decision to make down there. 87 for 4. The lead's 194. We've got an hour to go. And after Michael Vaughan's thoughts, you'll be joined by Simon Moe.
Pakistan bat out that hour, which you would expect them to do so. About 13 overs, scoring at around 3, so that'll be another 40 runs. They could be around 235, 240 by close. England just need to get some wickets, because 240 on this wicket now is going to be a real hard target to try and chase down. Joss Butler's having a drink. There's Ben Foakes out there just delivering drinks to Stuart Broad. Joss Butler, Jofra's coming over for a little slurp. What do they do with Dominic Bess, Simon, at the far end? I think he's going to have to come off. It's
frustrating for his captain, isn't it?
Travelling too far.
So these two batsmen both have pretty good records against spin. Rizwan, and albeit brief test career, has never been dismissed by spin. He scored 101 runs from 137 balls of spin. He's faced Asad Shafiq in a rather longer, distinguished career. Averages 50 against spin, 32 against pace, and 55 against right arm spin.
So 87 for 4. It's Jimmy Anderson to bowl. Still looking for his first wicket in the second innings, although he did induce the mistake earlier from Abid Ali. Should have been claimed at slip and was dropped. Here is Anderson bowling to Shafiq. And Shafiq flicks it off his hip, back with a square for a single. Anderson is pushing his line over too far to the leg stump there. And Shafiq able to pick him off. Can you give us Anderson's figures this summer, Andy?
Yes, give me a minute. I was
fine.
looking at Asad Shafiq's head-to-head against Anderson as well. It's pretty good. He's faced 257 balls, only been dismissed twice and scored 113 runs. He's had trouble, as we mentioned, with Woakes and also Broad, who's got him out 5 times for 94 runs.
You read my mind, Simon.
About Anderson?
Yeah, I just asked for it next door in the television.
Right.
It's Great reading for him.
590 test wickets. Here he goes. Bowls to Rizwan. Rizwan knocks it into the onside. Shafiq rather knocks it into the onside towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Woakes coming in.
I think the best comparison is when you look at Jimmy's summer compared to Stuart Broad's Chris Woakes' summers. Yeah. Similar kind of bowlers. And on wickets that have offered plenty of action for the seamers. There's been movement.
88 for 4. The lead 195. Feels as though it's got to be 6 for not many for England here. Anderson bowls. Asad covers up to a ball just on off stump, guides it away down towards the slip cordon. Stokes steps forward to pick up. He bowls it to Stuart Broad. Extra cover. I think Stokes would love to be involved out there in the field bowling.
They've got to the stage, England, now that they can't use him in this game. Bowl him in this game, it could affect the next test match. What happens if he goes again out for the series in terms of bowling?
And they've got the options in this game anyway.
They've just got to make sure he's fit and firing for the second test so they can go back to their formation that worked for them.
Anderson bowls to Asad again on the pads, tucked away off the hip down to fine leg. Bess comes in to pick up, and there is no run.
Jimmy Anderson this summer, this is his third match. He's in his 90th over, 6 wickets for 230, so average 38. Strike rate wicket every 90 balls. Stuart Broad 20 wickets at 12, Chris Woakes 15 at 15, and it's worth looking back to peak Anderson, and from over 3 summers from 2016 to 2018 he was truly extraordinary. Averaged 15 in home tests, the third best 20-game home sequence in the history of Test cricket.
Anderson into bowl to Rizwan. Rizwan forced it away on the offside, hard into the surface, bounces out to Sibley at backward point, and there is no run. Anderson about 15 minutes ago as well at backward point in that position. Sibley's occupying, had a half chance, perhaps more than that. It's one of those actually with Anderson, a few years back you'd have backed him to catch it because he was such a good fielder. Whether it's just the years catching up with him, 38, just getting down away to his left-hand side. It's so fractional, isn't it? Diminution that can happen.
I mean, those numbers are 6 wickets. I don't think he's bowled badly.
No.
He's certainly bowled better than 6 wickets worth.
Anderson bowls. Oh, it's a beauty on the ball. Dropped by Josh Buttler. Don't tell me he got a nick on that, because that was a straightforward one through to the keeper. The first and second slip were leaping in the air. Anderson, he brushes his hair out of his eyes. He's chuntering there, which suggests there was an edge. It was an absolute beauty from Anderson. And was there a nick on it? Inside edge, if anything. Butler had to go away to his left, but it was iron gloves, really. Let's see, is there anything on the ultra edge? No, fortunately.
But it's still a worry, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a worry when your keeper's dropping a simple take behind like that. Stood back, stood up. It's been a problem for Josh Buttler, but stood back, he's been okay. He's going to be taking that. Luckily for him, there's no inside edge. It zipped back, didn't it?
It did. It was a fine ball from Anderson.
Just trying to see the shiny side to see if there's any reverse swing there.
Anderson's frustration may have been just the fact he bowled an absolute beauty and it didn't get a wicket.
Well, I saw him look to the umpire, Richard Illingworth, to say, were you going to give that out? I think Richard went, no, I think he'd missed the bat.
Right. It flicked something on the way through. I know it wasn't obvious,
his back pocket.
But his pocket's sticking out. It might have been that. He looked round very quickly. Asad Shafiq on strike for that one. And he's paddled it behind the corner down towards fine leg, and Bess is slowly disappearing here. Pakistan are working him around. Again, there's a fraction short, little paddle shot, an under edge on it.
It's 19 off the last 13 balls from Bess.
Crucial. He's just not getting anywhere near the right zones with the right pace.
And the thing is, you know that his colleagues are thinking that as well out there. They know he's not bowling well, and they want him to. Of course they do. They're urging him to bowl well in these conditions. 93 for 4. Asad Shafiq on strike, turns that into the onside towards Just Burns.
Just look at him. It just might be worth him coming around the wicket. You have to use more of your kind of body and your shoulders to get it back to where you want to bowl it to as a right-hander. Just change his angle.
Bess into bowl to Asad, who pushes it back down the pitch. Picked up by Bess, and there's no run. So Pakistan 200 runs ahead now with that boundary to Asad Shafiq. Useful partnership between these two, very useful. Pakistan under pressure, and the fourth wicket went down, and there's Asad hitting this away high into the onside. Anderson running round, one bounce out to Anderson. He scoops it up and sends in the return. Well, we saw Abid Ali perish like that, but that one was just a bit further over, a bit straighter.
Yeah, I just think it's a good approach this by Asad Shafiq, because I think he's reading that Dominic Bess is under so much pressure. Of course, you don't want to gift him a wicket, but I think they're feeling that there can be a few quite quick runs here.
95 for 4, Asad to 28. Bess went into bowl there and then pulled out. It was close to Anderson, but not quite close enough. He sprinted round. Asad watched a bit like a golfer who's hit a shot and hoping it's not going to go in the water and land on the green. This is Bess bowling. Forward goes Asad Shafiq, pushing that with the spin along the ground, a short leg.
Are you a golfer? No, you can't play.
But I watch it, from time to time. You see them, don't they? They're looking in the distance. Where's that going? Oh no, it's in the water.
OB
or the sand or whatever. Bess to Shafiq. It's defended into the offside. Picked up by Sibley, coming in from cover. It's the end of the over. 95 for 4. What does he do now, Jerry? It's 10 overs, 1 for 35.
And the problem with that, those last two balls were in the right zone, but you can see he was just rolling them out. He's just kind of just getting it there. He's just thinking, wait a minute, I've just got to get it somewhere near on that front foot. So he's not putting the ball in the right zone with any energy on it. Because of those bad balls that he's bowled, his body language tells you that he just knows that he's just not quite got his rhythm right.
Just a little more on that sequence Anderson had. His best 20 home tests were, in fact, the last one he played in the 2015 Ashes up to the India series of 2018. 104 wickets at 15.1 in home tests. Only two bowlers have had a better average over a 20 test home sequence. Jim Laker for England in the 1950s.
Here's Anderson going into bowl to Rizwan. It's full, it's driven down the ground for 4. It was up there for the shot, and Rizwan responded, and you can hear the applause. I hope you can anyway, in the Pakistan dressing room, which is away to our right hand side. The whole group there applauding that shot from Rizwan, who goes to 21.
So this is almost like the moment where, as a captain, you've got to somehow get the team together and say, look, we've just got to win this next 50 minutes of cricket. There's 50 minutes left in the day's play, just over 58. And if it is that Broad has to come back and bowl a spell, Woakes has to bowl, look, Jofra has to bowl, you've just got to say to your seam bowlers, you've got to give me something now. We have to win this 50 minutes of cricket.
Anderson to Rizwan, it's full again. Rizwan checks the drive that time. It was rolling up to Archer at mid-on, because if they don't win the next 50 minutes, an hour, the game's gone.
It's gone, and you can't think, oh, you know what, the seamers tomorrow, might need it. Just win this next 58 minutes of cricket.
James Brace is on the field at mid-off.
He's off Stuart Broad.
Young Gloucestershire batsman, wicket-keeper. 99 for 4. They were impressed in the squad match that they played before the West Indies series. Hasn't played much cricket though. Here's Anderson bowling, and that's short, swatted away by Rizwan towards deep forward square leg. Pope is on the boundary there, sends in the return, and another run to the total. Pakistan's 100 is up, 100 for 4.
Yeah, you just watched Jimmy Anderson's follow through. He followed through and just turned left in disgust. But he missed his length again. That's twice in the over that he's missed his length, probably by 2 or 3 yards. Very unlike Jimmy Anderson. Playing him nicely though, because they're trying to be aggressive. It's been a good partnership.
The first 50 for Pakistan took 21 overs, and they've moved to 100 in just another 12 and a half.
Yes, they play well, these two. Rizwan 22, Asad Shafiq 28. They were 63 for 4. Now Asad on strike. Anderson bowls to him. And a straight ball that was turned down towards fine leg. And Bess trots in to pick up. Another run to the total. Asad to 29. Pakistan to 101 for 4. Play can go on until 7:08 tonight. The sun's back with us. There's still 19 overs left after this one. So, we will be going the distance.
Well, I feel that Jofra's going to turn to Ben Stokes here. I think this is a massive gamble.
Wow, yeah.
It's a huge gamble.
Yes, he is, isn't he? He's loosening up at second slip.
You've got 4 seamers and you're turning to Ben Stokes.
Anderson bowls to Rizwan, who's back and dabbing into the offside, bit of hesitation on the run. Hits the stumps, he's out. There we go, there's the run out. You felt it was going to happen in this test match because Pakistan's tactic has been to try to pick up those quick singles, and this time it failed. There was some hesitation, and Asad Shafiq run out at that far, and I'm sure he's out. England are convinced. The throw from Sibley, just checking it upstairs, but I'm sure he's well short of his ground. And I've just seen it on the monitor.
My decision on the big screen, my decision is out. Repeat, out.
It was one of those you could actually give as a standing umpire in the middle there. You could see it from here.
He was slow to react, actually. Asad Shafiq, because it's the way that Rizwan plays, and you've got to be backing up from the non-strikers. And he's backing up too far behind. You look at him in the non-strikers, and he's only just left his creases. Maybe it's a quick one, obviously, but that's the way Rizwan plays, and Shadab will come out. No, you wait till these two get together. They'll be just tapping and running. Brilliant by Sibley. Tall chap. Cover point, got it in that right hand, and the release and the flick.
101 for 5. It's not the first one that's hit the stumps, actually. I mean, England have tried to effect a run out in this test match, and you felt a run out has been on. And there we go at last, 101 for 5. Whether that puts a bit of doubt in Pakistan's mind about those quick singles. If they have another one, then I'm sure it will. But it has worked for them in this test match. It certainly worked for them in the first innings. So here's Shadab, who's actually the biggest perpetrator of the quick single.
Just tap and run, isn't he? Get ready.
But we've just had a run out.
Oh, he plays one way. Plays very busily. Now, will England turn to Ben Stokes now they've got the wicket? I just think it's such a risk. The whole balance of the side just changes when Ben Stokes can't bowl. Just getting fit for the second test. What are we waiting for now?
I don't know. Drinks are on the field. Game's sort of come to a halt. Shadab, obviously the new man, but it's taking a long time. You can watch that wicket very shortly on the BBC Sport website and app, and all the day's other main action on that website and app. Go to the text commentary, you can see the video clips there. Today at the test, all the highlights not far away. BBC 2, 7 o'clock. The programme will go on air while play is still going on. 7 o'clock for that tonight.
It's the first time Asad Shafiq has been run out in tests since June 2012. He's played 60 tests in between run-outs. Only the second one of his career.
Well, the top 5 have gone now. It's Shadab on strike. Anderson goes in and bowls to him. Shadab plays defensively off for a quick single as well. It's definitely not there. Picked up by Woakes. Trying to create some noise out there, trying to get into the batsman's head after that run out. Rizwan was not coming for that one. It was a bit like, as a batsman, you play it and you're almost offering it to the non-striker. Can you come? So there was that fraction of hesitation.
Shafiq went. It's just, if you look at the way that he backed up, he was just kind of a little bit on the left side of his body, so he's on the left foot weight-wise, so he was slow to get out of the traps. Brilliant work by Sibley. The replay just shows how he swoops so quickly. He gets it on the half volley into his hand. It's going to be Don Bess to continue.
Well, it was a wicket just in time for England. The lead is now 208.
Good game.
But it probably has to be 5 quick ones now, doesn't it? Really?
Well, they've got to win this next 40 odd minutes of play. Be about 12 overs max, 11 overs.
There's a long discussion going on there about what Bess's field should be. All sorts getting involved. Jofra, Stuart Broad's there. Obviously Root the captain, Bess.
Rush him round, are they?
No. Eventually Broad comes down towards backward square leg or short fine leg. There are 2 men out on the leg side boundary, deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket. And also the short fine leg fielder. So he's coming round the wicket to a 6-3 onside field. Rizwan has a look over his left shoulder to see what's available to him. Pope bends down at short leg. Bess moves in and bowls to Rizwan, and it's fired in by Bess and slapped away by Rizwan towards deep mid-wicket and lobbed back by Anderson. One more run. Rizwan to 23, 102 for 5. Next wicket, Michael, most likely mode of dismissal. What are you saying?
I say run outs up there. Maybe caught deep mid-wicket. Shadab's not shy of having a dance down and trying to launch one.
Just a possibility if the new batsman Bess can get it in the right place, possibly off the glove to short leg, something like that.
Yeah, I think the leg slip. If he gets it right, and you've got to put a field where you feel the bowler's going to get it right. The spin and bounce, just looking at a leg slip. Joru's going to put himself to square leg.
Bess is coming over the wicket to Shadab. Bess bowls now, and Shadab is right back into his stumps, playing defensively back up the onside of the pitch. And there is no run. 102 for 5. Another consultation at that far end involving Broad and Bess.
Seaman's over 8. Slow, isn't it?
Feels like it. Bess, the evening sunshine, goes in now and bowls to Shadab, who's playing that to slip. Opening the face, guiding it away, picked up by Ben Stokes. The ball before actually was signalling to Bess as he was running in, and then just, oh, don't worry, and just bent down at slip. So what you see sometimes in club cricket. 102 for 5. Lead 209. Bess moves in and bowls to Shadab, who smashes this away out towards Anderson on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Anderson straining every sinew to get there, can't do so. And that's gone for 4 as well. Hammered away by Shadab. Again, Bess dropping short. And England leaking runs here. Bess 1 for 40. It's sat up for Shadab. He's right back into his stumps. And slapped to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Really hit that hard. As hard as anything has been struck in this match so far. It wasn't that far away from Anderson. There's a big boundary out there. 106 for 5. Bess bowls. Shadab tabs into the offside. It makes a move to suggest that he wants a quick single. Buttler's out from behind the stumps to pick up. And there's no run. Like Sibley on the offside here. Well, he was sharp in the previous over. I feel he's the one that could affect another run out. Here's Shadab forcing that straight to Sibley. Square cover. It is the end of the over. It's 106 for 5. Rizwan is on 23 and Shadab is there on 4. So 213 is Pakistan's lead. Masood out for 0, Abid Ali for 20, Azhar Ali for 18, Babar Azam for 5, and Asad Shafiq run out for 28. 2 for Woakes, 1 for Bess, 1 for Broad. Nothing for Anderson so far, although he did have that catch dropped off the outside edge of Abid Ali's bat. It's going to be Anderson to continue from the Statham end. Highest successful run chases on this ground, only 2 over 200. 231 for 3 against West Indies in 2004 and 294 for 4 against New Zealand in 2008, both from England. The lead at the moment, 213. There's Rizwan on strike. Archer loosening up at mid-on. Here is Anderson going into bowl to Rizwan, and Anderson bowling a full ball on middle and leg, clipped away by Rizwan. His protection at deep mid-wicket. And Anderson not quite getting it right. Pope sends in the return, and they're back for 2. Rizwan moves to 25 and Pakistan to 108 for 5. Mark Ramprakash is here. England, you feel like they're just about clinging on, but you'd far rather be in Pakistan's position in this game.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yes, absolutely. I mean, England are trying and they have a sniff at 108 for 5.
Anderson bowls outside the off stump. Rizwan stands up, tries to punch it into the offside. Can't manoeuvre the ball away. Goes to Broad, short extra cover. There's a loud shout of no. from Mohammad Rizwan. There's Sibley at the moment. Archer's definitely going to bowl. He's doing his loosening up exercises at mid-on, so it looks like Archer for Bess at that far end. Root doesn't feel he can bowl him anymore. Sibley's at backward point. Here's Anderson bowling, again on the pads of Rizwan, flicked away down towards fine leg. That's Bess territory. Returns to Buttler, one more. Anderson is a bit at odds with the world at the moment.
He's been a bit unlucky, hasn't he? Let's face it. He's just bowled a bit too straight when he's tried to go into the right-hander. I'm a bit surprised to see England's two best fielders down at fine leg and deep square leg, though. Although Dom Sibley had an excellent run out, I'd like to see those two youngsters in the inner ring here, because we know that Rizwan and Shadab will be very busy between the wickets.
That's Pope and Bess. Bess is at fine leg. Pope is at deep square leg. Shadab on strike. Anderson bowls to him. That's forced away. Sibley diving at backward point. Can't haul it in. It's going down towards the third man boundary. Burns is after it. They've run two. Are they going to look at three? Throws on its way. Shadab was coming for the third, and Rizwan sent him back just as well. It was a good throw from Burns. And if they'd gone for that, there would have been another run out. 111 for 5. Shadab to 6. Well, some Shadab busyness here in the last 3/4 of an hour could take the game away from England. 218. Stokes continuing to loosen up at second slip, tantalising us. Is he going to bowl? Anderson bowls full, and Shadab pushes at that one, and the ball for the, what is it? Results about the 3,452nd time.
It's heading that way. The stats were slightly incomplete. He was just below 3,300 earlier on today.
Right, that one went past the outside edge. But that's excluding the first 15 tests he played.
Well, they have 138 tests listed in their database, so there's a few games missing.
If you weren't with us earlier, that's how many times Jimmy Anderson's beaten the outside edge in his test match career. 111 for 5. Last ball of Anderson's over. Shadab waits for him. Anderson bowls. Shadab plays defensively into the onside to Woakes at mid-wicket. Woakes flicks it up, and that's the end of the over. So Anderson 9 overs for 29. Pakistan 111 for 5. And Stokes is still threatening to bowl. Oh, it was a no ball. A no ball has been called. So that's not the end of the over. It's one of those related no balls. Yeah.
Which is second of the match. I think that the first one we looked it up. It was I think his 5th in his last 65 tests. Obviously, we don't know how many weren't called through that period when standing umpires weren't calling many front foot no balls. But it's rare errors.
So 112 for 5. The field's already changing round for the next over, and then the no ball call came through. So here we go. Anderson to complete the over, bowls to Shadab, who opens the face and runs it past Burns in the gully, down towards the third man boundary. Stokes is after it, and he can't stop it, and that's gone away for 4. And Anderson is marching off to his fielding position. Not the happiest man at Old Trafford at the moment. 116 for 5. The lead for Pakistan now is 223.
Oh, it's been a wholehearted performance, hasn't it, from Jimmy? I mean, he's 38 years old, or young, I should say, and they haven't had too much rest from the first innings, and he's really put a lot into that spell. It's not really gone for him. He's not been quite as accurate as he would have liked. Probably didn't find as much out of the pitch as someone like Chris Woakes got in the spell preceding Jimmy's.
It's one of those rare things, Ramps, at the moment, a drinks break at 6:25 in the evening. You see that happen very often. At least the sun's shining, and we've got 3/4 of an hour's cricket left. It's a long final session, so they probably split it up, haven't they, into thirds, 2 drinks breaks in the final session. 116 for 5. More from you, and Dan Norcross is going to join you.
Well, although we're having a drinks break and we're becalmed at the moment, the game is on a knife edge, because we know that these two players at the crease for Pakistan, Rizwan and Shadab, they like to be busy, they like to score. But equally, England know that if they get 1 or 2 wickets here, they could really go through Pakistan, and they've got every chance of knocking off, 250, 260. in England dressing room will absolutely believe that. And they got some important runs from their lower order today, which give them a lift. So as I say, I think the game is actually on a knife edge, and I'm joined by the table tennis champion, I believe.
Well, no, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, unfortunately, I can't lay claim to that. What I can lay claim to is doing to Michael Holding what Brian Close couldn't, which is beating him at Old Trafford. That's my finest achievement. But unfortunately, last night, Andy and Tim Peach and Henry Moran and I went into the extravagantly named Red Rose Suite over there, which has a dartboard and a table tennis table, and Andy brought a Victorian bagatelle. So we were going to have a kind of game of like Superstars, from the 70s, where you do everything. And I took on Henry at table tennis, and he won the first 2 games, and the first to 21, very tight they were. I came back quite brilliantly in the third, if you don't mind me saying so, with a number of flamboyant shots, both to the backhand. And well, once I'd found out his weakness, I ruthlessly exploited it. And I'm giving away both about 3 stone and 20 years to the younger man.
And several glasses of Chardonnay, was that right?
Not Chardonnay, no. It was a cheeky Pinot last night. But, unfortunately, as I said to you, I think this morning, I just completely lost it in the fourth and what turned out to be a deciding game. I was going for length and I was going for width. I was trying to manoeuvre him around the court because I could see the young man was flagging. He'd had a long day, he had a sweat on. And I thought, I'm just going to manoeuvre him around the court or table. And I just got too ambitious. I woke up this morning, I looked in the mirror and I didn't see what I liked to see. I saw a man who had bitten off more than he'd chewed, who'd tried to climb too high, a bit like Icarus. I'd flown too close to the sun.
I can't believe that. That's not quite the report that I got. I heard that you were full of flair.
Flair? Oh, you've been taking to Michael Vaughan, have you?
Yeah, well, him and others, they were very complimentary about your style and your flair.
Well, I have the old Chinese penhole grip that has been passed down through my family for generations. And it allows me to impart guile, surprise, and but just yesterday, I think it was off once it got to about 11, because I'm getting on a bit. Right. Just started, I'm not sure I've got the stamina. I think I've got to take a leaf out of Dom Sibley's book. So looking at his run out, that is definitely about hard work and application. Now this is very interesting. Sorry to cut off the table tennis or whiff-waff chat.
I'm so disappointed.
Well, yeah, but I'm not. I'm intrigued by this though, because Ben Stokes is coming into the attack. And remember that England selected their 11 on the basis that Stokes wouldn't bowl. This feels very much like England need wickets. They throw it to a talisman.
Well, it feels very much like Ben Stokes standing next to Joe Root at slip, waving his arms around, saying, look, I'm itching to do something. I'm itching to get into the game. I would have thought that, Jofra Archer or Chris Woakes, could have easily come on as well. But fair enough, they've had spells, they've had decent workloads. But Ben, having missed out with the bat, seems like he realises there's a pivotal moment in the match and he wants to be involved.
It means that Sibley's going to come into second slip. He's not going to be fielding out in the ring anymore. And we're going to see how fit Stokes is. He's coming in from the Anderson end for the first ball after drinks to Mohammad Rizwan. And that nearly cleans him up first ball. It's cut back sharply off the seam. Rizwan has wafted at that. It's gone past his inside edge, gone through low to Buttler, who again isn't taking it cleanly. It's a difficult ground to take, especially when the ball goes low like that, bounced just in front of Buttler. And,
came up at 85 miles an hour, that ball.
Thank you. Right, well, there's half an hour left of the day. Is Stokes going to influence it, I wonder? 2 slips, gully, backward point. He's in, and Rizwan pulls this round the corner down to Chris Woakes at long leg for a single. It was short, he just helped it on its way. Moves to 27. Shadab Khan is in. He has 10 from 10. He was very busy on the Zaltzman Busyness Index. I think he's going to be high up in this match. In the first innings, if you recall, and he and Shan Masood changed the whole tenor of the game, didn't they, after lunch yesterday, with a terrific partnership. What's he going to do here? Stokes is in, pulled out and missed. Shadab, he very nearly got an under edge. He could have clattered that back onto his stumps. He could have feathered it through to the keeper. But he survives. 117 for 5. The lead 224. You just get a feeling, don't you? Have you got that feeling? I've got that feeling.
I've got absolutely. It's a bit like when Beefer used to come on and something would happen, and already he's bowled 3 balls and he's induced 2 false shots.
Right, on the edge of your seat time, I think. Perhaps. And he comes again and has played and missed that by a Shadab in the channel outside off stump. It's 3 out of 4. Is it force of personality with these type of players?
Well, I think it gets to be that. Ben Stokes now, he's been playing international cricket for a while, and he can sort of almost impose himself on a game. And certainly the 2 Pakistani batsmen who have been looking reasonably secure just seem to be playing the person rather than the ball.
There's 3 in the ring on the offside, saving one's a big gap on the leg side. And Shadab tucks this away off his hip down to long leg, where Woakes will feel a little too straight, a little too short. Just able to work that round the corner for a single to bring Rizwan back on strike for the last ball of this over. I wonder who will take over. Will Anderson continue from the Statham end? Or will Bess change ends again? Seen a bit of that. He's chopped and changed a bit today as Don Bess. England would dearly love another couple of wickets. Pakistan, if they could get into close of play 5 down, would feel they've really got 1.5 hands on this test. Outside the off stump, left alone, shouldering arms is Rizwan. End of the over means that Shadab will keep strike. 118 for 5, the lead 225. Have you found, because this is your first bubble experience, have you found that despite the lack of crowd, you still feel the tension? Yeah, it still emanates off the play, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, because I come to the game and you sort of are aware of the contest that's in front of you. First test of a series is always exciting, and you've got 2 great teams, very entertaining teams, some excellent cricketers on show, and you're aware of how close of a contest it is as well. When important moments happen, you feel that tension, and so I wasn't sure what to expect, I must say. Without the full house here, I wasn't really sure what to expect, but I've really been pleasantly surprised at how absorbing the cricket on show has been.
The pitch has certainly helped for that, you'd say, and the quality of the bowling, and well, the England star bowler in the last couple of matches, Stuart Broad, is going to come on for this last half an hour. You think this feels like a Stokes Broad half an hour, and England are going to go to their 2 sort of streak bowlers, perhaps you might think of them.
Form bowlers. I mean, I like this from Joe Root. I think he's sometimes you make the safe option. The game is, as I say, on a knife edge. He's got to go with who he thinks is running hot.
It is going to be Broad on the Statham end, running away from us into Shadab Khan. Ball on the pads, well defended. Back to the bowler, Broad, who picks up and then gives it away to Woakes, who's going to shine it for him. We've got Archer at mid-on. We got there at... who's there at mid-off? Is there a sub in at mid-off? Little look.
Bracey was on a little while ago.
Is it Bracey? Right. So who's off the field? Let's see Anderson at the moment. Yeah. Broad into Shadab. That's turned round the corner. It was a straight ball, but Shadab busily works that down to long leg. Gets 1 more. Really trying to put the pressure on England's fielders and bowlers here. 119 for 5. Shadab moves to 12. Rizwan back on strike on 27. Been impressed with Rizwan. I've not seen an awful lot of him with the bat before.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and it's never easy if you've been involved in a run out of a senior batter. That's never easy to handle. It plays on your mind. So whether he can stay in his bubble, and he's looked busy, he's played well. I like his intent.
He comes Broad into him, just the 2 slips. Full ball, which is shanked really off the inside half of the bat to Woakes at mid-wicket, straight to him, and there's no run. It's been a real feature of England's bowling today. They've really targeted the stumps. when Woakes was bowling at, I think it would have been Azhar, deep square leg went out. I was sort of thinking, it's not going to be bouncing out Azhar, but he wasn't. What he was doing was just targeting the stumps, going, well, if I go a little bit leg side, then that's my sweeper. And that's what Broad appears to be doing. And again, a Shadab works this, Rizwan I should say, works this into the onside, but Woakes is alert to it and moves swiftly from mid-wicket to sort of square leg. And there's no run again. The shadows are lengthening. It's glorious. The sun is burning through the clouds late in the evening, 6:35. We haven't seen an awful lot of that in Manchester. There's a good breeze going as well. It's quite a cooling breeze. I know around the country it's stiflingly, boilingly hot, but here it's deliciously pleasant. It makes for a beautiful sight as Broad runs in. And Rizwan defends solidly and safely on the front foot and then stays in position as if to say none shall pass. And there is no run, 119 for 5. 23 minutes left. It says 15 overs on the scoreboard, and that's, no, it isn't, because it's 7:08. It's 7:08. There's an extra 31 minutes today, not 23. How important could that prove? I wondered why our rotor had changed ever so slightly, and now I understand. Broad in, defended the offside, thinks about a single, does Rizwan. It's not there, picked up at sort of short point by Rory Burns. End of the over, a good tight one from Broad. 119 for 5, Rizwan 27, Shadab 12. So in half an hour they might get 8 overs in, so there'll be 7 left unbowled. I wonder what happens to all those unbowled overs. Andy, do you take them back with you to your room and
I think they get collected up,
simulate them?
and they get collected up and given to charity, I think.
Is that right?
Yeah. It's dispersed around the world where people need overs.
Well, it is frustrating, isn't it, when we've had rain and bad light and what have you, but this game's going to be a result, so I don't think that those lost overs are going to make any difference on that score, and there's no crowd to complain about not getting their money's worth as Stokes is in. Start a new over, again, a bit too short and easily worked round the corner by Shadab to backward square leg on this occasion. They get through for a single. Bracey does the fielding, 120 for 5. I saw a couple of squad announcements for the Bob Willis Trophy today, and I noticed that Jason Roy and Tom Curran have not been released to go and play for Surrey that I have seen yet. The squad didn't contain them, so despite only having had a 3-match one-day series against Ireland, they're being rested, if you like. Stokes in. Big appeal for LBW. That's very close. Given. Umpire Kettleborough raises the finger. Now, was it a little high? That's what he might be thinking of here, Rizwan, and he has gone for the referral. No great surprise. There are referrals left, plenty of them.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can we have front on spin vision, please?
He trapped him on the crease, did Stokes. Let's see. Good seam position. Jags back in. Back leg.
Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can we just confirm with Ultra Edge, please?
He's a long way back. There's not a lot to travel to get to the stump. My feeling is out. Yours, Mark?
Well, as you say, it's the back leg, and it's not the tallest
when available, please.
chap. So you'd think if it's clipping, yes, it's got a great chance.
Coming up now.
First ball of the over, actually, Stokes did shoot one through, and that one is in fact hitting. So a good decision and a great breakthrough for England.
Well, Ben Stokes, we said it. He just makes things happen. Bit of a cliche, but he does, and he's made that happen. He's got rid of Mohammad Rizwan, the wicket-keeper. England have picked up their 6th wicket. Pakistan are 120 for 6. It was umpire's call. Pakistan will therefore retain the referral. It was a reasonable referral because it was high. It was well above the knee roll, but for Rizwan, he was just stuck on the crease. He got no stride in, and it hit him on the back leg, round about the flap. And well, the game is on a knife edge. He said the game's on a knife edge at drinks, and now that 6th wicket means that Yasir Shah will come out, and then the 3 fast bowlers. And the bottom 4 in the first innings, Andy, what did they muster? What did Yasir down to Naseem Shah muster? It wasn't many, was it?
It was 14 runs between them. Yasir 5, Abbas and Naseem ducks, and Shaheen Afridi 9 not out, and they went from 281 for 5 to 326 all out. So the last 5 wickets fell for 45, and those 49 runs England had it for their last 2 wickets. Starting to look quite important, I think, in the context of the game.
They are. Stuart Broad, the all-round find of the season, certainly instrumental in that. Well, great breakthrough for Stokes. Another wicket for Stokes in this. Sorry, he didn't bowl in the last game. He bowled in the first 2 tests against the West Indies, then couldn't bowl in the last game. We didn't think he was going to bowl in this game, but with England really needing something and needing it now, he's got the breakthrough. 1 for 3 he has, 2 slips in for Yasir, Shah, and the 2 leg spinners, 2 Pakistan leg spinners are now, they've been in tandem with the ball, now they're in tandem with the bat as Stokes comes in to Yasir, and he leaves extravagantly a ball outside the off stump. Did this leave used to happen in your day? This is a very 2018 onwards leave, isn't it?
It's an extravagant leave, isn't it? And I remember Courtney Walsh batting. Now, he didn't bat a great deal because West Indies didn't really needed him to bat a great deal, but he had quite an extravagant leave, didn't he?
He did.
And the knighting thing that you were talking about earlier, yes.
Yes, there's a bit of that. Stokes back into Yasir Shah, and plays and misses. He thinks he's going to convince us all he brought the bat inside the line of the ball, but he's fooling no one. He pushed at that and then tucked his bat between his legs in rather... like when you see an admonished dog, they sort of tuck their tail in. It was like, well, it was another good delivery in the channel outside the off stump. And Stokes here he's making, he's bowled 10 balls, and I think you probably calculate that about 6 or 7 of them have caused alarm. He runs in to Yasir, plays that much better, comes forward and pushes firmly into the covers where it's picked up by Bess, and there's no run. We've got 27 minutes left today. England will be very hopeful of more significant breakthroughs, and it's going to set the game up beautifully tomorrow if they manage that. For Pakistan, well, Yazir's got a test century. It's an outlier because he hasn't got a 50, as we discussed in the first innings against Australia. It was a bit of a sort of counter-attack, hit and hope. Stokes into him short, menacing outside the off stump. He does well to get out of the way of it, flies through to Buttler. End of the over, a successful over for Stokes in England. Pakistan 120 for 6. Yasir yet to score. Shadab will have strike at the start of the next Broad over. He has 13. Here we go, the tension just ratchets up again.
The last 3 balls of Ben Stokes over there, he did pull up quite quickly. And, you just feel that he's not walking entirely freely. It's one thing, I think, to bowl as he did on the side pitch, sort of going through the motions. And when he comes into a match, he puts a lot of pressure on that left leg as he slams it down, a lot of body weight going through that. And he's really trying to make the breakthroughs for England and strive for a bit of extra pace. So it's difficult for Joe Root. He's got a bit of a conundrum here. When Ben Stokes waves his arm around at second slip, he wants to get in the game. It's hard not to throw him the ball.
Broad starts a new over short and pulled round the corner very nicely. They might get 2 for this as the long leg runs round. The throw comes in from Bess, and they have come back for 2. It's a good throw and a good bit of fielding, but it was just wide of that long leg and to the right of deep backward square. 122 for 6. I mean, I suppose what Root might think is, right, I've got that all-important 6th wicket. We're into the bowlers.
Yeah.
Maybe. Thank you. Jofra Archer.
Come along, yeah. Absolutely. It's a difficult one because Ben will want to keep going.
Yes. Broad into Shadab. Short again, and Shadab just really easily moves inside the line of the ball and lets it pass over his shoulder into the keeper's gloves. There's no run. Maybe I'll give him one more, just have a little look. But the danger is he'll want him for the second and third tests, because while England have clawed their way back into this game, they're still far from on top. And they could... do you think that smart money would be on them probably still losing this game, so that they're going to want a fit Stokes for the remainder of the series? Broad in, wide outside the off stump, swinging away low to a tumbling Buttler, who takes just in front of first slip. There's no run.
The difficulty is, Dan, it's the balance of the side, isn't it? I mean, that's where England are just... There's a few question marks about Josh Buttler's place in the side. Do they play 5 specialist bowlers, or do they only need 4? Did they get enough runs? No, they didn't in the first innings here, so there's a temptation to bring Zach Crawley back in. Well, Ben Stokes' fitness affects a lot of those decisions.
Broad in, that's defended slightly awkwardly by Shadab down to the ground. Slightly shorter ball, he stayed at the crease, jabbed at it. Broad picks up off his own bowling, there's no run. Well, that is the issue, isn't it? Because they've got Woakes, who a few years back you might have thought Woakes coming in at 7 wasn't too much of a problem, but he hasn't had the best of time with the bat lately. It's asking a lot of Don Bess at 8, and then you've got Archer Broad Anderson, although Broad, in fairness, has contributed significantly with the bat, but you can't necessarily expect that to happen every time. Broad in, covering up in defence is Shadab. Back up the wicket. Broad fields again off his own bowling once more. There's no run. 122 for 6. Yasir still yet to score, and he faced the 4 balls. Shadab is just... Now then, we've got to change the field because there's only 1 ball left in the over, so deep square leg has come in. Is this a short ball? Is this flying past Shadab's shoulder?
And I don't know who's made that decision, whether it's just Joe Root or actually has Stuart Broad seen it. I think he has now, but I wasn't sure that Broad asked for that. Got to be a little bit careful with some certain bowlers. They get a bit prickly about moving their field.
Archer's moved in as well. Mid on. Big appeal for LBW. That's very close indeed. Umpire Illingworth says no. I think they're referring. They are immediately. Root went straight up for that. It looked good. It may be angling down leg side. It could yet be.
We have a player review for LBW.
Umpire's call at best, perhaps.
Is not out. It's a fair delivery. So move on to front on spin vision, please.
Just shuffled across his crease, did Shadab there, and it was very full. So I don't think height would be an issue. Oh, well, it's on the knee roll.
Is just in frame. Nothing conclusive there. Can we have Ultra Edge one available, please?
Bat and ball are close together, but there's no obvious
rolling through all the way through, please. Yeah, all the way through the pad is a flat line. Yeah, all the way through. Ball tracking when available, please.
I'm going umpire's call on leg stump. Mark, where are you going?
Ball tracking coming up.
I was appealing from in here. It's that close.
Outside off, impact in line, and it's hitting the wickets, Richard.
Well,
so
happily, we've got the right decision.
Yes, out. You're on screen now, Richard.
Broad has made another breakthrough. Pakistan have lost another wicket, and it's Shadab Khan. It's not Yasir Shah. Pakistan are 7 down there, 122 for 7. That ball was shown to be hitting the stumps, and Joe Root was convinced of it. Broad was convinced of it. He nearly did the full celeb repeal thing, but he did turn round, but with a finger really pointing and imploringly, both arms outstretched. Didn't get the decision. Root went straight for the DRS, and it has worked for England. They've picked up the 7th Pakistan wicket, 122 for 7, and well, we're into the bowlers, and it's not inconceivable, with 21 minutes left today, 4-5 overs. It's not inconceivable. Pakistan could be bowled out today, and what a day that would make it. Well, that's now 13 wickets to have fallen today, which is it's been all action. It's just been fantastic cricket. Great to watch.
It's been excellent cricket. I think Shadab perhaps had his eye on the fact that Ollie Pope had come up from deep square leg. Maybe he was expecting a bouncer, but he certainly got pinned. His front foot was only just in front of his crease. But I'm really surprised that Richard Illingworth didn't give that out, unless he thought that there was some bat involved. It looked very, very adjacent.
Well, there were some noises, wasn't there? Because there was bat close to pad, I suppose, and maybe what he heard was 2 noises. It just looked as one of those ones, and Mark and I were sort of appealing, really. So Stokes is going to continue the temptation, perhaps, to take him out of the attack now that there's an end open both ends. No, says Root. He's going to continue with Stokes, and he's got Yasir to bowl at. Shaheen Shah Afridi has come in at number 9, and here is Stokes to Yasir. Driven flamboyantly through the offside, not with terrific timing, in front of square, and they're going to pick up 2. They'll think, no, they won't think about a third. 2 more to the total, 124 for 7. So Yasir here, I think, is going to play some shots, isn't he?
And I think he quite enjoys that mode, playing a few shots. This was actually a good shot because Ben Stokes was a little bit wide. He gave a fraction of width to Yasir there and he took advantage. And it's that sort of pitch, isn't it? We've spoken about England targeting the stumps, and they had success doing that against the West Indies. Well, I think Pakistan will be aware of what happened in that match against West Indies, and so far they've adapted to this surface really well.
It's a little tinkering in the field here. It's yes, now covers moving square, a backward point. A bit behind square, 5 or 6 yards behind square, as Stokes is in. To Yasir Shah on the pad, so that's just flicked away really fine. That does make it to the boundary for 4. He's just strayed on the pads this time. He's overcorrected from offside to leg side. These are crucial runs for Pakistan, because that lead now has advanced to 235. They're 128 for 7. And this is the flip side, isn't it? You get the count. We've had attack and counter-attack throughout this test and throughout this innings, actually. Pakistan have gone through phases of being really busy. I think when Asad Shafiq came in, he just pushed Bess for a single immediately to signal intent. Here's Stokes back into Yasir Shah. Short, he fends it away without looking at it into space on the leg side. And he'll get a single as it rolls out square of the wicket. And it'll bring the left-handed Shaheen Shah Afridi on strike. 129 for 7, Yasir to 7. Today at the test on BBC 2 starts in 7 minutes. Spare a thought for all those editors now who are frantically trying to put the programme together. You can catch up with it on the iPlayer at your leisure, of course. So yes, there'll be work being done. It happens frequently in cricket. The highlights programme goes out before the game is done. They do incredible work in those trucks. 128 for 7. 2 slips, gully, backward point, extra mid-off, mid-on, and square leg as Stokes is round the wicket to the left-handed Afridi, too wide. And Afridi has nothing to do with it as it goes through low to Buttler. He connects with 2 hands. We have 17 minutes left. I reckon of today, of course, that is. It'll be about 4 overs perhaps. And England on the hunt. We've got the bowlers in. Yasir Shah, Shaheen Shah Afridi. After this, Mohammad Abbas and Naseem Shah. Stokes in. Round the wicket, played at and missed by Shaheen Afridi. It was a bit short. Slightly fenced at it. Didn't move particularly a great deal, or deviate I should say. Goes through to Buttler, there's no run.
The third ball of the over was called no ball.
Thank you. I keep missing those. You've got eagle eyes you have, Zoltzman. How many no balls have we had? Can you tell us in this match? Because I have a feeling that with this new no ball ruling we're going to see quite a few more. Stokes in. Full and well defended by Afridi up to mid-on where Broad awaits the ball. Polishes it. There's no run. 130 for 7. I wouldn't be surprised if it'd been 14 no balls. And how does that compare to any home test in the last 10 years?
Oh, look, that's up for you, Daniel.
I'm amazed you didn't have that one to hand. When you had the 150 and naught stat, I fell off my chair then. Stokes in and Shaheen Afridi defends well, very competently and elegantly up to Broad at mid-on. That is the end of the over. 41 gone in this Pakistan innings. They're 130 for 7, lead by 237. Yasir Shah will have strike the start of the next Broad over. He has 7. Shaheen Afridi yet to score. More thoughts from Mark Ramprakash, and then take you through to close of play. It'll be Jonathan Agnew.
Well, the lead currently 237 Pakistan, and you'd think that they will be looking to Yasir Shah to play a few lusty blows when he gets the opportunity, if possible, with Shaheen in that last over looking reasonably solid, keeping out the straight ones from Ben Stokes. And it is the way that the lower order can put on such important runs. England did it this morning in Broad. And well, he is the man who's entrusted with the ball at the moment.
Every run just feels so crucial, isn't it? 237 at the moment is the lead with 3 wickets left. And in fading light, Broad bowls short, and Yasir helps that round the corner, sort of a paddle hook shot really, and he's got 4 runs for it. Jofra is watching the ball absolutely onto the bat, but he's very pleased with himself. Sort of a swatting shot for a top edge, and that's 4 runs, 241. I don't know what you think is a It's gettable. Well, anything's gettable on a day, but
That was. Some refer that as the get off hook shot.
Right.
Get off me. You're not really looking at it.
It wasn't looking. 250. I mean, you just fancy that's going to be a really difficult score to get, don't you, from this? But then, who knows? Who knows these days as well? Broad bowls, it's full on the leg stump, flicked away. There's a bit of a flourish by Yasir, is enjoying this, and picks up one rather down to fine leg. 135 for 7. Lead 242. Bess fields in the deep. England have done so well to claw this back. It was at 63 for 3, 101 for 4. Now 135 for 7. Just kept chipping away till Sibley's run out. It's a brilliant piece of work from him. Ball's going to go round the wicket to the towering figure of Shaheen Afridi. Down go the slips. Broad's there and beats him, prodding outside the off stump. Quickly turns and walks back again. Suddenly England want to get the overs in. They were not long ago looking as though they were just dawdling a bit and happy to see the time ebb away, but they know that going amongst the wickets here. Way once again round the wicket, bowls, and that's nicely played by Pakistan's number 9, who's been promoted from the first innings. Mohammad Abbas went in before him, got a first baller. He seems to have been immediately demoted.
It's hard school, you know.
Well, it's tough, that, isn't it? But he's got a king pair to look forward to. If and when he gets him, which I'm sure he will, England will try and get him in tonight. So we go through to 8 minutes past 7. It's the official close of play tonight. Broad round the wicket again. Bowls the left-hander, lets it go by. Thudding into Buttler's gloves. Looking at one particular spell here that caught my eye in the bowling figures. Chris Woakes, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 11. Could have bowled some more than that. Anderson's bowled 9 overs for 34. This is Broad's 9th. He's taken 2 for 21. Bess got a wicket early and then it was a bit expensive after that. Archer's bowled 5 overs for 13. Broad round the wicket, bowls to Shaheen, who turns into the leg side. He'll want 2 here. Fielder in pursuit, dives, throws the ball in. But they have made that second. Sibley throwing the ball back. And that's the end of that over. So 137 for 7, the lead 244. And just in the back of my mind, Mark, just from an English perspective, I suppose, just that thought that Pakistan do have most of their bases covered with their bowling attack, but they haven't got what I'd call an end holder.
Yes, what you mean a spinner perhaps who would give control?
Correct.
Yes.
The one thing, if England do get going, get a partnership going.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not sure I see England's top order getting knocked over the way they did in the first innings. You know, what were they, 10, 12 for 3 or something? Yes, of course, we know the Pakistan attack is good and they bowled extremely well, but we also have to believe as well that the England top order are more than capable. Look, it's going to be hard work. I mean, lead 244 at the moment. Whatever it is, England will believe that they have a chance, and they do have the sort of memories of Headingley to hold on to, where, I mean, that was obviously, you know, freakish. This is not as outlandish as that, and so at the moment, if it was 250 or 260, you know, a couple of partnerships, and they've got the players with the range of shots, haven't they?
And they're left-handers too. Well, in Stokes' case, I was thinking with the wrist spin, but who else? Burns, of course, is left-handed, isn't he?
But that may not go in their favour because the wrist spin goes into the footmarks, isn't it? So it can be sometimes very difficult to score out of the footmarks. But talking of spin, Dominic Bess is back into the attack
with just under 10 minutes. So the slip and a short leg, and he's going to bowl to the right-handed Yasir, who will have an interest in this pitch, no doubt. He turns that first ball away, wants a single, but Shaheen says no. Archer fields, and And the lead remains 244 with 3 wickets left, coming towards the end of the third day. And Yasir Shah bowled very well in England's first innings. Waits for Bess, bowls to it's edged and bounced just in front of Stokes, standing at slip there. Shah took 4 for 66 from 18 overs. His fellow leggy Shadab took 2 for 13, 137 for 7. Bess walks in and fires that in. We've got a tangle there. Unfortunately for Yasir, the one that did bounce, but the ball went into the offside rather than the leg side where Pope is crouching at short leg. But there's an example of the bounce. That's hit right up on the shoulder of the bat. Bess again bowls. He's down the pitch now and then opts just to play the ball away with a spin back to the bowler. There's no run. 137 for 7. Again, Yasir's smiling. A bit of a tangle with his footwork there coming down the pitch. It wasn't quite the tango, I don't think. Here it comes again and drives out to Root. Thinks about a single. Sends his partner back in the end as Root picks the ball up at mid-on. 1 ball to go. 137 for 7. After scoring 150 in the first innings, Shah Masood made a duck today. It's the great leveller that this game is. Best round the wicket bowls, and that's turned away down to Archer again at short fine leg, and that ends that over. 137 for 7. Abid Ali made 20, Azhar Ali 18, Babar Azam 5. Asad Shafiq was run out by Sibley. On the run, direct hit at the stumps, out for 29. Mohammad Rizwan, LBW to Stokes for 27. And Shadab Khan, LBW to Broad for 15. Not much batting left. But they still eke out another 20 or 30, and that'd be crucial runs.
I thought it was an interesting move, actually, Aggers, for Joe Root to bring on Dom Bess there. I think it would have been very, acceptable if he had brought Woakes back on. I mean, Woakes bowled beautifully and found a lot of movement off the seam today, or someone like Archer, just for the last 10 minutes. Stokes is changing ends, and he's decided he wants to bowl at the Jimmy. This is the Brian Statham, isn't it? Yes, Brian Statham.
I'm surprised by this too, because they're trying to look after him. Why hasn't Woakes come back? He bowls so well. Stokes it is. He might get a wicket. 137 for 7. He's going round the wicket and bowls to Shaheen, who stands up and plays this short ball into the offside. And there's Woakes and Archer playing a bit of football as the ball dribbles towards him in the covers. But he bowls so beautifully.
Well, he's fit enough to be at extra cover.
2 for 11.
Chris Woakes. And I'm just, sometimes as a captain, I think you ask yourself, well, who would the batsman rather face? And I think Yasir's probably quite happy that Dom Bess is bowling.
Stokes again kicks up his heels and bowls, and it's again quite comfortably played by the tall number 9, tapping the ball away square into the offside.
And he is limping, Ben Stokes. He's a guy that will go through the pain barrier, no problem. But sometimes he's his own worst enemy.
But he is limping. It's a bit odd. It's a bit of a head scratcher, this one. There are other options out there. Stokes again bowls short. He's got a tangle, and it's going to be caught. A bouncer. And the number 9 couldn't cope with it, and he's fended a catch off, and I think that's Rory Burns coming to take it in that gully position. And for all the limping and everything else, Ben Stokes has taken a wicket. Somehow he was just always going to do it.
Well, this is a serious bouncer. I mean, Ben it doesn't look the most fluid running in at the moment, but he's such a strong fella. The ball zeroing in Shah, who's quite tall, really just couldn't get out of the way, and looping up an easy catch to gully. So it's paid off, and it's really down to Ben Stokes. He's the one who's driving this. He's telling the captain, look, I want the ball, I want to be involved in this game. And the other seamers may be a little bit fatigued from their workload in the first innings, but it's great to have a player in your lineup who's like this, but managing him is not straightforward, and let's hope it doesn't have any ramifications in terms of his fitness for tests 2 and 3.
Except it might mean this is where they use him. He can only bowl a limited amount in the match. But anyway, here's our man on the king pair. I'm not sure he'll be relishing this very much. Out he goes, in not great light either. Dispatched down the order after his first baller. How was he out? Court route bowled Archer, that was right, first slip. He's got a sweater on. And Stokes is already waiting. There's 3 balls left in the over. Pakistan lead by 244. There's only Naseem Shah to come at number 11. Can England restrict Pakistan to a lead of below 250? Cracking game tomorrow, if that's the case, we'll say. Right, Abbas on a king pair. It's a leg slip, short leg, 2 slips, and that fine gully. Stokes on his way, he's there now, and he bowls down the leg side, and that's a bit of a waste, really, as far as that particular setup was concerned, and Stokes knows it. He's got his head in his hands. You can't believe it, I think they bowled quite such an awful ball. He's got the leg slip. I think he was trying to get it up into Abbas's armpit. It's a bit of a waste, but he's still on a pair. He's still get him out. The lead 244. In goes Stokes. Bowls outside the off stump, and Abbas twitches a bit. He allows that to go through to the keeper. Stokes, I think he's had his mane clipped a bit during those few days off. Still bearded and walking really quite uncomfortably there. This thigh strain that he's had does seem to be affecting him. We'll get to work on him tonight, no doubt. And he goes over the wicket and bowls, and he plays right across his pad there and sends the ball down to mid-on. And Stokes, well, he's taken the wicket. He's breathing heavily. 137 for 8. Is that the end of the day? Jofra Archer thinks it is. Who's going to remove the bails? It is that. That's it for the day. So 137 for 8. The lead is 244. Yasir Shah has 12. Mohammad Abbas has yet to score. So again, 14 wickets falling. 264 runs scored in the day. And it is beautifully set up, isn't it? You have to be honest and say that because of the way the pitch is playing and because of the attack that they have, you'd have to say that Pakistan are favourites tomorrow, but England have given themselves a chance there in that session. Some very tidy bowling. That's an excellent run out by Sibley. And off they troop, and they'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow. So we'll begin our review of the day, the third day of this first test match between England and Pakistan at Emirates Old Trafford. It's fascinatingly poised too, because at the close Pakistan are 137 for 8 in their second innings, so they lead by 244, having bowled England out for 219, giving themselves a lead of 107 by having done so. The men out today for England: Pope for 62, Buttler very patient, 38 from 108 balls, Bess for 1, Woakes for 19, Archer 16, Anderson last man out for 7, leaving Stuart Broad scoring. Well, who knows how useful that 29 from 25 balls might be. He was dropped on 23. Yasir Shah with the wrist spinner took 4 for 66, and here Shadab who took 2 for 13. One imagines will be the main threat for England tomorrow, but don't discount the fast bowlers either. Shaheen Afridi took 1, Mohammad Abbas 2, and Naseem Shah, the young fast bowler, took 1 for 44. So, having scored the small matter of 156 in the first innings, Shan Masood was promptly trapped down the leg side, caught by Buttler off board for a duck. That was 6 for 1 in the second over. Abid was out for 20, caught by Woakes, deep square leg off Bess. Babar Azam made just 5. Azhar took a long time to get off his pair. He was LBW to Woakes for 18. Lovely spell from Woakes that. He only bowled 5 overs, and that's quite interesting to wonder why actually. We took 2 for 11 in that spell. Then Rizwan was LBW to Stokes, Shadab Khan, LBW's abroad. And just in that last few minutes there, Shane Afridi was caught by Burns fending off that nasty bouncer from Stokes for 2. So 137 for 8. The target, Michael Vaughan, is 244 at the moment, 245 to win. What do you think?
Well, it's been a really good test match to watch. It's had mainly Pakistan on top for the majority, and then England have just fought back in that session. Whether that's because Pakistan played badly, whether it's because the pitch has started to do more, I'm not too sure yet. But one thing's for sure, batting on this wicket last, I don't think it's going to be easy at all. And the 250-odd chase, which you think it's going to be, is going to take some effort. You know, you look back to last year and Headingley, and obviously Ben Stokes' remarkable innings. That pitch at Headingley,
different pitch.
It did kind of quieten down. I don't think this one will do. It's going to spin a huge amount tomorrow, but it's possible. But you have to say, I look at actually England's fielding this week. You know, I look at the field, and I think the bowling at times has been very good. They fought hard with the bat, particularly this morning where I thought Ollie Pope and Josh Buttler to survive that first hour when the ball was nipping all over the place, and they played and missed. They showed a huge amount of temperament and technique and the right kind of mentality for Test match cricket. But catches, fumbles in the field, missed stumpings. Again today, Jimmy Anderson dropped one, Ben Stokes dropped one. There's been overthrows. England haven't quite looked on it in the field, and I think at the end of the week it might be that we look to an England side that played okay, but catching and the fielding may let them down. But it's been a great test match. I think we'll get an ending tomorrow one way or the other, but full credit to both teams. They've given us great entertainment.
Down we go to the outfield and join Henry Moran with Ollie Pope.
Thank you very much, Aggers. Ollie, your reflections after that dramatic day?
I think coming I've only just walked off the pitch, but I think that bowling couldn't have gone as well as we could have, basically. We bowled really nicely, we backed it up in the field, but frustrating not to get slightly closer to them with the bat, but they bowled nicely this morning, and the wicket suffered a little bit for both seam and spin.
How has that wicket been out there? Because it's looked very tough watching on from the commentary boxes.
It's offered for the seamers, as it always does a little bit in England, but I guess it's not your typical English wicket. It's spun from sort of the get-go and bounced quite a lot as well, so it hasn't been easy facing the spin. Obviously they've got their two leggies. It's not got its challenges, but we're going to have to find a way to cope with that tomorrow and the day after.
The Pakistan bowling attack, is it the variation that makes it such a challenge and such a fearsome prospect?
Yeah, I think they've got a little bit of everything. They've got sort of Abbas with his skills, they've got the pace of the young lad Naseem, and then the left armour as well with Shaheen. So they've got the bases covered. But as it is with any new series, facing new bowlers, once you sort of get used to their style and their action and what they try and do with the ball, things will get easier for us batters.
A word on Josh Buttler. That was a gutsy performance this morning.
Yeah, he played nicely, and he's shown great signs during that whole West Indies series, and he's batting really nicely at the moment. I think he's sort of found a really good tempo. It's obviously a shame that we couldn't extend that partnership for longer, but no, I think he's playing really nicely at the moment.
You'll have sympathy for the challenges keepers can have, and he's had a tough game, I think it's fair to say, so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not easy, especially standing up, keeping on that wicket. With that extra spin and bounce, these chances aren't easy. I guess with those nicks, I guess sometimes it's just a matter of will they stick and will they not. I guess if it was a slightly thicker edge, it was going straight to first slip. I get that one in the first dig, but that's keeping. You do need a bit of luck standing up to the stumps, especially on a wicket like this.
A lot of people have said that playing 3 test matches at one venue would be a benefit to England. Has that proved to be the case, or can you get fatigue playing at one ground?
Oh, I don't think. Obviously, we're in pretty strange times at the moment, and these things don't happen a lot. We know what we're dealing with the conditions here. It's slightly drier up here on the pitches. I wouldn't say fatigue's got much to do with it. We added a nice little 4 days off, and the boys still have a lot of energy. We're still buzzing around in the field at the end there. But yeah, hopefully we can just keep extending that throughout this series.
How many do you fancy you can chase down?
Oh, well, as many as they set. I think last summer's shown whatever the target is chaseable. It's not going to be easy on this wicket, but it's definitely manageable with the batters that we got in store.
I thought you might say that. Thanks for your time. Cheers, Ollie.
No worries. Cheers.
Thanks, Henry, and Ollie Pope. And the ground staff are out there sorting things out, ready for resumption tomorrow. Azhar Mahmood is here. Now then, Azhar,
Yeah,
You were very confident this morning. How do you feel now?
Game is on. 244 ahead, and on a fourth innings, it will be tough. But if Pakistan manage to get another 15-20 runs, that will be a big boost for them. I thought they didn't play well. England bowled really well in this session, and a couple of run out was always been on the card, you know, the way Pakistan was running, and bit of hesitation there. I thought it will be a great game of cricket.
Yeah, I wondered if they knew exactly what they were trying to do in that innings. Do you know what I mean? I mean, do they just bat long, or do we try and push on and be positive? They seem to get a bit caught in between, I thought.
Yeah, it was a strange shot from Abid Ali. You know, normally he plays spin really well, and he dominates spin. Not on the first over. I thought the ball before he got out, there was a bounce and a spin.
Yes.
You know, got in him two-minded, and that's why rush of the blood, and he's come down, slog sweep over to the mid-wicket fielder. So, and then, you know, Shan, Masood, and it was an important wicket from Babar Azam. You know, they're banking on this guy. In the end, Shadab and Rizwan played really well. I thought they were busy. They were doing what they need to do. But in the end, I thought England bowled really well. England gives little bit chance, you know, bowling spinner a bit long. That's why, you know, it was easier for these batsmen to bat against spinner at that time, I think.
He's found it quite tough, I think, Bess, isn't he? That living with that pressure of being the only frontline spinner in the side. The ball is spitting. I mean, the one before Abid Ali did hold out really did bounce a lot, doesn't it? But I mean, I know he's playing at this level. You've got to do it. But it's a big education, isn't it? To come and actually be the one spinner.
Yeah, not easy.
The expectation.
Young off spinner, just kind of making his way at this level, but you know, you're expecting to bowl better than we saw today. He bowled too many short balls, then a full toss or two. I think Pakistan could really assess that. I think body language tells you everything as a batsman, and he was a bit flat and he wasn't getting it right. He was bowling too many short balls. They played him nicely off the back foot. I actually thought the fact that England had to turn to Ben Stokes exposed a couple of England's bowlers. You know, I think it exposed Jofra Archer today. Jofra Archer bowled 5 overs of what I'd call Gus Fraser. No disrespect, he was bowling 82 miles an hour, pitch up bowling. I don't think Jofra Archer's in the team to bowl that style of bowling. You know, throughout this summer, he's averaging 85 miles an hour with the ball in hand, and maybe he isn't this quick bowler that we thought he was. Maybe he's got quick spells in him, and that means the team in England have to assess his style of bowler and what he's delivering on a consistent basis more than we thought he was going to be. You know, all the talk of this 90 miles an hour, it's going to be fizzing past the batsman's noses on a regular basis. Maybe he can't bowl like that. You know, and what I've seen in Test cricket this summer, what I saw a bit in the winter, he had a bit of an elbow problem, and last summer in the Ashes, he produced 2 really quick spells, one at Lords, I think one at Headingley. Other than that, he bowled around 83 to 86 miles an hour, and maybe England have to reassess that and realise that he's not going to be this rapido bowler that they thought he was. And when you've got Woakes, when you've got Broad, when you've got Anderson, you know, you do need an X factor. That's why Stokes had to grab the ball out of the captain's hand and said, I need to do something here. You know, you could see that he was limping in. I hope he hasn't done damage to that hip, which was the reason why he couldn't bowl in the last test, and it's the reason why he didn't bowl in the first innings in. It was the reason why England didn't really want to bowl him in this innings.
Yes.
I hope he hasn't done more damage to suggest that the next test match at Southampton he won't be able to play a full part as an all-rounder, because it's a big risk in a 3-match series when your key player has to grab the ball out of the captain's hand and say, I will do a job, and he gets 2 wickets. The other thing is Chris Woakes bowled 5 overs. Why?
That was very odd.
I didn't quite understand that either.
No.
So,
but he's been the pick of the bowlers,
without any question. Yeah, I mean, and the difference is that, you know, because Chris Woakes is such a great lad. You know, sometimes you've got Ben Stokes stood next to the captain at second slip, and he's going, give me the ball now. And maybe Chris Woakes is just playing the game. He stood at mid-off, he went to extra cover, and maybe he could have gone to the skipper and go, Skip, come on, give me the ball. You know, let me have another go, because he's bowling that well. He looks like he's going to get a wicket with every single ball. So yeah, great test match. There's been, you know, I didn't quite agree with Ollie when he said that the fielding's been good. I don't think it has. I think it's going to potentially really cost England this week. Drop catches, fumbles, they've not quite looked on it. The first time I think ever I've looked down and thought, oh, Jimmy looks old. You know, twice in the field today I looked down, he got beat at mid-off through his hand, and he dropped that one at backward point. He just had one of those days. I hope it's just one of those days and he can come back from that. But we're in for a good session. There will be batsmen that get low scores on that wicket. With what we've seen, it's just, can one player do what Ben Stokes did at Headingley?
Yeah.
And it'll take that.
Michael, you've got to go to other duties, I think. So thank you for your contribution. Here the grounds are there again, whacking away at the footholes down at this end. I guess the one thought I had, Azhar, about Pakistan's bowling is that they do have all their bases covered. They've got pace, they've got left arm, they've got the change of angle, they've got Mohammad Abbas just teasing away there all the time. They've got the two wrist spinners, but what they don't have, and if England do get a partnership going, they haven't got that spinner who just come on and just hold an end and string some maidens, because all of those bowlers, perhaps not Abbas, but the others, they can leak runs. The two young lads, a bit of pressure on, the two wrist spinners. What do you think?
I thought, talking about